will lead us in the singing of our national anthem.
Président. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras c'est porter l'épée et c'est porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for these. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for these.
Que l'on ouvre les portes, let the doors be open. Statements by members, déclaration de députés, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to pay tribute to the late Dr. Pawan K. Singhal, a champion of medical research and education in Winnipeg. Throughout his distinguished career, Dr. Singhal was known for his dedication as a researcher, educator, mentor, and community leader. Serving as a professor at the University of Manitoba and as director of the Institute of Cardiovascular Sciences, Dr. Singhal's contributions to medical research in Manitoba are matched by few. His passing will be mourned by his friends and family, by countless colleagues and students, and by Canada's scientific community. Dr. Singhal will be remembered as a compassionate man who cared deeply for his family and his community. He was a generous and long-standing contributor to the St. Boniface Hospital Foundation and a devoted volunteer with the Hindu Society of Manitoba. My condolences to the friends and families of a true Manitoba hero, Dr. Pawan K. Singhal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, today I pay tribute to Martin Naundorf, who farmed near St. Paul. He passed away on June 2nd at the age of 80. He was known as a man of few words. He wore his heart on his sleeve and was proud to be a dedicated volunteer, and he worked tirelessly to improve the lives of others. Martin served as president of Malay's Haying in the 30s, a completely volunteer-driven cancer support society that provides financial aid for transportation, fuel, and lodging to families of loved ones going through cancer treatment. Since 1999, it's raised more than $6 million and assisted more than 5,000 families across Lakeland with every single cent going to the people they help. Martin's motto was that every day we are blessed with a sunrise and a sunset, and believe that a heart full of grace and a soul generated by love is all you need. Our thoughts are with Martin's family, his many loved ones, and his community today. May we all live our lives with the same grace, selfless dedication, and love for life that Martin did, and may his memory be eternal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
This Seniors Month, I'd like to recognize the Canadian-Japanese Cultural Centre in my riding of Hamilton Mountain. Founded after the Second World War, CJCC members initially gathered in homes and churches until they established their centre on Hamilton Mountain, where I'm proud to say it still thrives today. Thanks to the New Horizon for Seniors program, the CJCC was able to improve accessibility, allowing for more diverse participation in programs like the Japanese tea ceremony, Japanese language classes, and Ikebana, the Japanese art of flower arranging. I recently tried a class and it was so engaging that I bought my own kenzan to practice Ikebana at home. These types of experiences are why the CJCC makes our community richer and why it needs to be accessible for everyone. And thanks to our funding for the improvements, the Centre recently welcomed back a member who is 102 years old. The Canadian-Japanese Cultural Centre is an integral part of Hamilton, and I look forward to visiting again very soon.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's official. The Stanley Cup is coming to Amos this summer. And it's all thanks to the excellent work of Nicolas Roy, a great centre, a little guy from our region who came out of the forest sector, who will see his name engraved forever on the renowned trophy that he won last night with his teammates from the Vegas Golden Knights. It's been 30 years, Mr. Speaker, since a hockey player from Abitibi-Témiscamingue has raised the emblem of our national sport. I'm also proud to highlight the achievements of two other hockey players from Quebec, Jonathan Marchessault, who won the Conn Smythe Trophy as his team's most valuable player after racking up more than 1 point per game throughout the playoffs. A sign of his legendary perseverance, he became only the second player in history to win that trophy without having been drafted. Congratulations also to the fighter William Carrière, who overcame a serious injury to contribute to this victory. Mr. Speaker, with the hard work of our three Quebecers, these magical moments are memories that are engraved in our collective mind and once again give us an opportunity to be proud to be Quebecers. Bravo. The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a welcoming place where everyone can develop their talents and their vision of the world. Mr. Fred Jalbou is the embodiment of a dreamer whose hard work is matched only by his success. He holds several Guinness records. He's the founder and president of Seiko. He has created an environmentally friendly LED lighting company, a company that has worked with world-renowned artists such as Celine Dion, Elton John, the Rolling Stones, U2, and Taylor Swift.
The Burj Khalifa proudly displayed its work on its endless structure a few years ago, just like the SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles, as the company will soon unveil its latest ground-breaking project with the new cutting-edge technologies and the world's largest video screen surface. Enfin,
Mr. Jalbou is also very involved in his community and works with, among others, the Montreal Children's Hospital and the Cedars Cancer Foundation. He is a source of pride for the Lebanese-Canadian community and an inspiration for all young inventors and entrepreneurs. Long live Canada and long live Lebanon. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand and Norfolk.
Last week, many Canadians were subjected to poor air quality from wildfires across this country. However, in my community, many suffer from terrible air quality every day. While visiting one of my constituents in Langton, Norfolk County, I sat in their backyard and my eyes were burning. They were burning from the horrible methane and hydrogen sulfide venting from orphan gas wells that were drilled by companies, some over 100 years ago, and many of these companies no longer exist. Homeowners, most of whom were not even born at the time that these wells were abandoned, are now left to deal with the fallout. Communities and landowners are not able to deal with the 27,000 orphan wells in Ontario that pose an environmental and public health risk. In 2021, in Chatham-Kent, an orphan well exploded, destroying a building and injuring 20 people. I'm calling on this government to stop ignoring this problem and to ensure clean air, clean water, and safe communities for my residents of Haldimand and Norfolk.
The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, on June 12, 2023, Waterloo Region cheered on Jamal Murray of the Denver Nuggets as they captured their first NBA championship. Jamal, like me, was born in Kitchener, Ontario. Jamal played at the Stanley Park Community Centre, and it was clear even then that he is an exceptional basketball player. In the Waterloo region, it was no surprise that Jamal averaged 26.1 points per game, the highest ever by any Canadian citizen. After all, a Canadian invented basketball. Jamal Murray is the 9th Canadian to win an NBA title. He is the 4th player to average 20-plus points and 10-plus assists per game in the finals, the 3 before him being Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, and LeBron James. On behalf of the Waterloo region in Canada, thank you to Jamal's family, Roger, Sylvia, and Lamar, and to NBA champion and superstar Jamal Murray. You have made Waterloo region and Canada proud. Keep being you and doing what you do. Congratulations.
The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to celebrate two remarkable milestones. First, I want to congratulate Liam Tran on reaching the magnificent milestone of his 80th birthday. Lim Tran, your journey through 8 decades has been a testament to resilience, wisdom, and the beauty of a life well lived. Your dedication, kindness, and commitment to our community have touched the lives of countless individuals, inspiring us all to strive for greatness. Secondly, my warmest congratulations to the Vietnamese community of North York for working in our community for over 30 years. This remarkable organization has been a beacon of hope, support, and unity for our Vietnamese seniors. It has provided a platform for connection, cultural preservation, and the sharing of experiences. On behalf of the Humber River Creek community, I offer heartfelt congratulations to Lim Tran for a happy 80th birthday and the North York Vietnamese Seniors Association continued success in their noble endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, the budget adds more than $60 billion in new deficit spending, meaning more taxes, more inflation, and higher interest rates. To quote former Liberal Finance Minister John Manley, the government is stepping on the gas with new spending while the Bank of Canada is stepping on the brakes with higher interest rates. And Mr. Speaker, ordinary Canadians are getting caught in the middle, like Jeff from Langley, who wrote to me, "I thought I had been doing everything right to provide my wife and 2 small children a comfortable life. I'm absolutely petrified that when my mortgage comes up for renewal, I'm not going to be able to afford it." So, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are out of money. This government is out of touch. Only Conservatives can bring home a government that works for the people who work. It's time to bring back the common sense of the common people.
Yeah.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Speaker, today I want to recognize 2 organizations that are making Canada a healthier and happier place by fostering and supporting human connectivity through face-to-face social connections. HoC is a Whitby-based social enterprise that launched on Monday, and co-founders Tiagi and Paul developed a social media platform to help people more easily find others with common interests so they can connect face-to-face. Through their business, they are fostering a sense of belonging and combating isolation and loneliness. Gen Well is a registered Canadian nonprofit organization and is leading Canada's human connection movement as a grassroots community-led initiative. The Gen Well project has been working since 2016 to share essential resources, and in collaboration with the Canadian Alliance for Social Health and Connection, they are leading the development of Canadian social connection guidelines. As the world emerges from the global pandemic, the Gen Well project and HoC continue to forge ahead, ensuring that Canadians understand that social connection is just as important as to our health as nutritious diets and an active lifestyle. As Pete Bombachi says, it turns out the best medicine for people is people.
Honourable member for Coast of Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Insulting. That's how the Liberal Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador describes Ottawa's approach to carbon tax. Atlantic premiers have long called for Ottawa to re-examine the policies of this Liberal government that will result in a heavier cost burden for the people of Atlantic Canada. The PM's close friend, Premier Fury, said, "I take great exception to the federal minister. It's a false dilemma, and it's as insulting to us as it is simplistic." On July 1st, Atlantic Canadians will pay an extra 20 cents per litre for heating fuel as a result of Carbon Tax 1. On that same day, Carbon Tax 2.0 will add another 20 cents per litre to diesel and heating oil, 17 cents per litre to gasoline, and 12 cents per litre to propane. So those who heat their homes with oil will be slammed with a total of 40 extra cents per litre.
Exactly right.
If this Liberal government won't listen to Atlantic Canadians, then there's one thing left to do. Get rid of this Liberal government.
The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
The finance minister said she didn't want to pour fuel on the fire of inflation and that she would balance the budget by 2027. But like all NDP Liberal promises, this government did a massive flip-flop with their failed budget, admitting deficits are here to stay as they add to the debt and fuel further inflation. Random Liberals like Mark Carney say inflation is a domestic issue, and former Liberal Finance Minister John Manley said government spending fuels inflation. The debt-fueled inflation made interest rates rise, and now homeowners are at a risk of defaulting on their mortgages. Canadians have as much debt as the entire GDP, and the IMF warns Canada is the most at risk of a mortgage default crisis in the G7. The NDP continue to prop up and support the Liberals, indebting struggling Canadians further. Maybe instead of going woke and virtue signaling, these NDP Liberals should rein in government spending and rewrite this failed budget so Canadians don't go broke and start losing their homes this summer.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member,
The honourable member for Châteauguay-L'École. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to highlight a true local success story from my region, the 25th season of the Circuit du Paysan. The Circuit du Paysan is key to developing tourism in our region. It creates a link between the various attractions, sites, and local producers, artisans, and artists. It contributes to the growth of our local businesses. I tip my hat to all those who believed in it from the beginning and who've worked to set it up and ensure its continuity, including my friend Michel Charbonneau, former general manager of the Centre Local de Développement des Jardins de Napierville, and the creator of this incredible way to promote our region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, the international development sector in Canada is led by incredible women. Women like Lauren Ravan and her team at Oxfam Canada, who shared their work on how to improve the lives of paid and unpaid care workers in Canada and around the world. Like Anna Vogt and the international program representatives from the Mennonite Central Committee, who are in Ottawa to share MCC's work building peace globally. Like Janice Hamilton, who heads the Fund for Innovation and Transformation alongside the folks at the ICN, who are testing innovative solutions for gender equality in the Global South. These leaders are changing the world, but Mr. Speaker, they need the government to support their efforts. They need the government to reverse the 15% cut to official development assistance and to finally deliver the promised feminist foreign policy. When we make women and girls the center of our efforts, ensuring women are at the table for peace talks, acting on climate change, which disproportionately affects women and girls, and empowering women and girls to determine their own health and education priorities, we make a real difference for everyone, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hello, Dad. I would like to wish the people of Terrebonne all the best as they celebrate their town's 350th birthday this year. Since its foundation in 1673, Terrebonne has been marked by the construction of a flour mill, then by the arrival of the textile industry, and it's thanks to people like Charles Aubert de la Chesnaye, Calixte Gauthier, Louis Lecomte Dupré, and Joseph Masson, who instilled an entrepreneurial spirit from the very beginning, which has endured to make us today the 10th biggest city in Quebec. I invite all to take advantage of the 350th anniversary festivities and to discover what Terrebonne has to offer, such as Ile des Moulins and the magnificent Old Terrebonne, where I'm lucky to have my constituency office. The wonderful team at Coopération 350th has organized wide-ranging and diversified celebrations. I'd like to thank them for all of their efforts and for the heart they've put into this historic year. Happy 350th anniversary, Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety is accountable for the actions of his staff and his department. Last week we learned that Canada's most heinous criminal was being transferred from maximum to medium security prison. This is a slap in the face to the victims and their families. The minister claimed he was not aware, but his claims just don't add up. We know that on March 2nd, the minister's office was informed that this transfer would happen. And on May 25th, his office was informed again that this transfer would happen. And on May 29th, the transfer did indeed happen. The minister is either misleading Canadians or he is recklessly incompetent in carrying out the duties as minister. The minister must take responsibility for his inaction and his actions. The Minister of Public Safety must resign.
Russell.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the House to recognize the ALS Awareness Month. It's a moment.
Je vais demander, je ne sais pas ce qui s'est passé, mais...
I'll ask, I'm not sure what's going on. It was a bit loud. I will ask the member to start again, please. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize ALS Awareness Month. It's a moment to think about a cause that affects the lives of many Canadians. ALS is a progressive terminal disease which affects the nervous endings of the brain, which leads to a loss of muscular control.
3,000 people live with this debilitating illness, with 2 to 3 Canadians diagnosed with ALS every day.
These statistics highlight the need to continue moving forward with research and to improve support for patients and those who help them, and to raise awareness amongst the public of this illness.
Behind these numbers, in their honor, in recognition of all Canadians affected by ALS, we need to continue a future without ALS. Thank you to all the researchers who have dedicated countless hours towards developing treatments for this disease. Your work means everything to the ALS community, and I sincerely hope and wish you tremendous good luck in terms of finding a treatable disease for ALS. Merci.
Questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Toute une génération de femmes.
An entire generation of women will have to relive the trauma of Paul Bernardo with the news that this government moved Paul Bernardo, that monster, from a maximum security facility to a medium security facility. He will be able to have visitors. He'll be able to interact with other people. The Minister of Public Safety said that he was shocked by the news. We now know that he'd been aware for 3 months. So, what he said was false. Will he resign? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was shocked. I was shocked because I was informed about this on May 30th. The day after Mr. Bernardo was transferred to a medium security institution. It was a mistake within my office. I will take tangible action now. We will always defend victims' rights. I will communicate with representatives of the families of Kristen French and Leslie Mahaffey. We will always stand up for their rights and all victims' rights. The Honourable Opposition Leader.
Of Canadian women have to relive the traumatization of hearing Paul Bernardo's name. They all remember his horrific and monstrous crimes. That they learned that this government decided to free this monster from maximum security prison and allow him to go to medium security, where he'd be able to interact with other people, have visitors, and enjoy other liberties. Now, this minister claimed this was all a big surprise to him. However, we learned today that his office knew in early March and was informed again in May. In other words, he did know, and what he said was false. Will he resign?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. As I said earlier, I was informed on May 30th, the day after Paul Bernardo was physically transferred to a medium security institution. And at that time, I took immediate action expressing the concerns of the families of Leslie Mahaffey and Kristen French to the Commissioner. There is an internal review process. I have also made it clear to my staff that this should have been briefed immediately. Corrective steps have been taken. I have dealt with it, and we will now always defend the rights of victims.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, now he's throwing his staff under the bus. His office admits that they found out on March the 2nd, 3 months before the minister claimed to be shocked by the news. If his staff had really kept a secret from him of this enormity, he would have fired them a long time ago. But he hasn't, because he knows, and they know, that he knew way back then. So will he do the only honorable thing that is left for him to do, and resign?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I invite the Leader of the Conservative Party to repeat that allegation outside of the House. I will absolutely reject it. I knew on May 30th...
Order. 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 I'm going to ask the members to take a deep breath. I know some of the topics we discuss in here are very emotional and we get carried away, but I'm going to ask everyone to take a deep breath and allow the minister to answer so that the honourable member of the Leader of the Opposition can hear the answer. The honourable minister, please continue. You have 22 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, it is the Leader of the Conservative Party of Canada who misleads this House when he impugns my knowledge before May 30th. I had made it absolutely clear that that was the day on which I found out. I have taken corrective steps internally with my office, an office for which I am responsible for, to this Parliament, to the Canadian public, which is why immediately upon knowing that fact that he was transferred to a medium security institution, I raised it with the Commissioner. I've spoken with the representatives of the families of Leslie Mahaffey and Kristen French, and we will always defend...
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, first of all, I have stated all of these things outside of the House of Commons, so whatever threat he's trying to make, he can act on. But more important than that, he did not act. His office knew on March the 2nd. He expects us to believe that his staff just forgot to walk down the hall and inform him that perhaps the most notorious killer in Canadian history was being moved out of a maximum security penitentiary to enjoy more luxuries and more freedoms in a medium security penitentiary. Finally, he has the power now to designate mass murderers all to go into maximum security prisons. He could have done that weeks ago. Why hasn't he done it, and why hasn't he resigned?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Conservative Party of Canada lays out a prescription for political interference which foreshadows what Canadians would get with a Conservative government. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we recognize the independence of those decisions, and when I became aware of the fact that Bernardo had been transferred to a medium security institution, I raised it with the Commissioner. I raised the concern.
I'm going to have to interrupt again. I mean, it's getting way out of hand. I just want everyone to take a deep breath. The Honourable Minister, you have 20 seconds.
Say you're sorry. Mr. Speaker, in the questions that are posed by the Leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, Canadians know they will get a prescription for political interference. On this side of the House, we're doing it the right way. Today, I will be issuing new ministerial instructions to the Correctional Services of Canada to make sure that they put victims' rights at the centre of decisions to transfer, that they inform victims' families before those transfers take place, and we will always stand up for their rights.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it is the legitimate power of a public safety minister to issue directives about classes of prisoners. The former public safety minister, Ralph Goodale, did that about prisoners suspected of having contraband. That is normal. That is a power that the minister has today. He could classify all mass murderers as requiring maximum security detention. That is a decision he could make now. It is a decision he could have made on March the 2nd when his office became aware that this monster was being transferred out of maximum security prison. Why, given that he has not done that and because he has misled this House, will the Prime Minister fire him?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps the Leader of the Conservative Party of Canada did not hear my last answer. We will be issuing new directions to the Correctional Service of Canada to ensure that they put victims' rights at the centre of these decisions, to be sure that they inform victims' families before these transfers take place, and to be sure that I am directly notified on a go-forward. What did they get with Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, the last time they were in government? Cuts to the Correctional Services of Canada in the amount of $300 million in their last year of government. That's the difference between what Canadians get with Conservatives and what they will get with our government.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the government must launch an inquiry into Chinese interference, and before the end of the session. The government seems more open, but we're not making any headway in reality because the government is refusing to be clear about their intentions. It's because of an interesting word, one that starts with P. When we talk about inquiry, the government talks about public process, but no matter how hard I try to figure it out, I can't figure out what a public process is. And I'm afraid the candidates for the inquiry don't know what it means either. But you know what is clear and even defined by a law? A public commission of inquiry. That would be clear. So why not just announce a public independent commission of inquiry? Everyone wants it. That's where we're at, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. I share with all parliamentarians the desire to decide on the right process. Now, Mr. Speaker, a public inquiry has always been an option on the table. But we need to find the right way to do this work. We need to do so in a way that protects highly confidential, secret information. And we also want to restore Canadians' trust. That's what we want to do, and we hope to do so with the support of the opposition. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Public process again. Mr. Speaker, it's not easy to get facts out of them. When we talk about an inquiry into interference, it's like the government is playing a game of not yes, not no, but it has to say yes. They need to say yes because it's just too important. The government has a duty to launch this inquiry before the end of the session. In order to do so, the government must first announce the format of the inquiry, which should be a commission, and two, ensure that the commissioner is truly independent. No one will accept the position of commissioner if the government keeps its intentions secret. So, public and independent commission of inquiry. One question, yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I said yesterday that we appreciated the Bloc Québécois letter. It was an important step in reaching consensus among parties with regard to the best way to move forward. Now, the colleague says he wants a public independent commission of inquiry. Maybe he didn't hear me. I said that that is an option on the table for the government. That said, Mr. Speaker, we do need to define the terms of the public inquiry. We need to define and determine the process the right way. We need to determine how we're going to protect confidential information, what the timelines will be, and who the right person should be to lead this inquiry. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Office of the Public Security Minister. We just have found out that his office was aware of the transfer of Paul Bernardo out of maximum security 3 months ago, but the minister claims that he only knew about it on May 30th. If the minister can't keep his house in order, how is he going to keep the country safe? When will the minister stop waiting beside a fax machine and start checking his emails for these serious updates?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Sir, I want to thank my colleague from the NDP for his question. As I said earlier in this chamber, that I was notified on May 30th, the day after Paul Bernardo was transferred to a medium security institution. I have taken corrective steps to deal with the issues within my office, and going forward have indicated that we will be issuing new instructions to the Correctional Service of Canada to put victims' rights at the very centre of transfer decisions, to make sure that victims' families are notified, and that is something that I will continue to be focused on every day. That is defending victims' rights.
Well, member for Burnaby South.
The problem doesn't end there. Le directeur du
The director of CSIS confirmed in committee that his department had indeed informed the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, when he was Minister for Public Safety, of the information concerning the member for Wellington Halton Hills. I quote the director. He said, "I shared the information with the Department of Public Safety with very specific instructions to share it with the Minister." So, can the Minister confirm to this House that he is now able to check his emails?
Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Speaker, I'm pleased to have an opportunity to clear up a misunderstanding the member opposite appears to have. Mr. Speaker, the National Security and Intelligence Advisor, the public safety officials, and Director Vigneault have all been very clear. Ministers and their offices do not have direct access to top-secret electronic networks. Mr. Vigneault did not send his note to me, nor did he notify me that the information had been sent. Director Vigneault had many opportunities to brief me, and unfortunately never briefed me on the contents of his note.
L'honorable député de Bellechasse.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, When we found out last week that serial killer Paul Bernardo was being transferred out of maximum security, the Minister of Public Safety said he was surprised. But according to the CBC, staff in his office knew about the transfer for 3 months. So this is incomprehensible. If ministerial responsibility means anything to the minister, he should resign. Will he? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, as I stated, I was shocked by the Correctional Service of Canada's decision to transfer Mr. Bernardo. I was informed of that decision on May 30th. I took immediate action, corrective action in my office because I take my responsibilities very seriously. We will continue to insist on victims' rights. We will protect victims. I've had good conversations with the representatives of the French and Mahaffey families, and we will work together to protect victims. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, is it Jamel-Lévy? Yes, but can you imagine the anxiety, the anguish, the sadness that the victims' families found out that the minister had known about the transfer for 3 months and hadn't done anything? It makes no sense, and it's irresponsible. This minister has lost all credibility when it comes to protecting victims. He needs to resign now. Will he resign, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is incorrect. I found out on May 30th, as I've said many times now. I am taking action. I will provide new instructions to correctional services. Correctional services should inform victims' families before making the decision to transfer. They should also directly brief me as Minister of Public Safety, and we will always stand up for victims' rights.
The Minister of Public Safety told Canadians that he relied on the advice of law enforcement to implement the Emergencies Act. That was false. He told Canadians that the Beijing-run police stations in our country were closed, and that was false. And then he told Canadians that he didn't know about a child rapist and murderer, Paul Bernardo's transfer out of a maximum security prison. He stood in front of the victims' families and acted shocked. He knew for 3 months, and now he's throwing his staff under the bus. So which staff member did he fire?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, you're absolutely right. I stood with the families of Kristen French and Leslie Mahaffey because I have great care for them, as do all Canadians. That's why I called the Commissioner to express my concerns. That's why she's conducting a review of the decision. That's why I'm issuing new instructions to the CSC. The honourable colleague refers to the Emergencies Act. I will always defend this government's decision to invoke that act. While we were working around the clock to restore public safety, what were the Conservatives doing? What was the leader of the Conservative Party doing? He was serving up Timmies, Mr. Speaker. In this side of the House, we will always defend law and order.
Well, member for Thornhill.
If he claims he doesn't read emails, if he claims he doesn't get briefed by staff, if he claims he doesn't get briefed by his officials, if he claims he doesn't tell the Prime Minister anything, what does he actually do here? He told the families of Paul Bernardo's victims that he had no knowledge of the transfer. He pretended that he had no idea. He re-victimized the families of the victims, and he doesn't have the trust of Canadians. His own caucus can't even look up at him. Minister, there is only one option: resign.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the events that occurred
Government House Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, the horrific events that were a result of the absolutely heinous crimes by Paul Bernardo are something that are felt viscerally, I would say by every single Canadian. That what the minister has stated, this is a decision that was made by Correctional Services Canada, which acts independently. The minister indicated that when he became aware of it, he indicated to Correctional Services that he did not find that decision acceptable, asked for it to be reviewed, and we also have asked for take a victim-centered approach going forward in corrections, and I want to work with the party opposite on that because I know they care as well.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, this is a pattern of misleading
incriminating behavior from the minister. That is the problem here. For example, he misled this House when he said he wasn't banning hunting rifles. That was false. He was banning hunting rifles. He misled hunters, he misled farmers, he misled Indigenous Canadians, and he was forced to back down on that as a result. But he broke the trust of hunters and firearms owners, Mr. Speaker, and he will never get that back. How can the Prime Minister have a Minister of Public Safety that can't be trusted?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise once again because I think that we are all unified in our horror of these crimes. And I think that we're all unified in our desire to make sure that the victims, not only here but in every instance, are protected. And that's why I think the minister's offer to have a conversation about how we can use this to instruct a more victim-centered approach in our corrections is the right approach. And I would invite the opposition to participate in that discussion. I think the minister has been clear that the decisions made by Correctional Services Canada was one that we do not support and have asked them to review.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think the member is listening to the exchange going on here. The minister also claimed that the illegal Beijing police stations operating in Canada were closed, but that wasn't true either, was it, Mr. Speaker? These police stations not only violate our sovereignty, but they threaten the security of Chinese Canadians. It is issue after issue with this minister that he continues to mislead the public. It is critical that the Minister of Public Safety, above most ministers, has the trust of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and yet he has repeatedly misled Canadians on issues of public safety. How can he be trusted to keep us safe when we cannot trust a word he said?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague across the way is not the final arbiter of trust. It is Canadians, and we are working hard every single day to protect public safety. We've introduced Bill C-21, which will take AR-15 style guns out of our communities. The Conservatives want to make those types of guns legal again, Mr. Speaker. My colleague refers to the so-called police stations. The RCMP have repeatedly confirmed that they have taken disruptive action to stop foreign interference in relationship to those so-called police stations. And on the matter of Paul Bernardo, Mr. Speaker, there's an internal review. We're working with the families. We will always stand up for victims' rights.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, foreign interference is ongoing. Meanwhile, the government continues to stall, still wondering what to do after the special rapporteur fiasco. The government is incapable of taking the first step, which would be to announce whether or not it intends to launch a public and independent commission of inquiry. This brings to mind the wise words of Talleyrand, who said, "There's only one way to say yes, and that is yes. All the other ways mean no." So, Mr. Speaker, is it yes for an independent public commission of inquiry? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to repeat the answer I gave another bloc member a few moments ago. We have always said that Canadians and parliamentarians and the country as a whole would benefit from a public process which will follow the report and recommendations of Mr. David Johnston. We have the opportunity to work together to determine what type of process we will have, as well as who will lead the process, the terms of reference of the process as well. I look forward to continuing to work with opposition parties. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, for nearly 4 months now, when it comes to Chinese interference, the government has been giving us a pro-seminar on how to buy time. Now, almost 4 months later, we're back to square one. We have no more time to waste, Mr. Speaker. If we want the Commission of Inquiry to be able to shed light on interference before the next elections, and with our summer recess just around the corner, we have to start the inquiry now. Time is running out, Mr. Speaker. Will the government finally announce a public and independent Commission of Inquiry? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, I agree with our colleague when it comes to the importance of taking action quickly. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Hopefully, the opposition parties and the government will be able to agree on a process by next week. It would be in the best interests of Canadians that we get that work done. I truly appreciated the letter I received from the Bloc Québécois yesterday. I have had promising conversations with members of other opposition parties, even just today. The work is ongoing, Mr. Speaker, and I feel positive about it.
Paul Bernardo is a brutal serial killer and rapist. He kidnapped, tortured, raped, and murdered teenage girls. His victims and their loved ones have to live with that grief forever. He traumatized an entire generation, the whole country. 2 weeks ago, that monster got moved out of max security. But 3 months before, the minister was told he did nothing, and now he says he can't do anything to keep this dangerous criminal locked up in max. His whole job is to keep Canadians safe, and he can't or he won't. So when will he name and fire the staffer he says screwed up, or just resign?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is right in her characterization of these crimes. I think that she will find no argument from anyone. Let me say that all of us on this issue, I think, need to work together to make sure that the families are served and that victims are served. The minister has suggested a conversation about a victim-centered approach in corrections to make sure this mistake that was made independently by Correction Services doesn't happen again. And I hope that the member opposite would take up that conversation. I know how sincere she is in her horror of those events. I know she knows I'm sincere in mine.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
But Canadians want accountability and action. These ministers, they can blame everyone else all they want, but the truth is their policies endanger Canadians, and it's a habit. The Liberals soften sentences for kidnapping, sexual assault, and rape, and let those monsters do time at home among their victims and law-abiding neighbours. Crime has skyrocketed because the Liberals give bail, not jail, to violent criminals. But misleading Canadians is that minister's habit. He said law enforcement asked for the Emergencies Act. That wasn't true. He said all Beijing police stations in Canada were closed. That wasn't true. And he's misleading now, isn't he? We know that. When he says that he didn't know about Paul Bernardo's transfer. So when will he finally be accountable and stop all this deliberate deception and resign?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
I want to be absolutely clear again that I found out about this decision on May 30th. I agree with my colleague that
I'm having a hard time hearing the answer. I'm sure many other members are as well. I just want to remind some members that they have very strong voices. Maybe they're just trying to talk to someone close to them and their voices are very loud. I want them to be very mindful of the strength of their voices. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said on numerous occasions, I was personally informed on May 30th, the day after an independent decision was taken by CSE to transfer Paul Bernardo. I expressed shock and outrage at the time, along with the families. I should have been briefed immediately by my staff. I have dealt with that matter internally through corrective steps, and going forward, we have new instructions to the CSE coming to put victims at the very center of these decisions. We will ensure they are notified so that we can take a trauma-informed approach.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rocks.
Paul Bernardo is a serial rapist and murderer who targeted teenagers. He deserves to stay in a maximum security prison forever, full stop. If his staff keeps secrets from this minister on serious issues, then this public safety minister has no control over his files. He hasn't fired anyone. To allow this minister to keep his job is to be anti-women, anti-justice, and anti-victim. If these Liberals want to stand with women, tell them to resign.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition wants what they've asked many, many times. I don't know there was ever a point at which they supported the minister, but they don't now, and that's fine. But what we're talking about in the crimes that they are consistently repeating is heinous traumas that were visited upon those families and in an echo way upon every single Canadian. And what I've heard from that minister is an offer to have a conversation about how we ensure that correctional services House doesn't make a decision like that again, and that we work together on that. And I look forward to constructive offers from the other side, not just...
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, those families are suffering over again because of this inaction by this government. That minister makes an art form of spreading misinformation. He said CSIS didn't inform him that Beijing was targeting an MP. Chinese-run police stations were closed. C-21 didn't target hunting rifles. False, false, and false. Now he says he didn't know Paul Bernardo was transferred to medium security. He's known since March. Canadians deserve a public safety minister who tells the truth, and this one that threatens our safety with his deception. Resign.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I won't, because I continue to be focused on the public safety for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I issued ministerial directions to the service to ensure that the elected government would be briefed on foreign interference and parliamentarians. I am going to be issuing directions to the CSC to be sure that this office is briefed directly when it comes to inmate transfer decisions. That is what responsibility looks like, Mr. Speaker. On the opposite side, what are we getting? We're getting dilatory tactics, delay, filibustering, not supporting the budget. That undermines public safety. On this side of the House, we'll be focused on our paramount objective, which is protecting the safety and security of Canadians.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
We hauled the CEO of Loblaws in front of committee and told him he's got to stop gouging Canadians, because the reality is greedflation is a massive contributor to the cost of living going up. But neither the Liberals or the Conservatives have the courage to even mention it. That's true. Yesterday, it was confirmed in committee with the Groceries Affordability Report that there needs to be more transparency, and yes, the federal government can do a lot more to bring down the price of groceries. So when will this Prime Minister stop protecting billionaires and start standing up for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
We stick up for Canadians every day on this side of the House, and that's why our budget has measures in place to make sure that Canadians can actually get through this inflationary cycle. But, Mr. Speaker, let's take a look at what we've done on the tax front. We've permanently raised the corporate income tax by 1.5% on the largest banks and insurance companies. We've put in a Canadian recovery dividend for those banks and insurance companies that made more than $1 billion in profit. And, Mr. Speaker, we've also put in a luxury tax on vehicles and planes. Mr. Speaker, we're making sure that tax fairness is integral to how we approach things in Canada. We'll continue to do that work.
For Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, every election the Liberals campaign on electoral reform. Yet the only thing the Liberals have done is leave a trail of broken promises. Canadians are feeling increasingly disengaged, not seeing their votes represented. People don't want political games, they expect action. The NDP believe all Canadians deserve a voice in our democracy. So my question is simple, Mr. Speaker. Will the Liberals make right on their promises and implement a citizens' assembly on electoral reform?
The Honourable Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank our colleague for the question. What we're focused on is working collaboratively, in fact, with the NDP. Her colleague and I have had a number of meetings to talk about how we can implement the agreements in the supply and confidence agreement to make voting more accessible, exactly as our colleague identified, to ensure the greatest number of Canadians can participate in the democratic process, to deal with issues like mail-in ballots, allowing people to vote at different polling stations, ensuring, Mr. Speaker, that our electoral system is safe but accessible also to the greatest number of people in the easiest way. Those are our priorities.
I'd just like to point out to the Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies, I realize you have a very strong voice and we can all hear it. I just want you to realize that yourself. The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that Canada is a top destination for many travelers from around the world. Though we experience cold winters, Canadians are known for their warm welcome. In my riding of Don Valley East, we have a very vibrant Caribbean population whose loved ones from abroad are hoping to visit Canada and spend more time with their loved ones. In fact, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, my Auntie Maria is visiting from Trinidad. Right. There has been some updates in the visa process here in Canada And I'd like to ask the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship to share some of these updates with us in the House today.
Great question. Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question and for his advocacy for liberalised travel policy when it comes to Canada. I'm pleased to share with this House that last week we announced a major change to immigration policy that's going to allow more people to come to Canada visa-free if they have held a Canadian visa within the past 10 years or hold a current American visa, and this applies to nationals of 13 different countries, including Trinidad and Tobago. This is going to allow them to access our country for a $7 application fee, and approval will come within a mere minutes. His aunt will be able to continue to visit, and I look forward for more families being reunited and a successful tourism season this summer.
The honourable member for Peterborough, Kawartha.
3 months. 3 months. The Office of the Minister of Public Safety knew that Canada's most heinous criminal was being moved from maximum to medium security. Paul Bernardo is a serial killer, a serial rapist, and without a doubt the most heinous monster of our time. Yet this minister didn't tell the victims' families and pretended to be shocked by the news. Today, Conservatives demand the minister stand in this House, apologize, do the right thing. Just say sorry and resign. If you care about these victims' families, do it.
I just want to remind the honourable members to place their questions through the chair, not directly to each other, and the answers for that matter. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's just to observe that I don't think that casting aspersions about whether anybody in this House doesn't feel absolute horror and repulsion at these crimes. It just isn't a constructive or useful approach to accuse anyone of not caring about these families or these victims. The member obviously knows, just as she cares deeply about what happened in those crimes, so does every member of this House. There's an opportunity to talk about how we can ensure the decision that was made by Correctional Services Canada doesn't happen again, and that is action, and that is an opportunity that we have to take this together.
The honourable member for Peterborough, Kawartha.
The Minister of Public Safety can't even stand in the House and answer the question I just gave him. He can't even look in that camera and say to those victims' families, I'm sorry. Instead, he wants to divert. He wants to blame everyone else. He is the minister. The buck with public safety stops with him, no one else. So enough. Will he resign? And if he won't resign, tell us right now which staff member is going down for not telling him.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure that member and all members in this chamber that I grieve with the families of Leslie Mahaffey and Kristen French. I said so when I first communicated my shock and outrage at the decision of the CSC. I said so this morning when I spoke to the representative for the families. I think all members can and should empathize with those families, with the families of all victims, and we will continue to do everything that is necessary to put their rights at the very center of those decisions which are taken around the transferring of inmates. That's precisely what I've done today by signaling new instructions to the CSC.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I remember sitting here 5 years ago when the public safety minister said he would make changes to the prison transfer program when another child killer, Terry Lynn McClintock, was transferred to a minimum security healing lodge. You know, right now, I am struck by the fact that the Prime Minister has only ever fired one person. So I've got to wonder, does the minister think the reason the Prime Minister hasn't fired him, well, he did fire Jody Wilson-Raybould for doing the right thing, is because of Jody's gender?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would say that, again, I've offered many, many times to have a constructive conversation around specifics about how we can deal with the decision made by Correctional Services Canada. Instead, you know, we're getting into what I would categorize as very partisan territory on an issue that is extremely sensitive, that we're dealing with victims here, that we all care about, and I look across to the member. I know that she cares as much about this as any other member does in the House. So let's have a constructive conversation. I would suggest that victims is not a...
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Respectfully, I would argue the government has had 5 years to have a constructive conversation with this. Since Terry Lynn McClintock was her family was re-victimized when she was transferred to minimum security prison. You know, my colleagues have already lined down the litany of failures of this minister. It's not just the Bernardo issue today. So, if he won't admit a gendered aspect to the firing in his cabinet, which I think is true, will he at least have the courage to name which one of his staff he's going to make fall on their sword for this issue?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, all of us, unfortunately, have had our lives touched with crime. That is something that, unfortunately, some have to live with, and unfortunately, in the case of these victims, in the most horrific and awful way. The only thing that is gendered about it is, unfortunately, women are more often the victims than not. But having responsible, mature conversations about that and about how we deal with an independent, and because corrections is independent, we cannot direct them, how we create policies that make sure that we have the right outcomes is the conversation that we need to have.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Avignon-le-Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the director of CSIS confirmed that he had warned the minister in a memo that a member of parliament was being threatened by China. But the note was apparently lost in limbo because the Minister for Public Safety was never notified. Yesterday, we also learned that the same bad luck had befallen his public safety colleague. His office had known for 3 months that Paul Bernardo would be transferred from prison, but he was never notified either. Why is it that when it comes to security, everyone knows about these things apart from ministers responsible for the matter? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the former Minister for Public Safety noted that he had not been notified by CSIS, and that is the kind of file I dealt with to make sure that information will be briefed by CSIS as rapidly as possible when there are incidents that have to do with foreign interference. I'm publishing new directives for CSIS to protect the rights of victims. The Honourable Member for Avignon-le-Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, this brings us back to the heart of Chinese interference. The Prime Minister is also unlucky with his briefing notes, apparently. They get lost in limbo. He, too, was never warned of the threats against the MP for Wellington-Halton Hills. Even though CSIS produced a briefing note and briefs the Prime Minister every week, the information was lost halfway through, as with his 2 security ministers. Mr. Speaker, are all their cabinet ministers dysfunctional, or is it the ministers who manage to know just what suits them? The Honourable Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to intelligence sharing, when there are threats to MPs from abroad, we recognise that there was a shortcoming and we have corrected it. The Minister for Public Safety gave clear instructions from here on in. This kind of information must be shared, not only with the minister responsible, but also with the parliamentarian who is being targeted. This is a positive change that we have implemented.
Member for Niagara Falls.
Speaker, it's unacceptable that the families of the victims of Paul Bernardo were only informed of his prison transfer after it had taken place. They have every right to be shocked and outraged. But the Minister of Public Safety has absolutely zero excuses, especially when he and his staff knew of this transfer for 3 months. Paul Bernardo should be in a maximum security prison. When will this minister do the right thing? Canadians deserve better. Victims' families deserve better. Will this minister resign?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with one aspect of the member opposite's question, and that is I do agree that victims' families should be notified ahead of these transfer decisions. That's precisely what we are in the course of doing, is issuing new instructions to the Correctional Service of Canada so that we can prevent another situation like that from occurring again. We will continue to put victims' rights forward and front and center when it comes to these decisions, and I agree to work with my colleague opposite who represents the Niagara region, the colleagues on this side of the House, some of whom have been personally and profoundly impacted along with the victim's family, so that we can prevent a tragedy like this from occurring again.
The Honourable Member for Charles-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, CBC reports that the Minister of Public Safety staff knew that Paul Bernardo would be transferred to a medium security facility 3 months before it happened. Neither the Deputy Minister or upper officials were aware. So, can the Minister say who committed the mistake, and has this person been fired? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to be clear. Errors in my office have been addressed by me today. It is important for us to focus on the rights of victims, and today I am emitting new directives to correctional services that will put the rights of victims at the heart of our approaches when it comes to transferring or not offenders. This will make sure that in the future, I, as Public Safety Minister, will get information directly when such a decision is made. The Honourable Member for Charles-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Minister admits that there has been a whole comedy of errors in his office, as we saw in January when the Minister stated that the Safe Third Country Agreement was great for Roxham Road. Hundreds of illegal migrants were coming through, however. 2 months later, however, the Prime Minister and President Biden reached an agreement to close Roxham Road, but the Minister had said that it was impossible to close it. It's a comedy upon comedy of error. So, will they finally fire these people, and will the Minister finally resign? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Minister for Immigration, has signed a new agreement with the United States with two objectives. One, to protect the rights of refugees, which is essential. And second of all, to strengthen the integrity of our borders. That's exactly what we are doing with new investments for the CBSA, $450 million. We will always protect the rights of refugees, and that has been put forward with this new agreement. The Honourable Member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party would have you believe that the abortion debate is over, but it seizes every opportunity to reopen it. Recently, the member for Yorkton Melville tabled a bill to restrict women's rights to reproductive health services. And now, we can't take this right for granted. Can the Minister tell us what our government is doing to protect the right to choose? The Honourable Minister for Sports. I would like to thank the member for Sudbury for her question and her advocacy on this important issue. I would like to reassure her and reassure all Canadians that we will not allow the Conservative Party, we won't allow them to do sneakily what can be done overtly. They are trying to stop women from having the right to choose. They're trying to gain votes by reopening the abortion debate. It's a shame. It's a shambles in 2023. The Liberal government will always be here to defend the rights of women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition.
When Canadians find it hard to feed themselves and pay bills, the Prime Minister disbursed $200 million to the Asia Investment Bank. Now, this bank's head of communications has revealed through her resignation that the bank is controlled by Beijing in order to strengthen the Chinese empire throughout the world with Canadian taxpayer money. Will the Prime Minister claw this money back for Canadians, and will he redisperse it to Canadians? The Honourable Minister for Tourism. Mr. Speaker, like the Deputy Prime Minister stated earlier today, in response to this question, the Government of Canada will immediately put an end to all activities, government activities in the banks, and she's asked the Department of Finance to study allegations made and Canada's position with the Asia Investment Bank. The Government of Canada will discuss this matter with its allies and partners that are members of the bank. The investigation will have to happen rapidly, and we will publish the results.
Conservatives told the Prime Minister that while Canadians couldn't pay for groceries, he had no business sending over $200 million tax dollars to the Beijing-controlled Asian Infrastructure Bank to fund pipelines and roads and bridges over there. Now we've been proven right by the head of communications for that very bank, who's resigned, saying that it's dominated by the Communist Party and being used to build Beijing's empire around the world. The government says it's going to cease operations now, but the question is, where is the $200 million of Canadians' money that he gave that bank?
The Honourable Minister.
As the Deputy Prime Minister said earlier today in response to this matter, the Government of Canada will immediately halt all government-led activity at the bank, and she has instructed the Department of Finance to lead an immediate review of the allegations raised and of Canada's involvement at the AIIB. The Canadian government will also be discussing this issue with our allies and partners who are members of the bank. The review announced today is to be undertaken expeditiously. No outcome is being ruled out following its completion.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That wasn't the question. Conservatives agreed with Japan and the United States that refused to give money to the Beijing-controlled Asian Infrastructure Bank. We pleaded with the Prime Minister not to throw our money away on this enterprise that was designed to expand Beijing's empire around the world, building infrastructure in other countries. But 200 million Canadian tax dollars has gone into this bank. So I will ask for a third time. Where is our money, and how will we get it back?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to repeat that the Government of Canada has halted all activities, all government-led activities at the AIIB, and our government has instructed the Department of Finance to lead an immediate review of the allegations to end Canada's involvement at the AIIB. Mr. Speaker, this review is to be done expeditiously, and no outcome has been taken off the table.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Bill S5, which seeks to modernise the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, which had not undergone a major overhaul in more than 20 years, was adopted. Parliamentarians spent more than 50 hours working on this bill. The strengthened bill has steps forwards with regards to protecting human health and the environment. Can the Minister for the Environment provide the House with an update on the implementation of Bill S5 that seeks to protect our healthy environment? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for all of his work as chair of the committee, as well as all members of the committee and the Senate, because yesterday evening the Bill S5 was adopted in the Senate. For the first time in Canadian statutes, we add the right to a healthy environment for all Canadians. This is a first for our country. We will work very hard over the next few months to define how this right will be actually implemented in Canadian statutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, my riding is cut in half. Highway 4 has been closed for over a week because of wildfires. With the closure, local food banks are suffering as people are trapped. This is impacting people who are already struggling with food insecurity. They're worried, and many don't know where their next meal will come from. Will the federal government provide emergency funding to local food banks, small businesses, the community, and emergency unemployment insurance to help people cut off by the wildfires?
Yes. The Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for a very important question, and I want to assure him I will reach out today to the British Columbia government and ensure that there is close coordination between federal supports and the province's work to serve that community, and we will work with him and member those communities to ensure that the people impacted by those wildfires receive the supports that they require. Thank you.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, carbon capture and storage is unproven technology. In fact, it often often emits more carbon than it captures. Yet this government keeps giving...
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing the question. There's someone shouting just over here. I'm sure they don't want me to name them. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre, from the top, please. From the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, carbon capture and storage is unproven technology. In fact, it often emits more carbon than it captures. Yet this government keeps giving our money to big polluters to experiment with it. $520 million in this year's budget alone. And now we know why. Oil and gas executives helped write our government's own strategy on carbon capture. Will the government stop outsourcing the climate plans to the very industry most responsible for the crisis we're in?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources. Okay, let's give it a second to calm down. I think we're ready. The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my honourable colleague, I would certainly say that his technical assessment is simply wrong, and I'd be more than happy to sit down and have a conversation with him about carbon capture and storage technologies. The development of thoughtful policy requires gathering input broadly, including environmental organizations, including Indigenous peoples, including civil society, and including industry. When we were developing the carbon management strategy for Canada, there were 1,500 organizations and individuals that provided input. The advisory group that was referenced by the honourable member included a whole range of people, including Ed Whittingham, the former executive director of the Pembina Institute. And
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the Honourable John Reyes, Minister of Labour and Immigration for the province of Manitoba.
Other guests have joined us today. Citizens from across the country for Canadian Armed Forces Day. It is an opportunity to highlight the sacrifices made by all forces members on our behalf.
To draw attention of the members to the presence in the gallery of 5 members of the Canadian Forces who are taking part in Canadian Armed Forces Day today. Captain Sigmund Sort, Captain Hilary Anderson, Sergeant Joshua Ballard, Master Corporal Jude Julien, Sailor 1 Charles Tucker, and Corporal Mathieu Majot Martin. I believe we have a point of order at the Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader, and then over to Sherwood Fort Saskatchewan. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House in relation to motion respecting Senate amendments made to Bill C-22, an act to reduce poverty and to support the financial security of persons with disabilities by establishing the Canada Disability Benefit and making a consequential amendment to the Income Tax Act, one member of each recognized party will be allowed to speak for not more than 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for questions and comments. And at the conclusion of the time provided for this debate, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, the motion be deemed agreed to, Mr. Speaker.
Opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will say nay. Carried. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am concerned about this conspiracy theory among Green and New Democrat politicians that carbon capture and storage doesn't exist. Therefore, I'd like to seek the unanimous consent of the House to table the addresses of a number of hotels in my riding to help these members come and see for themselves how carbon capture and storage works.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Nay, I'm afraid we don't have. This is it being 3:18, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022. La Chambre procède.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the previous question at the third reading stage of Bill C-294. Call in the members.
question is on the previous question at the third reading, stage of Bill 294. Mr. Nader, seconded by Mr. Petzer, moved that this question be now put. La période de 10 minutes pour.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote.
We'll start with the sponsor of the item. We'll now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Six.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Row on my left.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row on my left.
Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Aboultaif.
Mr. Aboultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
First row on my left.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please stand. Sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Ali. Désolé. Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Row on my right.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. City Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row to my right.
Ms. Jones.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamuter.
Mr. Lamuter.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur Khoury.
Deuxième rang.
Mr. Blakey.
Oh, and Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row to my right.
Scarpalegia.
Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
King.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row on my right.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Fifth row. Fourth row. Troisième rangée. Deuxième rangée. Première rangée. Que tous ceux à ma droite qui s'opposent à
All those to my right against the motion will please rise.
la deuxième rangée. Cinquième.
Fifth row.
Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Le bureau va maintenant
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 320, 320. Nays contre, 0, aucun. I declare
the motion carried. Thank you. La question est la...
The next question is as follows.
This is block. Moved that Bill C-294, an act to amend the Copyright Act, interoperability, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We'll start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
We'll now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Carey.
Carey.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Lemire.
Mr. Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
J'ai à ma gauche.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval.
Ms. Barron.
Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Garon.
Mr. Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
First row on my left.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Terrien.
Mr. Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Simard.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Valdez.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakuno.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Fagiscatos.
Mr. Fagiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Ms. May Sanders Gulf Islands.
May Sanders Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Ms. Jones.
Jones.
Madame Friere.
Madame Briere.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamuter.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row on my right.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Miss Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinney Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ing.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McPherson. Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row on my right.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazic.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Cinquième rangée. Fourth row. Troisième rangée. Second row. Première rangée. All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Cinquième rangée. Quatrième rangée. Third row. Second row. Première rangée. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca? There's no video or mute. Okay, we'll continue. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 322, 322. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Yeah.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M64 under the private member's business in the name of Mr. Chen. The question is as follows. Mr. Chen, seconded by Mr. Chang, moves that in the opinion of the House, A, the government should, I, condemn anti-Asian hate and all forms of racism and racial discrimination. 2, ensure all anti-racism policies and programs address the historical and present-day racism, discrimination, stereotyping, and injustices faced by people of Asian descent. 3, highlight the lived realities of racism and barriers to inclusion experienced by people of Asian descent in national consultations on issues of anti-Asian racism. And the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security should conduct a review of anti-Asian hate crimes and hate-motivated incidents across the country.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Chen, yea pour.
We will now proceed with the members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise in the 6th row.
Madame Mendez. Mr. Baines.
Mr.
Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Sankim Raji.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Turnbull.
Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
In the 4th row at my right.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr.
Yakano.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fagascatos.
Mr. Fagascatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Ms. May Sanders Gulf Islands.
May Sanders Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième.
3rd row.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamuter.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Dillon.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
2nd row at my right.
Ms. Scrow.
Crow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row at my right.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Qualtrough.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion, please rise. In the sixth row.
Mr. Dowdle.
Dowdle.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Fifth row.
Ms. Rumpel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Mr. Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Ms. Barron.
Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Ms. Rude.
Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row.
Aldenelli.
Aldenelli.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Aboultaif.
Mr. Aboultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Perkins.
Mr. Garon.
Mr. Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
First row at my left.
Mr. Bazan.
Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Danshaw.
Miss Danshaw.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
All those at my left, all those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Sixième rangée.
Sixth row.
Cinquième.
Fifth row.
Fourth row. Third row. Second row. And first row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. In the sixth row. In the fifth row. In the fourth row. Third row. Deuxième row.
Second row.
Première.
First row.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. City Deputy.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 322, 322. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
I apologize.
Okay, good. I need a reminder, no pictures in the chamber, remember.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates concerning the extension of time to consider Bill C-290.
The question follows that the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, extension of time pursuant to Standing Order 97-1, to consider Bill C-290, an act to amend the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, presented on Tuesday, June 13, 2023, be concurred in. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Paltrow.
Ms. Tassi.
Tassi.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mr. Van Popta.
Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Vedekop.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefield, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefield, Lloydminster.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Arnold.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Rumpel Garner.
Rumpel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Roca.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre que la période de vote électronique est terminée. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, I'll use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Madame Valdez.
En faveur, yes.
Ms. Valdez, yea pour.
Else. The table will now compile the results of vote.
Yeas pour 319, 319. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Conformément à l'ordre adopté le jeudi 20.
Accordingly, pursuant to Standing Order from June 2022, we will now move to second reading stage of C311 under private members' business.
Question is as follows. Mrs. Wagenthal, seconded by Mrs. Finley, moves that Bill C-311, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Violence Against Pregnant Women, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will now start with the sponsor of the item. We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
In the fifth row.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row on my left.
Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Troisième rangée à ma
Third row at my left.
Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
second row at my left.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Baldinelli.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Berthold. Désolé. Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
First row at my left.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. In the sixth row. In the fifth row. In the fourth row. Troisième rangée.
Third.
Deuxième rangée. Première rangée.
Second row, first row at my right.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. In the sixth row.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Ms. Zerillo.
Fifth row at my left.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Ms. Barron.
Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Monsieur Thériault.
Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Monsieur Garon.
Garon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Debefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Première rangée à ma
First row on my left.
Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Thompson.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Cinquième rangée à ma
Fifth row at my right.
Field.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. Kuzmarich.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
fourth row at my right.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. DeMoss.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf Islands.
May Sanish Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée.
Third row at my right.
Jones.
Jones.
Madame Prière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Coury.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row at my right.
Miss Crow.
Rose.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Fortier.
Fortier.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row at my right.
Ms. Paltrow.
Paltrow.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the votes.
Yeas pour 113, 113. Nays contre 205, 205.
I declare the motion defeated. Accordingly, the bill stands. No, I won't. No, it doesn't. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, on immigration, refugees, and citizenship. And the Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York, on public safety. Okay. And we'll go on to this. Go on to daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official languages the 2022 annual report on the RCMP's use of the law enforcement justification provisions. This report addresses the RCMP's use of specified provisions within the law enforcement justification regime, which is set out in sections 25.1 to 25.4 of the Criminal Code. This report also documents the nature of the investigations in which these provisions were used. The report stands referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Thank you.
I apologize to the Honourable Member, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents, le secrétaire parlementaire de...
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32 Sub 2, I have the pleasure to table in both official languages the annual report of the 2021-2022 Canada account as prepared by Export Development Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and consistent with the policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaties entitled, first, Agreement between Canada and the Republic of Finland concerning youth mobility, done at Helsinki on the 31st of March, 2023, and amendments to Annex 3 of the Rotterdam Convention on the prior informed consent procedure for certain hazardous chemicals and pesticides in international trade, adopted at Geneva between 6th and 17th of June 2022. This treaty is tabled for information purposes only. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 8 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following report of the Canada-Europe Association respecting its participation at the 4th part of the 2022 Ordinary Session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, PACE, and Parliamentary Mission to Poland and Strasbourg, France, and Warsaw, Poland, from October 10th to 20th, 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, go ahead. Rapport de délégation.
Report from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1 of the honour of tabling in both official languages 5 reports from the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la Francophonie. The first of which has to do with its participation in the Parliamentary Affairs Committee of the Assemblée Parlementaire de la Francophonie in Brussels, in Belgium, from the 23rd to the 25th of May 2022. The second has to do with its participation at the Working Group on Reforming the APF Constitution in Paris, in France, on the 3rd and 4th of November 2022. The third has to do with its participation to the 27th United Nations Conference on Climate Change in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt on the 10th and 11th of November 2022. The fourth has to do with its participation at the 18th Summit of La Francophonie in Djerba, Tunisia, from the 18th to the 20th of November 2022. And finally, the fifth has to do with its participation at the Leadership Workshop for Francophone Women Parliamentarians in Paris, France, from the 12th to the 16th of December 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following report of the Canada-United Kingdom Interparliamentary Association respecting its bilateral visit to the United Kingdom, London, England, and Belfast, Northern Ireland from October 24th to 27th, 2022.
That moves on to présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Bourassa.
To present in both official languages the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Veteran Affairs entitled New Contract for the Administration of Veteran Affairs Canada Rehabilitation Programs.
Very impressive.
Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee is asking the government to table a response to this report. And, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take the opportunity to thank every witness that appeared before us for this report. And I would also like to commend the work of all members, the work of analysts and clerks as well. Thank you to everyone.
Of reports from committees,
the honourable member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the three following reports of the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. The 14th report, entitled Domestic Manufacturing Capacity for a COVID-19 Vaccine, Prevention is Better Than Cure. The 15th, named Blockchain Technology, Cryptocurrencies and Beyond. And pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee is asking the government to publish a comprehensive response to these reports. I will also be tabling in both official languages the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology with regards to Bill C-42, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act, and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts. The committee has studied the bill and has made report of it with amendment to the House. I would also like, Mr. Speaker, to thank the work of the analysts, the interpreters, and of our clerk, and our new clerk, who contributed to the success of the study and tabling of these three reports.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report on the Standing Committee on the Status of Women entitled Time to Listen to Survivors, Taking Action Towards Creating a Safe Sport Environment for All Athletes in Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Mr. Speaker, this has been an incredible journey for all of our members, and I would specifically like to thank, our clerk, Danielle, and our incredible analysts, Dominique and Claire, who worked through this as we went through this very, very difficult study. I am proud to put this on behalf of the Status of Women Committee, proud of what we've done. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I think that we have a dissenting opinion, the honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling both official languages a supplementary report from the Conservative members of the Status of Women Committee. A number of members stated that the government should have an independent inquiry with regards to traumatisms in Canadian sport. We want the mandate to include studying the lack of raising alarms before the necessary authorities, Mr. Speaker.
The private members' bills. Wait a minute. Oh, il y a quelque chose to... Okay, well. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Baldinelli, seconded by Ms. Dancho, moves relief to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Maximum Security Offenders. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Speaker, I'm honored to rise in my place today to introduce this private member's bill. Over the past several days, Canadians have shared with us their frustration and anger with a justice and correction system they feel is out of balance. The recent decision by Correctional Services of Canada to transfer Paul Bernardo into a medium security facility has shocked Canadians and galvanized them into wanting to see action taken to protect society. Speaker, this proposed legislation will amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to require that inmates who have been found to be dangerous offenders or convicted of more than one first-degree murder be assigned a security classification of maximum and confined in a maximum security penitentiary or area in a penitentiary. I wish to thank our conservative leader, the Honourable Member for Carleton, for his tremendous leadership and support on this issue, as well as my honourable colleague who will be seconding the proposed bill, our Conservative Shadow Minister for Public Safety and the Member of Parliament for Kildone and St. Paul. It's an honour for me to be able to sponsor this important bill. It's an important bill not only for the residents in my community, but it also addresses the concerns of all members who are now hearing from their constituents to restore trust and confidence back into our justice and correction system. This is about doing what is right. I look forward to working with all my parliamentary colleagues on seeing this legislation passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Baldinelli, seconded by Ms. Dancho, moves that the bill be now ready, first time, and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time?
Right now. Right now.
At the next sitting of the House. This gets closer all the time, first reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Presenting petitions.
Member for Pam-Fairardry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I've got three petitions to table today. Firstly, the petitioners call on Parliament to reject what they rightly refer to as the Liberal government's federal gun grab. The signatories reject the premise of the Liberals' justification for confiscating law-abiding owners' personal property. They say that going after hunters, farmers, ranchers, and lawful registered rifles under the pretense of public safety utterly ignores the reality that illegally obtained black market guns smuggled in from the U.S. are the real reason for the gun violence in Canadian cities. And further, they call on the Liberals to replace bail for jail for violent offenders if they are serious about tackling gun crime. Secondly, when families are grieving the loss of a child, they need all the support they can get. And that's why I'm rising to table on behalf of the petitioners today who are demanding that common sense, compassionate measures be implemented to help these families. They're calling on the government to implement all 7 recommendations contained within the report supporting families after the loss of a child, and to implement a bereavement benefit for all parents experiencing pregnancy and infant loss. And finally, Speaker, this Liberal government penalizes working people in so many ways at every turn, and none so blatantly as their carbon tax on the necessities of living in Canada's northern climate, like transportation fuel and home heating. In addition to raising fuel costs, these petitioners say that the carbon tax applied through the supply chain is raising the price of everything, and the government's so-called rebates come nowhere near covering the real cost of the tax. They worry about the impact the Liberals' scheduled tripling of this tax will have on their incomes and their ability to meet their basic needs. So these petitioners join Canada's Conservatives in calling on Parliament to scrap the Liberal carbon tax.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be back in the House of Commons and able to stand and represent the constituents of Labrador. Mr. Speaker, I'm presenting a petition today on behalf of over 3,500 residents in Newfoundland and Labrador calling on the Government of Canada to designate 5 Wing Goose Bay as a dedicated SAR airbase. to include a designated SAR Cormorant helicopter as part of the Department of National Defence NORAD modernization commitment assigned to 5-wing Air Base in support of search and rescue for Labrador and adjacent northern areas of Canada. I want to thank my colleague for Avalon for accepting this petition on my behalf when I was away, and all my colleagues in Newfoundland and Labrador on both sides of the House for their support on search and rescue in Labrador. I want to acknowledge the family that has started this petition, Jeanette and Dwight Russell, after losing their son tragically at sea, Mark and his friend Joey, and recognizing the need for enhanced search and rescue services in the Labrador region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to say we're happy to see the Honourable Member for Labrador back in the chamber as well. Presenting a petition, Présentation Petition, the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I echo those sentiments and say welcome back to the member from Labrador. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to present e-petition 4399 on behalf of the 965 Canadians that signed it. This petition follows up on E3217, which I presented in May of 2021, but did not receive a government response because of the election. In the petition, Canadians call on this government to reclassify the Persian Gulf mission to wartime service. E4399 has the support from all parties and former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney. Our Persian Gulf veterans deserve to have the same classification, just like veterans from the Korean War and merchant mariners did, whose classification was changed long after the Korean War and after the Second World War. I want to thank President Harold Davis of the Persian Gulf War Veterans Association, Mike McGlennon, Vice President, and all of our Persian Gulf War veterans. And on behalf of a grateful nation, I say to them, thank you for their service. Veterans are indeed the ties that bind this great nation together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, Présentation Petition, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of over 600 folks in British Columbia, most of whom are members of the ILWU, Canada's largest port workers union. The petitioners note that Canadian port workers are essential to the efficiency, resiliency, competitiveness, and sustainability of Canada's supply chain. They further note that decisions related to Canada's ports have a profound impact on the lives of port workers, and that port workers bring unique and important skills, expertise, and experience to the table when it comes to the management and operation of marine ports. They call on this government to amend the Marine Act to ensure that there's a seat at the board tables of Canada's port authorities for the employees and the workers of those ports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, Présentation Petition, the Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table a petition on behalf of the residents of Brampton South who are calling for the establishment of direct international flights from Toronto to destination in India, particularly to Amritsar, Punjab. Brampton has a significant Indo-Canadian population, and there's a rising demand from residents to have a direct flight from Toronto to Amritsar in Punjab. By establishing a route between Toronto and Amritsar in Punjab, and overall distance traveled will be reduced, leading a shorter travel time and better travel experiences for passengers. These residents urge the government to continue expanding and facilitating these direct flights and to collaborate with all partners to make these flights a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, Présentation Petition, the Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions this afternoon. First petition I have is a petition to the House of Commons in Parliament assembled from 58 signatories in Guelph to support Bill S-243, an act for the Climate Aligned Finance Act, which was drafted based on consultation with national and international experts, so as to enable Canada to leapfrog from a laggard to a leader in aligning financial flows with climate commitments. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, I have is from 37 constituents that are calling on the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to the Government of Canada to stop fossil fuel extraction expansion, accelerate the shift to a low-carbon economy, and to offer much more help to the poor and most vulnerable countries. Mr. Speaker, I thank the people from Guelph for continuing to advocate for our climate and for the alignment with financial institutions.
Presenting petitions, Présentation Petition, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like the member from Brampton South, I too have a petition dealing with the substantial growth of Canada's Indo-Canadian community. And with that substantial growth, Mr. Speaker, what we have seen is a dramatic increase in the demand for international flights, specifically direct flights going from Canada to India. I know the people that have signed this petition have a personal preference where they would love to see a flight that goes from Winnipeg to Amritsar, Mr. Speaker. But the idea of increasing the number of flights is something that's very positive, and they're calling upon whether it's the Prime Minister, members of Parliament in general, along with the airport authorities, the different airlines that are out there that provide international flights, to give more consideration to having those direct flights between Canada and India. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, Présentation Petition, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and as always, it is an honour to be able to stand in this place and present petitions on issues that are important to Canadians. I have the first petition that I'll be presenting today are a number of Canadians that have stated a significant concern regarding some of the language that has been used in the committee studying medical assistance in dying, specifically Louis Roy from the Quebec College of Physicians, who recommended expanding euthanasia to, quote, babies from birth to 1 year of age who come into this world with severe deformities and various very serious syndromes, unquote. Mr. Speaker, these petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to block any attempt to allow the killing of children in this country. Mr. Speaker, the second petition that I am here to present on behalf of a host of Canadians from across the country is in relation to a promise that the Liberal Party made in the 2021 election, which I would note they got fewer votes than any other part than the party that makes up the official opposition. But specifically, during that election, they did reference that they were going to apply a values test, referred to as Values Test 2.0, on not-for-profit organizations that do not align with their political views. Petitioners therefore call upon the House of Commons to, number one, protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules based on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values, without the imposition of another, quote, values test, unquote, and to affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression. Mr. Speaker, as always, it is an honour to table these petitions in the People's House of Commons here today.
Presenting petitions, Présentation Petition, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present a number of petitions today, starting with one signed by Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the detention and or unsanctioned detention of people around the world, particularly Turkish, Pakistani, and Bahrain officials have committed gross violations of human rights against Turks, with 8 Turkish Canadians being detained at this point. Turkish officials are responsible for causing hundreds of deaths, including the torture of Gohan Akulu, and Turkish officials have wrongfully detained over 300,000 people. The petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada and the House of Commons to closely monitor the human rights situation in Turkey, place sanctions on 12 Turkish officials who are responsible for these gross violations and against the violations against 8 current Canadians and the death of their friend Gohan Akulu. They're calling on the Turkish, Pakistani, and Bahrain governments to end all violations of human rights happening in their countries. The next petition, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned around the comments made by Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians recommending the expansion of euthanasia to babies from from birth to 1 year of age who come into this world with severe deformities and serious syndromes. This proposed legalization of the killing of infants is deeply offensive to the folks that have signed this petition, and they want to state emphatically that infanticide is always wrong. They call on the Government of Canada to block any attempt to allow for the euthanization of children. And the next petition I have, Mr. Chair, it comes from Canadians from across the country who are concerned around the report that came from the National Defense Advisory Panel calling for the clergy from religions that have differing views on gender and sexuality from the Department of Defense to be banned as chaplains in the Canadian Armed Forces. This report slanders mainstream Canadian religious communities, and they are calling on the Canadian government to ensure that the freedom of expression of chaplains and the freedom of religion of chaplains be maintained without discrimination. Discrimination on the basis of religious is wrong and offensive to Canadians, and these Canadians that have signed this petition are calling on the Government of Canada to ensure that the chaplaincy of the Canadian Armed Forces remains in the way that it is, and that the final report of the Minister of National Defense Advisory Panel on systematic...
Order. I'm going to have to shut down there. The microphone on top. I've reminded folks time and time again to make sure that those phones are not put near the microphones so the impedance of the microphone doesn't do that to the microphones. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They recommend that the House of Commons and the Government of Canada reject the recommendations on chaplaincy in the Canadian Armed Forces final report, and they affirm the right of Canadians, including Canadians Armed Forces chaplains, to their freedom of religion. The next petition I have, Mr. Chair, is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned with an item in the 2021 platform of the Liberal Party, which would deny charitable status of organizations that have convictions about abortion that differ from the Liberal Party. This may jeopardize the charitable status of hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other charitable organizations that don't agree with the Liberal Party on this matter for reasons of conscience. Many Canadians depend on the benefits of these charitable organizations, such as food banks and summer camps, and the government has previously added a values test that discriminated against worthy applicants of the Canada's Summer's Jobs program, denying funding to any organization which was not willing to check a box, endorsing the political position of the governing party. Charities and other organizations should not be discriminated against on the basis of their political views or religious values, and should not be subject to a politicization of charitable status. All Canadians have the right under the Charter to the rights of freedom of expression without discrimination. Therefore, the folks who signed this petition and the residents of Canada call on the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values, without imposing another values test, and to affirm the rights of Canadians to freedom of expression. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And that's all the time for presenting of petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Question 1459, 1460, 1465, 1466, and 1467. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to question numbers 1458, 1461 to 1464, 1468, and 1469 could be made for orders of return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed. And so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I would ask then that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
And notices of motion for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
And so tabled. Before we go to orders of the day, I believe the Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock is standing on a question of privilege.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am rising on a question of privilege concerning the offensive and unparliamentary gesture the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader made toward me last evening during private members' hour. The facts are well known already. Put bluntly, he gave me the finger. It is my belief, Mr. Speaker, that this constitutes a prima facie contempt and should be taken up by the House as such. Hansard shows the sequence of events and comments which led to the incident. During the debate on Bill C-311, the Violence Against Pregnant Women Act, I argued that the government had lost credibility on the matter of women's rights, in part because they have failed to stand up for the victims of Paul Bernardo. As you know, this killer and serial rapist targeted female teenagers and traumatized our nation. In my speech, I referenced a unanimous consent motion that the member from Niagara Falls brought to the House. The motion reads as follows: that the House call for the immediate return of vile serial killer and rapist Paul Bernardo to a maximum security prison, that all court-ordered dangerous offenders and mass murderers be permanently assigned a maximum security classification, that the least restrictive environment standard be repealed, and that the language of necessary restrictions that the previous Conservative government put in place be restored. In my remarks, I stated that the member from Kingston and the Islands was a member who denied consent.
We have a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's really important when the member's rising on a matter of privilege to understand what had actually taken place yesterday, and the member is talking about a dispute over a dispute. I was being respectful for the member.
Order. Order. To get to the point or order that we're trying
That's
to
right.
here.
Mr. Speaker, I would argue that the member is talking about a dispute over the facts, and she is misrepresenting what actually was said by the member from Kingston.
All right. Let's.
The member.
Let's listen. I would. Order. I have the floor. Hold on a sec.
Speaking over me, not letting
Hold on a sec.
me speak in this place.
Okay. I will let the honourable whip for the Conservatives to speak, and then we'll maybe go to the honourable Parliamentary Secretary afterwards. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. In my remarks, I stated that the member from Kingston and the Islands was a member who denied consent. I did so because I was in the House when unanimous consent was asked for. I sat directly across from the member and heard him deny consent, as did many other House officers and members near me. I recognize that the member has every right to defend himself and can dispute me in the course of debate. However, his response went far beyond debate. He said, quote, "This member should apologize because she is lying right now," end quote. He then walked out of the House. This remark caused significant disorder. I immediately rose on a point of order to file my objection to his use of an unparliamentary term. The member returned during my remarks, where he proceeded to shout over me, making it difficult to express my point of view. He then offered a half-hearted and insincere apology. I say half-hearted and insincere because his next action was to make a face at me and give me the middle finger. At that point, he walked out of the House again. His aggressive gesture is representative of language that is strictly forbidden in this House. Many members saw this aggression, notably the member from Vancouver Kingsway and the member from Prince George Peace River Northern Rockies confirmed that they saw this action in their own points of order. I took the floor again to call for this member to be sanctioned in the strongest way possible, including being ejected from the House. The chair informed the House that he did not see the gesture in question and would review the tapes. That step is no longer necessary because the member from Kingston and the Islands returned to the House again, admitted that he had made the gesture, and then followed that by another insufficient apology for what he described as, quote, "a display of frustration," end quote. He did not adequately take...
I think I have a point of order from the honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do not want to take away from the opposition whip's time, but I do want to acknowledge, as the member has just stated, that the member for Kingston and the Island did apologize.
Okay.
In this place, we do have a tradition where we take members at their word.
Listen, that again falls into the debate. Let's have those comments after the member for South Surrey White Rock completes her statement, and then I'd be more than happy to recognize those other members. The other member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He did not adequately take responsibility for his actions. He should apologize to me, to the chair, and to the House. In the circumstances, and upon some reflection on the matter, now that we are out of the heat of the moment, Mr. Speaker, I truly believe that with his misogynistic, bullying, and insults, the parliamentary secretary was trying to obstruct me from making and completing my speech. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states at page 107, and I quote, "In order to fulfill their parliamentary duties, members should be able to go about their parliamentary business undisturbed. Assaulting, threatening, or insulting a member during a proceeding of Parliament is a violation of the rights of Parliament," end quote. Continuing at page 108, we read, quote, "Speakers have consistently upheld the right of the House to the services of its members free from intimidation, obstruction, and interference," end quote. This is a long-standing and well-established principle in the law of parliamentary privilege, tracing its roots back to the April 12, 1733 resolution of the British House of Commons, quote, "that the assaulting, insulting, or menacing any member of the House in his coming or going from this House, or from the House, or upon the account of his behaviour in Parliament is a high infringement of the privilege of this House, a most outrageous and dangerous violation of the rights of Parliament, and a high crime and misdemeanour," end quote. Plask and Gagnon observe at page 109, quote, "In order to find a prima facie breach of privilege, the Speaker must be satisfied that there is evidence to support the member's claim that he or she has been impeded in the performance of his or her parliamentary functions and that the matter is directly related to a proceeding in Parliament," end quote. On May 1st, 1986, Mr. Speaker Bosley held at page 12847 of the debates, quote, "If an honourable member is impeded or obstructed in the performance of his or her parliamentary duties through threats, intimidation, bribery attempts, or other improper behaviour, such a case would fall within the limits of parliamentary privilege," end quote. While I did complete my speech, Mr. Speaker, I have to say it is very disturbing, distracting, and disruptive to have to finish a speech after being put through the escalating ordeal by the member for Kingston and the Islands. And I say that as someone who has spent a career as a litigator. Certainly, the giving of the finger is improper behaviour at the least and is intended to be of a threatening or intimidating nature when made in the context it was last evening. In fact, the Canadian Oxford Dictionary, 2nd edition, defines giving the finger at page 555 as the following, quote, "Make an obscene gesture with the middle finger raised as a sign of contempt," end quote. As a sign of contempt, Mr. Speaker, that is the literal definition. It is certainly unparliamentary behaviour, and I would argue that it is contemptuous behaviour. No matter how you cut it, it is unacceptable conduct in any professional setting. And I must say, I have never experienced this in my professional career to date. While I don't believe we have ever had a speaker's ruling on a member giving another the finger, Bosk and Gagnon explain at page 112, quote, "It is impossible to codify all incidents which might be interpreted as matters of obstruction, interference, molestation, or intimidation, and as such constitute prima facie cases of contempt," end quote. At page 81, they write, quote, "There are, however, other affronts against the dignity and authority of Parliament, which may not fall within one of the specifically defined privileges. Thus, the House also claims the right to punish, as a contempt, any action which, though not a breach of a specific privilege, tends to obstruct or impede any member or officer of the House in the discharge of their duties or is an offence against the authority or dignity of the House. The House of Commons enjoys very wide latitude in maintaining its dignity and authority through the exercise of its contempt powers. In other words, the House may consider any misconduct to be contempt and may deal with it accordingly," end quote. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, on June 7, 2021, at page 8034 of the debates, the Speaker found a prima facie contempt concerning our former colleague, Will Amos, who, while attending the House virtually, urinated into a coffee cup. I would note the wording from that ruling. Quote, in response, the member for Kingston and the Islands agreed that it was a deplorable and unacceptable incident, while also pointing out that the member for Pontiac had accepted full responsibility and that he had stepped aside from his parliamentary secretary responsibilities and from his committee responsibilities in order to obtain the appropriate assistance. For that reason, he was again apologizing on his behalf. I obviously take note of the apology from the member for Pontiac. He recognized that his behavior was completely inappropriate and confirms his commitment to obtain the necessary assistance. Nevertheless, the chair is required to determine whether the alleged facts are a breach of the rules governing contempt and thus merit priority consideration. That is the case here, end quote. Just as in those circumstances 2 years ago, I believe the misogynistic bullying and offensive gestures of the member for Kingston and the Islands must absolutely be called out. They absolutely rise to the threshold requiring your intervention and this House's disposition through a privilege motion. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, should you agree, I am prepared to move an appropriate motion. Thank you.
Thank the member for her intervention. Just to add to what had happened that evening, or last evening, after the member had come back in, I think I was pretty stern in telling him that he had to unreservedly apologize, admit and apologize. I'm just going to read the Hansard. Mr. Speaker, I admit that what the members are indicating that I did do. I unreservedly apologize for displaying my frustration in that way. But knowing the information that is provided, we will go back and have a look and come back with a ruling. Sure, the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I read through that apology again, as I say, out of the heat of the moment, which was very disorderly and chaotic in this place. And what the member apologized for was using that expression to express his frustration. He did not apologize to me, this House, or this place, or the other members, and that is quite a different thing, Mr. Speaker.
Right, so I thank the member for that, and again, we'll come back with a ruling on that. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments, consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments on Bill C-22, Canada Disability Benefit Act.
Mrs. Qualtrough, seconded by Ms. Gould, moves that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honours that, in relation to Bill C-22, an act to reduce Can I complete here? Thank you. An act to reduce poverty and to support the financial security of persons with disabilities by establishing the Canada Disability Benefit and making a consequential amendment to the Income Tax Act, the House accept les amendements.
Agrees with Amendments 1, 4, and 5 made by the Senate. Agrees with the Senate proposal to make any necessary consequential changes to the numbering of provisions and cross-references resulting from the amendments to the bill.
Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 2 because it raises significant constitutional concerns by seeking to regulate the insurance industry specifically or contracting generally, both of which fall within provincial jurisdiction.
Proposes that Amendment 3 be amended to read as follows. New Clause 10.1, page 4, add the following after line 5, appeals.
10.1, subject to regulations. Well, we're almost done anyway, so. Subject to regulations, a person to any other person acting on their behalf may appeal to a body identified in regulations made under paragraph 11(1)(I) in respect of any decision. A, relating to persons in ineligibility for a Canada Disability Benefit. B, relating to the amount of a Canada Disability Benefit that the person has received or will receive. Or C, prescribed by regulations. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss, as was said, the government's position on the proposed Senate amendments to Bill C-22, an act to reduce poverty and to support the financial security of persons with disabilities by establishing the Canada Disability Benefit and making consequential amendments to the Income Tax Act. I do so on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe peoples. I'll begin by thanking senators for their attention to this bill, especially the members of the Senate Standing Committee on Social Affairs, Science and Technologies for their study, which resulted in 6 amendments to the bill and 7 observations. Mr. Speaker, each time I have risen in this House on Bill C-22, I've begun by declaring that no person with a disability in this country should live in poverty. And yet, many do. Approximately 23% of working-age persons with disabilities in Canada live in poverty, many in deep poverty. The history of how this came to be in a country with as much promise and opportunity as Canada is one of exclusion, marginalization, and discrimination. This history and the resultant financial insecurity and poverty that is the lived experience of many persons with disabilities in Canada is the backdrop for C-22. And it's why we're here today, working together to create a new federal benefit for low-income working-age persons with disabilities. At its core, the Canada Disability Benefit is about poverty reduction and financial security. Mr. Speaker, there is a significant gap in our social safety net for persons with disabilities. The Canada Child Benefit Disability Supplement is available until age 18, and Old Age Security and the Guaranteed Income Supplement are available after age 65, and there is nothing in between. Like the Guaranteed Income Supplement did for seniors and the Canada Child Benefit did for children, the Canada Disability Benefit will lift persons with disabilities out of poverty. Bill C-22 is framework legislation by design. The Canada Disability Benefit will be established and implemented through Bill C-22, which is the legal framework to create the benefit, and a subsequent regulatory process through which the specific details will be established. This reflects our commitment to the disability community and recognizes the leading role that provinces and territories play in providing supports and services to persons with disabilities. Now to the amendments. Mr. Speaker, there were 6 amendments sent back from the Senate. As was said, the government agrees with Amendments 1, 4, 5, and 6, and proposes that the House accept these amendments as is. These amendments enhance Bill C-22 in that they add clarity, precision, and specificity. We also agree with Amendment 3, with a minor amendment. Amendment 3 adds a new clause, Clause 10.1, related to appeals. While Bill C-22 provides for an appeal process to be created by regulation, this new clause gives a right to appeal in 2 specific areas: benefit ineligibility and amount. The government proposes that this Senate amendment be further amended to clarify that other decisions may also be appealed. This avoids a future legal interpretation where grounds for appeal are restricted to the 2 specified areas of ineligibility and amount. I thank the Senate for their thoughtfulness on this important issue of administrative justice and trust that they will consider the government's proposed amendment appropriate. Now I'll spend some time on the final amendment, Senate Amendment Number 2, as the government's proposed response to it is to respectfully disagree. Amendment 2 amends Clause 9 of C-22, which concerns the way benefit payments are to be treated in situations such as bankruptcy or insolvency. Amendment 2 adds that benefit payments cannot be recovered or retained in whole or in part under the term of any contract, insurance plan, or similar instrument. I understand the intent of this amendment. It is to address a situation where provincial benefits or insurance payments are at risk of being clawed back or reduced as a result of a payment of the Canada Disability Benefit, effectively leaving the recipient no better off and potentially impacting secondary program and service entitlement. The issue of clawbacks is perhaps the most common concern raised by the disability community. We heard it here in the House as well. Mr. Speaker, the disability benefit and support landscape is incredibly complex and varies significantly across the country. There are different eligibility criteria in every province and territory. There are different definitions of disability, different treatments of other sources of income, different reduction rates, etc. As a result, we have to be mindful of the potential direct and indirect impacts that additional income in the form of the CDB could have on provincial or territory benefit and service entitlement. Since day one, we've been clear that this is supplemental income, meant to be in addition to provincial territorial income supports and other forms of income. It is not replacement income. It is not employment income or employment earnings. We explored ways to address this concern through legislation. The challenge is that both contracting generally and the insurance industry fall within provincial territorial jurisdiction. This is why no such provision exists in any other benefit legislation in Canada. Not for the Canada Child Benefit, not for the OAS or the GIS, not for CPP, not for the Canada Workers Benefit. And while the federal spending authority allows the government to create such a benefit, it doesn't allow the federal government to attach conditions in areas of provincial jurisdiction, such as the regulation of insurance companies. Knowing this, we've worked very closely with provinces and territories on benefit interaction. Provinces and territories have expressed gratitude for early engagement. There is consensus that the CDB is intended to be supplemental income, not replacement income, and to make people better off. They share our view that the best way of optimizing benefit interaction is by working together. We have a detailed federal, provincial, territorial work plan that all jurisdictions have agreed to. Once this bill becomes law, we will begin the formal negotiations on agreements with the provinces and territories. We have also engaged with the private insurance industry. The feedback that we've received from the industry is that they would not choose to offset our clawback income that is considered social assistance or a poverty reduction measure. Once again, the CDB is not replacement or employment income. Once this bill becomes law, we will continue to work with private insurers throughout the regulatory process. Simply put, the government disagrees with this amendment because we believe it raises significant constitutional concerns. Both the regulation of private insurance and contracting generally fall within provincial jurisdiction. If we went ahead with this amendment, the likelihood of an individual or organization bringing forward a court challenge would be very high. This would create significant uncertainty and could impact the regulatory process, which could in turn impact benefit delivery. This could very well delay benefit payments. Furthermore, I'm concerned that there would be serious implications for federal-provincial territorial relations. It's likely that the provinces and territories would see this provision as an encroachment on their jurisdiction. This could undermine the work that we've accomplished to date. Therefore, while I understand and share the Senate's concerns around clawbacks, the way to address this issue is to continue with the process that is already underway, not through this amendment to C-22. Mr. Speaker, the Senate amendments we are proposing to accept further strengthen Bill C-22 and do not limit the government's commitment to a quick regulatory process. The amendment we are proposing to not accept respectfully raises constitutional concerns and could significantly impair our relationships with provinces and territory and ultimately delay benefit delivery. I thank senators for responding to the disability community's concerns. Both this House and the Senate have improved this bill. This is the emotional part. The Canada Disability Benefit is the result of decades of relentless advocacy on the part of the disability community. This benefit is the culmination of the work of every self-advocate, every activist, every parent, every ally, every organization, everyone who has fought to have disability rights recognized. I said at the beginning of my remarks that we are here working together on this. We've come together on this bill already, and today we did it again. We are on the cusp of doing what every single one of us in this place came to Ottawa to do, to help people, to make their lives better, and to right historic wrongs. Today, we are literally making history. Merci. Merci.
Now, I know we're going to PMB hour in just a few moments. We do have time for maybe a 30-second minute interaction. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her intervention. The last that we had heard was that it was going to take approximately a year to negotiate with the provinces and territories, and also during that time a year for developing of the regulations. And once this potentially passes royal assent and becomes law. So is that still the timeline that you're working towards, Minister, and will it in fact take a year to develop all of that? So realistically, people should be expecting the disability benefit well a year past this point. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
I thank you for your question. That's right. I thank the honourable member for her question. I'm a little discombobulated. Yes, the anticipated timeline for the regulatory process remains at 12 months. So again, as always, as I've said, the quicker we get this to royal assent, the quicker we start that 12-month clock.
So when we come back, the Honourable Minister will have 4 minutes of questions and comments. It
being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Mr. Canning, seconded by Ms. Barron, moves that Bill C-219, an act to enact the Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights and to make related amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Debate. The Honourable Member for... Oh, we have a point of order. The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Speaker, I give notice that with respect to consideration of government business number 26, at the next sitting of the House, a Minister of the Crown shall move pursuant to Standing Order 57 that debate not be further adjourned.
Debate. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's with great pride that I stand here in this chamber this evening to begin debate on my bill, C-219, the Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights. And I first want to thank Linda Duncan, the author of this bill, who introduced it on 4 occasions over 11 years during her time as the Member of Parliament for Edmonton Strathcona. And on one of these occasions, it did pass its second reading, but unfortunately died when an election was called. There are environmental bills of rights in Ontario, Quebec, the Yukon, Northwest Territories, Nunavut, but until last night, there was no federal law that explicitly recognizes the right to a healthy environment in Canada. With the passing of S5 that updated the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, we now have a federal statement of the rights to a healthy environment, but those rights are limited to the scope of CEPA, basically to toxins within our environment, and those rights have no accountability processes or powers associated with them. Bill C-219 would expand and strengthen those rights to the rest of the scope of federal jurisdiction. Last summer, on July 28, 2022, the UN General Assembly passed a unanimous resolution that recognized that right to a healthy environment around the world. So with Canada voting for that resolution to join the rest of the world, and 92% of Canadians agreeing with them, it is certainly high time that we had federal legislation that recognized that right. And we're behind the rest of the world in that regard. Over 80% of UN member states already legally recognize the right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. International efforts to recognize this right go back to the 1972 Stockholm Declaration, which recognized the right to an environment of a quality that permits a life of dignity and well-being. And after that came the United Nations Aarhus Convention in 2001. This multilateral agreement, more fully known as the Convention on Access to Information, Public Participation in Decision-Making, and Access to Justice in Environmental Matters, protects every person's right to live in an environment adequate to his or her health and well-being. So the Aarhus Convention links environmental rights and human rights. It acknowledges that we owe an obligation to future generations. It establishes that sustainable development can be achieved only through the involvement of all stakeholders. It links government accountability and environmental protection, and it focuses on interactions between the public and public authorities in a democratic context. According to the Aarhus Convention website, it is at its heart about a government accountability, transparency, and responsiveness. It grants the public rights and imposes on parties and public authorities obligations regarding access to information and public participation and access to justice. And this is what this bill does as well. Bill C-219 extends the right to a healthy, ecologically balanced environment to all Canadian residents. And it does this by first amending the Canadian Bill of Rights to add the right to a healthy environment. provides a bundle of rights and legal tools to all residents of Canada, including accessing information around environmental issues and decisions, standing before courts and tribunals, and transparent processes that will help hold the government accountable on effective environmental enforcement and on the review of law and policies through investigations and, if necessary, environmental protection actions. And it extends protections for government whistleblowers who release information that is relevant to health and environmental impacts. Now, this bill applies only to federal jurisdiction and does not change provincial environmental law. The bill does not take away from the rights of the Canadian Indigenous peoples as recognized and affirmed in Section 35 of the Constitution. And the bill specifically excludes the Canadian Environmental Protection Act from its ambit, as that act, after the passage of S5 last night, provides rights to a healthy environment, although restricted to the scope of that bill. Bill C-219 will extend those rights to the rest of federal legislation. So why do we need this? Well, for one thing, Canadians want it. As I mentioned in a recent poll, 92% of Canadians agreed that we should have the right to live in a healthy environment. But the right to a clean and healthy environment is a hollow promise if it doesn't come with accountability measures. And that's because, unfortunately, governments often simply don't live up to the legislation that they pass. They don't take action to enforce that legislation, and that includes legislation meant to protect our environment. And I'll mention two quick examples of this, and I'm sure everyone here in this chamber could add to that list. 10 years ago, in July 2013, a tanker truck rolled into Lemon Creek in the beautiful Slocan Valley in my riding and spilled its entire load, 33,000 liters of aviation fuel, into this pristine water source. And although this clearly caused environmental harm, both to the stream and the life within it, but also to the residents of the Slocan Valley that relied on that water source, the government of the day refused to act. And it was left to a courageous local resident, Marilyn Burgoon, to initiate court action against the trucking company under the Federal Fisheries Act. And eventually, perhaps shamed by Marilyn's powerful example, the federal government did agree to step in to help fight this battle, but it dragged on until January 2020 for 7 years before being finally resolved. Sadly, Marilyn passed away a few weeks before that case was concluded, but her legacy in the Slocan Valley lives on and her memory is cherished by many. So if we declare that Canadians have the right to live in a clean and healthy environment, we must make sure the federal government is accountable to hold up to its part of that all-important bargain. And Bill C-219 will do that. Another example is a more personal one to me. I used to work as a consulting ecologist, and much of my work involved species at risk. For 8 years, I was one of the co-chairs of the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada, or CSIWIC. And under the Species at Risk Act, or SARA as it's called in the trade, CSIWIC has the task of assessing wild species in Canada and advising the government through the Minister of the Environment of its decisions. So every year, CSIWIC writes a letter to the Minister and it lists the assessments it has made. Some species might be listed as endangered, others as threatened, others not at risk. And under SARA, the government has 9 months to make a decision about listing that species after receiving the advice from CSIWIC. They can adopt the advice or not, but the decision is public and transparent. If a cabinet decision is not made, the decision defaults to the CSIWIC assessed status. Now, all this sounds perfectly logical, but what happened under the Harper government was unexpected. They decided that the clock started ticking when the minister told cabinet. So they came up with a cunning plan that the minister wouldn't tell cabinet at all about CSIWIC assessments, even though they were on the public registry. And so that government listed 0 species for 4 years, despite being advised to list over 80. They avoided the transparent decision part of the deal. Now, I pressured the Liberal government, this Liberal government, to at least change that in policy, though they were reluctant to support the bill I put forward to change it into law. So now it is public policy that listing can't be put off indefinitely. Now, Bill C-219 could help in that situation too, since it covers all federal legislation, including SARA and the Fisheries Act and others. All legislation, as I mentioned, except the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, which is carved out because it has that similar promise when it comes to living in a clean and healthy environment. Now, like most members here with private members' bills, I've talked to each party about my bill, about why it's so important and what it will and won't do. And in one of those discussions, the issue of constitutionality came up. So I want to spend a couple of minutes talking about that issue. I will say right off the top that I'm confident this bill is constitutional. For one thing, this is the 5th time the bill has been introduced, and as far as I know, this is the first time this concern has been raised. As I mentioned before, the bill has passed second reading in the previous Parliament, and the bill is explicitly concerned with actions based on existing federal legislation. None of the rights here apply to matters that are only found in provincial legislation. So I was confident that this concern had no real foundation. But to be sure, I asked the House of Commons Legal Department to provide an opinion on this matter. And this is their conclusion of their opinion. And I quote, "After having reviewed the bill carefully, we are of the opinion that the main subject matter of the bill is not the environment. Consider that the bill would not regulate any aspect of the environment, such as water quality, air quality, species at risk, or toxic substances. Rather, the bill relates to civil liberties, which may be regulated by either level of government, depending on which level of government has legislative authority over the institutions and activities to which the civil liberties apply. In the case of Bill C-219, most provisions explicitly apply to federal matters only." And the opinion goes on to explain why 3 provisions, while not explicitly applying to federal matters, would be considered by any court as applying to federal matters. And accordingly, the opinion goes on to state that no amendment to Bill C-219 is necessary. So to summarize that, the environment is a jurisdiction shared between the provinces and the federal government. Some might therefore be concerned that this bill treads on provincial jurisdiction. And I have lost the last page of my speech. But some may be concerned that it treads on provincial jurisdiction, but since this bill deals with human rights, with civil rights, and deals with them on matters of federal issues only, this bill is constitutional. And I'm confident of that, and I don't think we need to amend it in any way to deal with that issue. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to conclude with the plea. You know, we are so proud of this country. We are proud of its size, its beauty, of all the resources that it provides for us in ways that keep us living in a healthy way, in this clean environment, gives us jobs, but also keeps us healthy. And we all agree, I think everybody in this House would agree, that we have the right to live in a clean and healthy environment. And if we have that right, we need legislation to uphold that right. And that's what Bill C-219 does. And I hope that everyone here will support this bill and provide that right to all Canadians. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member bringing forward the legislation and his comments. The question that I have for the member, he's made reference to the fact that it has been brought forward to the House in the past. And he's also made reference to the fact that there is joint responsibility between the provinces and the federal government. I would add to that Indigenous peoples as a very important factor when we talk about anything related to the environment, let alone any other issue that might be out there. And I'm wondering if he could just share if he's had that dialogue, if he has some direct information that he can provide in terms of feedback from the provinces, territories, Indigenous communities.
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you to the member from Winnipeg North for that comment. As I said, this bill doesn't infringe on anything involving the Indigenous rights under Section 35. I discussed this with my colleagues here in this place, the member from Nunavut, the member from Winnipeg Centre, who are well versed in these matters. And again, this is the fifth time this bill has been tabled in this place. Those matters have been discussed in committee, discussed at length in other venues. So I am confident that we are actually, making this country a clean and healthy place for all. And Indigenous people are really the best stewards we've had, and I'm sure they would appreciate any legislation that would keep us all protected from anything that would limit the ability for us to live in a healthy environment.
As a commentaire, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the NDP for his speech in introducing this bill. I am on the Environment Committee, so if it does proceed past this stage, certainly I look forward to seeing it studied in more detail. My question specifically is in relation to Indigenous communities and Indigenous people here in Canada. Just wondering if he could unpack how this legislation impacts that special relationship that Indigenous communities have with the Crown, and how that impacts the way that the environment looks at it. And I specifically ask in relation to, I have a number of communities from Alberta that are actually looking for partnership opportunities when it comes to resource development, and I know that there's other economic fisheries on the coasts and otherwise. Wondering if he could expand on that.
South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thanks again for that question. It's very similar to the previous one, but with regards to developments or anything like that that would have an impact on the environment, as I say, this Bill C-219 operates through federal legislation. So any development that went through federal legislation, going through those regulations, passed, got their permits and all that, wouldn't be affected by this at all. This only comes into effect when you have developments that contravene those regulations, those protections that we already have in place. And so it wouldn't affect any development that's proceeding legally whatsoever.
Quick question, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and, of course, for his bill, and the fact that he has highlighted that it won't impede on Quebec jurisdiction. Could he give us a bit more information as to how this bill goes much further than the study that we did at the committee on S5 with regards to the right to a healthy environment?
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, I'd like to thank the member from Repentigny for that question, and I'm assuming that she was referring to how this bill extends these rights further than S5, and in a stronger way. This covers all federal legislation, not just CEPA, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, and it provides, as I mentioned, mechanisms for citizens if they feel that the federal government is not responding to environmental issues, environment, companies that are breaking the law with regards to the environment, citizens can demand an investigation, and then if that proceeds to a certain point, they can even take environmental action. This is something, if we are giving people the right to live in a healthy environment, we must uphold that right. We must hold the government accountable with transparent measures so that people know that they can enjoy this right.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I indicated in my question, I do appreciate the member bringing forward Bill 219, as he has indicated on several occasions. This is a legislation with different bill numbers that has been before the House in the past, and it's good to see you in the chair there, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how you quite made that switch over as quickly as you did. But having said that, it's really interesting in terms of the timing of it, because just yesterday we had royal assent being given to Bill S5. And I was actually encouraged by the way in which many members of the House spoke on the issue of S5. And I thought maybe what I would do is pick up on a couple of points, if I may, Mr. Speaker. The first one being something that I think far too often does get overlooked, and something that we should be talking about more whenever we talk about the environment. It is a shared responsibility, Mr. Speaker, as you know. And this is the type of issue in which, if you were to do a radar scan of one's constituents, you will find that it's typically in the top 3 or 4 issues. For me, in Winnipeg North, I would suggest you probably healthcare might be number 1 or in the top 2. But when it comes to the environment and concerns related to the environment, it is consistently one of those top issues that wants to be talked about, where it's not only talk, they also want to see action, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the environment. The member talks about shared responsibilities. And often when we talk about shared responsibility, we do not highlight the importance of Indigenous people. And when we talk about reconciliation, I think it's absolutely critical that Indigenous people, governments, First governments, and so forth be recognized in terms of the important role that traditionally and today and going into the future need to be recognized and appreciated in terms of the role that's going to be played by Indigenous community. And I like to think that S5, in good part, reinforced that. We talk about the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, and how the adoption that we made in terms of recognizing that right, Mr. Speaker, how we need to, as much as possible, apply that lens to the different types of legislation that comes through the House. And that is the reason why I had posed the question that I did to the member, because I am concerned about the issue of jurisdictional responsibility, recognizing that the environment doesn't recognize borders, whether it's between provinces, interprovincially, or internationally. And we just saw a very good example of that with the forest fires that are taking place. I'm thinking of the province of Quebec, Nova Scotia, and Alberta, and where we have had responses not only across Canada for trying to assist in dealing with these fires, but we also had direct contact with the President of the United States, concerned about the quality of air that's going south of the Canadian-USA border. And that's why I would like to emphasize the importance, when you talk about the environment, you have jurisdictional responsibility, but even more importantly, many would argue that there is a moral responsibility that is tagged to that, jurisdictional responsibility, Madam Speaker. Because air knows no boundaries. Waters knows no boundaries, Madam Speaker. And this is the reason why, when we take a look at what the member also emphasized, is the issue of environmental rights. The idea to having a right to a healthy environment. And that's why at the beginning I tagged in Bill S5. When I spoke on Bill S5, I like to think that I amplified the issue of the right to a healthy environment and the expectations that Canadians have with regards to it, Madam Speaker. You know, Bill S5 dealt with the assessment and management of existing subsidences, ensuring that Canadians or residents from coast to coast to coast have direct link to ensure that they had that healthy or that right to a healthy environment. And I understand that the legislation that's being proposed, 219, is wanting to expand upon that. And I think it's something in terms of that's worthy to look at. Because the right to a healthy environment means more than just the air we breathe. And we can and should be expanding on that, Madam Speaker. I don't want to say that I know all the details of the legislation, nor have I been around to hear the discussions that had taken place at the committee level. But what I do know is that there is, as an issue, a desire on the people of Canada to see the government be proactive at dealing with our environment. I'd also recognize that through not only legislative measures that I referred to in terms of S5, but there is also budgetary measures and measures that would be incorporated through regulations that also deal with the concerns that we have with respect to the population as a whole, Madam Speaker. And if I may, just to highlight, a few of those measures. When we talk about our environment, to try to put it in a way in which most people, including myself, can understand some of those issues. When I think of a right to a healthy environment, Madam Speaker, I would like to think that there is some form of a tangible recourse dealing with an issue that is affecting me. Along with, and when I say me, I'm not talking about me as a member of Parliament, I'm talking about me as a resident, anyone in our communities that we represent. That there is something that he, she, or they can actually do as a result of witnessing or concerned about something that's taking place in our environment, and have a vehicle to be able to express that concern, Madam Speaker, with an expectation that someone is actually listening, and hopefully some form of action can be taken where it's in fact warranted, Madam Speaker. I remember many years ago, one of the first issues that I ever had to deal with during the, I guess it would be in 89, 90, was the issue of PCBs and how PCBs were impacting a playground at a school, Madam Speaker, and concerns at that time in terms of what it is, in this case, the province of Manitoba was going to be able to do. Whether it's issues of that nature or it's issues in which people want to directly get involved in themselves, and the issues such as when the government, through regulation, says that we want to ban single-use plastics, or we want to provide financial assistance to those that are prepared to look at alternative to fossil fuels. I think these are the types of initiatives that government can look at and deliver on. And the idea of how it is that we can enhance those environmental rights is something that I'm very much interested in. And I guess I would look for specific examples that would be provided that we can, in essence, put into a brochure. I think it's important.
Time is up. I know that 10 minutes goes by really quick. Alors, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise to speak in this House, particularly on a subject as important as the environment and the vision that we have for the future of the planet and for the future of our country, for our kids and our grandkids. The bill moved by our NDP colleague deserves our attention. First of all, we note that the strong point of this bill is to ensure that people will be able to live in a healthy environment. That's a principle that we obviously share, Madam Speaker. It's a principle we shared in Bill S5, and the member mentioned earlier, after a question from the member for Terrebonne, if my memories are correctly, my counterpart from the Bloc Québécois, and yes, environmental protection and the protection of the fact that people should be able to live in a healthy environment goes much further in this bill than what we see in Bill S5, and we recognize that. However, where there's a challenge with this bill, in our point of view, is that we feel that the bill goes too far from a legal or judicial point of view. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we believe that judiciary power is to apply laws, and laws are decided on and voted on by the elected representatives of the people. That's a fundamental principle. And in our point of view, this bill, as written, would make judicial power become legislative power from our point of view. And that's where we have a difference of vision. We feel that at the end of the day, it's not judges who should decide how the law should be created as opposed to how it should be applied. It's up to legislators, it's up to the elected representatives of the population to define the legal framework. That doesn't mean, Madam Speaker, that this bill should be set aside. There are good points in this bill which could be inspiring for other laws and for other parliaments. There's certainly points of inspiration that we can take from this, which give greater strength to the fact that, yes, people must have the right to live in a healthy environment. It's a principle that we recognize and that we support. Now, Madam Speaker, this gives us the opportunity to talk about environmental issues. Now, we all know that climate change is real, that climate change has a direct impact on people. Humans have contributed to climate change, so they have a responsibility to reduce the impact of climate change and to reduce pollution. Let's remember, Madam Speaker, just a couple of days ago, Monday afternoon, the member for Mégantic-L'Érable read the following motion, which unfortunately was refused by the Liberal government side, and we condemn them for doing so because all of the elements of our environmental vision were there, but unfortunately this motion was knocked aside by the Liberals. So this motion was moved by my colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable that this House express its support with all those who are dealing with the forest fires right now. The House notes that climate change has a direct impact on the quality of life of the population, and that it is having a direct impact on extreme climate events like floods, tornadoes, forest fires, and heat waves, that the House recognize that the federal government must do more to fight climate change, to prevent its impacts, and to support communities that are dealing with natural disasters. And finally, that the House asks the government to take concrete measures which will contribute to the fight against climate change, which risks becoming more costly for Canadians and for the environment. This motion, this text, Madam Speaker, is the basis of our vision when it comes to climate change. It's black on white. It's written down that we recognize climate change. It's black and white that we know that climate change is having an impact, a contributing impact to the natural disasters we're seeing right now, and that we have a responsibility as parliamentarians to put in place concrete solutions to fight this. And it's unfortunate to see that because of base political partisanship, the government refused our motion. They could have said, yes, I can't believe they were against a single word, a single sentence in this motion, but they couldn't recognize what we, the Conservatives, believe about climate change. But I understand them in a way, Madam Speaker, because we have something to be proud of. After 8 years of this government, where is Canada's place in the world when it comes to the environment? Let's remember, Madam Speaker, that after 2015, the Prime Minister stood up proudly at the Paris Conference on climate change and said very proudly, Canada is back. And today, 8 years later, Canada is way back. And it's not me who's saying that, Madam Speaker, it's the UN itself that said that. The United Nations at COP27 in Egypt last November tabled a report which was very critical of this Liberal administration. It was a report that evaluated 63 countries among the most industrialized countries in the world, and which gave a mark to those countries on how effective their climate change actions have been. So it's researchers from around the world brought together by the UN who gave Canada the following mark after this 8 years of this Liberal government. Canada, Liberal Canada, was 58th out of 63 when it came to fighting climate change. And it's not the Conservatives who are saying that, it's UN researchers in the report that they tabled. And Madam Speaker, I think that at least 10 times, if not more, since that report was tabled, I've asked for unanimous consent to table this scientific UN report here in the House. But unfortunately, once again, the Liberals have decided that no, it should be thrown in the wastebasket and that we should continue as if nothing had ever happened. Well, Madam Speaker, that's the heart of the problem here. The problem is that the Liberals are very good at making speeches, but they're not very good at getting things done. And that's why Équiterre, the group that recently celebrated 30 years, which was co-founded by the current Minister of the Environment, well, Équiterre decided to sue the Minister of the Environment because they feel that the government is good at rhetoric but not very good when it comes to actually fighting climate change. So once again, Madam Speaker, it's not the Conservatives who are saying this, it's Équiterre, which was founded by, among others, the current Liberal Minister of Climate Change. And now, today, he's being sued as of May 6, 2022, by the group that he founded himself. The government chose to use taxation to fight climate change. This is not the route that we would follow, Madam Speaker. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who I just met with and who I just spoke to at the Government Operations Committee, well, the PBO confirmed that the Liberal approach of creating a second carbon tax on clean energy, as they've said themselves, well, this second carbon tax is going to have a direct impact on all families in Quebec, and Quebec's families with this double carbon tax are going to have to pay, on average, $436 more. Or, in other words, families in Quebec with this second Liberal tax on carbon are going to have $436 fewer dollars in their pockets. And that's not something we need right now, Madam Speaker. We know that interest rates are rising, that everyone's having a hard time making ends meet. The Liberals are creating a new tax when we're dealing with inflation, when people are having a really rough time. It's ridiculous. It's only the Liberals who would be able to invent such an approach. But let's talk about the future, Madam Speaker. Let's talk about hope. The Conservatives, well, if the Liberals can't do it, the Conservatives will do it. We're going to put in place realistic, responsible, and real measures to fight climate change. And this means that we need to reduce pollution. We need to act concretely. And what does that mean? Well, that means that we need to go get those who are polluting the most to reduce their pollution to the greatest extent possible. And that's a powerful idea. And, you know, we need to continue to reduce the impact of pollution on our environment over time. And that's why, Madam Speaker, we will invest in research, development, and new technology with fiscal incentives so that businesses invest in that. real concrete measures to reduce pollution. Second, Madam Speaker, we need to give the green light to green energy. In Canada, we have incredible potential when it comes to solar energy, when it comes to wind energy, when it comes to geothermal, and also even when it comes to nuclear energy. We can develop our potential for green energy even greater. But to do that, Madam Speaker, we need to have the will to move forward, and not just the will to stop everything from moving forward. You know, Madam Speaker, because of an act passed in 2019 with the Bloc Québécois, the federal government gave itself the power to veto hydroelectric projects in Quebec. That's nonsense, Madam Speaker. If the government of Quebec wants to put a hydroelectric dam in place, they should have every measure to be able to go forward. But the federal government has given itself the power to veto that with the disappointing support of the Bloc Québécois. Third measure, Madam Speaker, that we need to take into account, we need to export our knowledge. We need to export not only our resources, but also our knowledges. And right now, important minerals like lithium and cobalt are being mined in countries where human rights are not respected. We need to do this in Canada, Madam Speaker. And all of these elements together are the foundation of work that we need to do hand in hand with First Nations, as our leader said in Vancouver 3 months ago. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have so many things to say to my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent, but it'll take a glass of wine, I think, or a beer to have that discussion. The Bloc Québécois supports Bill C-219 in principle, and we believe that it should be studied by a parliamentary committee. And at first glance, this bill seems to us to be well thought out and well drafted. Its preamble clearly sets out the context for why we need to integrate real access to the courts as a measure that would allow us to enforce the right to a healthy environment. In reading this bill from my colleague from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, well, I'm delighted to see that we're dealing with something more than just declarations of principle, and that we have legally binding and prescriptive provisions. Above all, this is content that's likely to have a tangible impact for Canadians, Quebecers, the environment and society in general. Bill C-219 also presents a contrast with what the Liberal government has given us, and here I'm referring to its claim to have literally proceeded with the creation of a right to a healthy environment. Because I don't know about you, but for me, when I hear the word creation, to me that comes with an impression of greatness, of something that's greater than just one person. Well, the fact remains that the Liberal government feels that with Bill S-5, which modernizes the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, they think that that's what they've accomplished. But, well, we don't see things the same way. And this fact has been confirmed by officials, by departmental officials. They said it was just an interpretation key for the implementation of CEPA, which does not apply to other laws and which will need to be defined at a later date by the Minister of the Environment. So I would say that what the Liberals have put before us is just a communication strategy. Because, Madam Speaker, what's the value of a right if that right cannot be enforced? If the right is breached, remedies and penalties have a symbolic value that neither deters nor condemns. Well, what's the value of that? Well, the answer to the question is in the question itself. And there's an absence as well of accountability for organization and individuals who believe themselves to be above the law and who commit acts which are all too often highly reprehensible, which cause serious harm to the environment, to humans, and to society. In Quebec, a Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which has been in place since 2006, indicates that every person has the right, to the extent and according to the standards provided by law, to live in an environment that is healthy and respectful of biodiversity. And the Bloc Québécois believes that the Quebec nation has sovereignty over public decisions when it comes to environment within Quebec. And so it seems to us that C-219, as written, will apply to federal environmental laws, and it'll do this without being prejudicial to the laws of Quebec or to Quebec's environmental sovereignty. In April 2022, members of Quebec's National Assembly unanimously passed a motion affirming the primacy of Quebec's jurisdiction when it comes to the environment. And I'd like to remind you that when it comes to environmental protection, This aspect is a sine qua non for any legislative proposal to gain the support of the Bloc Québécois. Again, unanimously, Quebec's MNAs are opposed to any intervention by the federal government in environmental matters in Quebec's territory. So, for us, this is a clear, key position that needs to be expressed systematically in the federal political scene because it embodies the interests and the values of Quebecers. That's our mandate, Madam Speaker, is to support that. The Bloc Québécois is certainly in favor of recognizing the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a universal human right. It will now be about a year since the United Nations General Assembly has adopted a historic resolution declaring that access to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is a universal human right. 161 countries voted in favor of that resolution. And according to Secretary General Antonio Guterres, if we wish to see this right become a reality, countries must recognize that right and do what is required to make it a concrete reality. Countries must also ratify and implement all existing multilateral agreements on environmental law. Now, Bill C-219 will not make the right to a healthy environment a fundamental right in the sense that we understand of the rights guaranteed by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. However, it remains a very good idea to study this bill in committee, if only to observe and better interpret the legal and even constitutional framework in which a Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights would fit. So that having been said, the bill would amend the Canadian Bill of Rights to provide that an individual's right to life, liberty, and security of the person would include the right to a healthy and ecologically balanced environment. It's therefore valid to consider in this context that the scope of that right would be quasi-constitutional. And so let's note that the preamble of the bill stipulates that actions or inaction that results in significant harm to the environment could be regarded as compromising the life, liberty, or security of the person and as contrary to Section 7 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So, ultimately, my colleague's proposal would create a real right under Canadian environmental law. It's a right that citizens would be able to use in order to require that the government investigate potential violations of environmental laws, bring an environmental protection action against a person alleged to have contravened federal environmental laws, to present a petition to review any federal environmental law, to apply for judicial review, including by a person not directly affected by the subject matter of the application, if the matter concerns environmental protection. So this is very interesting. And there's also a clarification in the definitions and interpretation section of the word environment and of the expression healthy and ecologically balanced environment. It's also welcome that the bill refers to the notion of the country as the trustee of the public good. Protecting the environment means looking after society's collective interests, and that is the role of the state, and this for current and future generations. This principle, the fiduciary doctrine, is at the very heart of the progressive work which is leading us to a better understanding and application of environmental rights around the world. So I must also applaud the member for South Okanagan and West Kootenay for the attention that he has given to a valuable piece of legal content in a section entitled Paramountcy of Principles of Environmental Law. You see, in any legal context, it's absolutely essential to be able to rely on clear concepts and recognized definitions, if for no other reason than to enable the legislature to express unambiguously what the judiciary must have in mind when it is seized with a case. And here I'm talking about the following principles: the polluter pays principle, the principle of sustainable development, the principle of intergenerational equity, the principle of environmental justice, and the principle of prudence. Oh, no. Instead, we have to talk about the precautionary principle. And let me reassure everyone here, I may have been a teacher in the past, but I'm not going to fail my colleague on his exam here. It's just a correction to make here. This is just a typo. Because if you look at the Rio Declaration, it says clearly the precautionary principle, but it was poorly translated into French as principe de prudence, and that has no link with the environment. This flaw in the translation obscured the very essence of this principle, which is central to the framework of the implementation of such legislation. The Bloc was able to rally members of the Environment Committee to make this correction during the study of Bill S5. So the precautionary principle suggests managing a risk, but what we need to do is make sure that the definition here is the correct one and is very clear. But I know that my colleague will be happy to make this change because, like the Bloc Québécois, I'm certain he believes that recognition of the precautionary principle is essential to the framework for implementing legislation to protect the environment. So, Madam Speaker, I say it again, the Bloc Québécois will vote in favour of C-219. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Balkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise on behalf of the people of Skeena-Balkley Valley in Northwest BC and speak to this bill C-219 before us today. I want to start by paying tribute to my colleague from South Okanagan, West Kootenay. I always get those backwards. It's been such a pleasure working with him and continues to be a pleasure working with him in this House. My colleague is an ardent defender of the environment, and in addition to being an excellent parliamentarian, many people don't know that he's one of Canada's foremost bird experts. I think he probably holds the record for the most question period interventions related to birds. And I did have the opportunity last year to go bird watching with him, which was a real treat. His work in this House is a service not just to his constituents, but I believe to all Canadians. And the bill that's before us is just one example of that work. So I want to thank him for bringing this forward. And I'm excited that it's gotten to this point and will be put to a vote, because this is an issue, of course, Madam Speaker, that is of interest and concern to so many Canadians. I also want to acknowledge Linda Duncan, the former Member of Parliament from Edmonton Strathcona, who brought forward a very similar bill during her time in this House, and I'm sure is pleased to see these ideas advancing in this Parliament. Madam Speaker, sometimes when I sit in this place, I try to remind myself, particularly on days when we feel stuck in the weeds and minutiae of different issues, to remind myself to reflect on our purpose as parliamentarians, the reason that we're here, why are we elected, and what are the things that our constituents want us to focus on. And I can think of nothing more central to our mission, more core to our purpose as a parliament and as a country than ensuring that our citizens are able to live healthy, fulfilling lives. The security and the vitality that can be afforded to every Canadian is such an important thing for us to come back to in all of our work. I can't think of anything more important in this bill, which articulates in Canadian law the right to a healthy environment, is very central and relevant to that idea of facilitating healthy, fulfilling lives for all Canadians. Another person I was thinking of in preparing for this speech, Madam Speaker, was a 10-year-old, or he was 10 at the time. It was 2014. I was a small-town mayor, and I was down in Vancouver for a conference. And going into the Vancouver Convention Center, I was approached by a 10-year-old boy. His name is Rupert. He's still out there. I was looking at the date and doing the math, and I realized that now he's what? Almost in his 20s, in 2023. And Rupert was approaching all of the municipal politicians at this convention and advocating for this very concept that we're talking about today in the House of Commons. To him, the most important thing we could be doing was ensuring a healthy environment for his generation and for generations to come. He looked around at the world that he was inheriting. He was there with his sister, Franny. They were both involved in this advocacy. And he wanted us as local politicians to understand how vitally important it was that we protected the environment and that we passed on an environment that didn't put his generation in jeopardy. I think sometimes 10-year-olds and young people can see complex issues with such moral clarity. It's one of the reasons that I wanted to amend the Canada Elections Act to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to participate in our elections, because I believe they have so much to contribute to the conversation. And even at 10 years old, Rupert was contributing back in 2014, and I'm thinking about him today as we debate this bill in the House. We know that the environment is us. We are the environment. We're inextricably linked to our surroundings and to the ecosystems and other systems that support life on this beautiful planet. I was reminded of a quote from David Suzuki that speaks to this very well. He said, "We are of the earth. Every cell in our bodies formed by molecules derived from plants and animals, inflated by water, energized by sunlight captured through photosynthesis, and ignited by atmospheric oxygen." Rupert was also quoted as saying, "If humans are harming the environment, we're directly harming ourselves." And this is something that for so long we've been oblivious to. It's something I believe as humans we once understood much more intuitively and paid more respect to, this concept of being inextricably linked to our environment. But somehow we've forgotten and we've moved away from that. I grew up, Madam Speaker, in a remote community out in the bush. And when I think about a clean environment, the image that sticks in my mind is drinking right out of the river. That my parents had a homestead, and we had a log house, and it was on the bank of this swift-flowing creek, Kiwa Creek. And we had a log that went out into the creek that my father had flattened the top of the log, and we would walk out onto that log with a bucket and scoop water right from the river and drink it without any treatment. And I can't think of an image that sticks in my mind more when I think of a clean and healthy environment than the ability to drink clean water coming from our rivers and streams. And yet in so many parts of Canada, that is no longer a safe proposition for people. How many among us, Madam Speaker, would disagree that Canadians deserve these things, that they deserve to breathe clean air, that they deserve to drink clean water, that they deserve to eat safe food, that they deserve to live lives free of dangerous toxins, that they deserve to receive the many benefits of healthy functioning ecosystems, and most importantly in this day and age, Madam Speaker, that they deserve to enjoy the benefits of a stable climate and pass a stable climate on to future generations. And as this bill speaks to, that they deserve to participate in the decisions that affect the environment and thereby affect them. I think for people raising children in this day and age, the right to a healthy environment has a particularly poignant and meaningful relevance. My children are now 18 and 16 and going off into the world, and I think about the future that they're inheriting, and there's nothing that I want more for them than for their ability to experience the environment in the way that I enjoyed. That they can have all of these things that I've spoken of and can live lives that are healthy and free from environmental harm. Thinking about this bill, I also think about all of the people in Northwest BC who have been fighting for a healthier environment, for a cleaner environment, and for the various environmental harms to be dealt with by this government and other governments. I think of the Chicago Creek environmental group near Hazelton that was responding to a coal spill into Mission Creek, a creek near their community. I heard from Indigenous folks in the area, members of the Gitxsan Nation, who are deeply concerned about the impact of that coal spill on the creek itself and on the vegetation surrounding it, vegetation that they rely on for a number of purposes. I think of CN Rail, of course, which runs right through the riding that I represent. A couple of years ago, CN Rail was found guilty of spraying herbicides right into the waterways that flow into the Skeena River, British Columbia's second largest wild salmon river. I think of community groups in Smithers and in Kitimat that have been working for years to address air quality concerns. And I think of one particular citizen of our community who was deeply concerned about a government practice of spraying arsenic on pine trees to kill the mountain pine beetle, and eventually succeeded in forcing an end to that practice. Madam Speaker, I think for those people who are watching tonight, I'm sure they're watching on CPAC like all Canadians do, I hope that they see some promise in this bill before us. I want to again thank my colleague for bringing it forward, and I look forward to the vote in the House of Commons. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La période prévue pour l'étude des affaires émanant des députés.
The time for consideration of private members' business is now expired and is now dropped to the bottom of the order paper.
Government orders, government bills, Commons, resuming consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments on Bill C-22, Canada Disability Benefit Act.
I believe the minister had 4 minutes left of questions and comments. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the Minister again for her intervention today. Part of the next stage of this, if once this passes, presumably becomes law, would then be to develop the regulations for this bill and to negotiate with the provinces and territories. This will all be done not through Parliament, not through committee. This will all be done behind closed doors. And so, is everyone okay? Sorry, there was a bit of a crash back there. So my question to the Minister is, with a government that touts to be open and transparent, the way that this will play out will actually be behind closed doors. There won't be an opportunity to come back to Parliament. There won't be an opportunity to take any of the details of this benefit to committee to be analyzed, to have witnesses testify, and to have amendments. So would you consider this an open and transparent process going into the next stage?
I just want to remind members she's to address all questions and comments through the chair and not directly to the member. The Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question. I can reassure her that this will be a very public process. And in fact, because of amendments made in this House, there is obligation on the government, on the minister, to report to both houses on engagement, the level of engagement, how we've engaged with the disability community. There's we have to report at the end of 1 year what regulations have been put in place and what they look like, and so there is not to mention the regulatory process itself will be quite public, and the pre-regulatory process. We've already engaged with the disability community. We're working on a series of roundtables. We've got a ton of input already. I could go on, but I want everyone to know that we intend to make this a very public, open, and transparent process.
And comments, the honourable member Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the presentation today. I wanted to ask a little bit about the consultation that's already happened and how far along this is. I know the Minister knows, I know everyone in this House knows that the community wants this benefit to be passed and they want to have it in their bank accounts as soon as possible. So has some of that consultation already gone forward on regulation, and what kind of timelines do you really anticipate this is going to be?
I'd remind members to address questions and comments through the chair. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, technically, the regulatory process itself hasn't commenced because there's nothing to regulate until there's a law, until the bill is passed, but a lot of work has been done to date. So community members are very engaged on the specific elements, giving us feedback on areas like how the reduction rate should be designed, how much the amount should be, how we work with provinces and territories.
Point of order. The Honourable Member for La Prairie, is it about interpretation? There are interpretation issues.
Okay, parfait. The Honourable Minister.
It is working.
So yes, there's a lot of work that has been done technically on specific elements of the benefit, but of course the regulatory process itself can't start until this bill becomes law.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm encouraged that the Minister was so deeply involved in ensuring that C-22 is going to move through the House this evening. I'm deeply disappointed that the Senate amendment that would have ensured that people with disabilities don't have their benefits clawed back from the insurance industry was not supported. This is going to essentially increase the profits of private insurance companies. Why is the Minister not willing to stand up and ensure that this amendment that the Senate carefully worked through is included? Thank you.
Brief answer, the Honourable Minister.
I'm not willing, Madam Speaker, to encroach on provincial jurisdiction in the area of general contracting or in private insurance or create the risk and uncertainty that doing so would do, which is not to say that I haven't put a red line in the sand on clawbacks, and I'm working very closely with provincial territorial colleagues to make sure that doesn't happen.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm glad to stand in the House to speak on Bill C-22 today. It's always an honour to represent my community of Kelowna Lake Country. I know that our Conservative members are all committed to increasing support for Canadians living with a disability. More than 1 in 5 Canadians lives with a disability, and it's not an insignificant number. In fact, it's not a number at all. These are people, these are families, friends, brothers, sisters, parents. Canadians living with disabilities can have additional financial burdens with assistance, supplies, or equipment that they may require. Canadians living with disabilities are underemployed, as approximately 59% of working-age adults with disabilities are employed, compared to around 80% of those without disabilities, according to Statistics Canada. Navigating life with disability can be a full-time job for many, with no time out, no break. While the intention to support those with disabilities remains, there are many unknowns with Bill C-22 we are discussing today. This is because the most important details of this bill, such as eligibility, what working age means, as is mentioned in the bill, what will be the payment amounts, what will be the application process, and how provincial and territorial cooperation and interaction with other benefits are all being left to be determined through regulation. These will all be done and determined behind closed doors, with no ability to come back to parliamentarians for debate or amendments, and no opportunity to hear from witnesses at committee in a public venue. Essentially, we have a bill with a benefit and process that is all yet to be determined. Canadians living with disabilities deserve legislation that is committed to them through concrete action, not promises. This legislation had extensive testimony at the Human Resources Committee, including many written submissions. I'll mention just one witness who did testify at committee, Michelle Hewitt, Chair of the Board of Directors for Disability Without Poverty, who is also a constituent of mine in Kelowna Lake Country. I first met Michelle many years ago in my community, and she has been a strong advocate in many ways for persons with disabilities. I'll just read a couple of comments she made on record during her witness testimony at committee. Quote, "Disabled people do not live in poverty because they are worthless to society. It is quite the opposite. It is because their worth is not valued. In fact, people with disabilities contribute over $47 billion to the Canadian economy," unquote. She also stated, quote, "We talk about lifting disabled people out of poverty, but what does that really mean? Canada's official poverty lines use the market basket measure, which fails to take disability into account. We hear stories of disabled people living in poverty on a daily basis, as they are our friends and family. We can tell you about the man who approached Rabah in a parking lot of a grocery store, offering to swap bus tickets for food. Or my friend who lives month to month with maid approved, wondering if this month will be her last because she can't afford to live," unquote. And also, quote, "Time is of the essence. Food inflation is at 11.6%, yet provincial disability benefits are not index linked. This means that in real terms, disabled people fall further behind every day," unquote. This is why this benefit will most effectively be delivered if details are co-created with persons with disabilities. This is why Conservatives supported amendments at the Human Resources Committee, which passed to provide more certainty on this benefit, including indexing the benefit to inflation, ensuring the Canada Disability Benefit payment amount stays proportionate to the cost of living, and we support the Senate amendments the government has brought forth. The creation of the Canada Disability Benefit should consider the complex web of programs currently in place, which for many Canadians with disabilities, including those with episodic disabilities, can result in benefit cuts and higher taxes as a consequence of taking on work. There are those families who solely rely on benefits due to the nature of the disability, and people are living in poverty. I want to be clear that I'm concerned about the potential clawbacks which could affect people. These could be with interactions with provincial or territorial benefits, with interaction of benefits through insurance, or with interactions with federal benefits. While the Minister has stated that potential clawbacks of provincial supports is a red line when negotiating the creation of the benefit with provinces, she has been able to point to any specifics in the legislation or guarantee that this will not happen. Conservatives proposed an amendment in C-22 at the Human Resources Committee to prevent clawbacks at the federal level. This was written by the Legal Department at the House of Commons, and disappointingly the Liberals voted against this, and it did not get into this legislation. There was an amendment put forth by the Senate to address clawbacks dealing with insurance based on witness testimony at the Senate. And I spoke to a constitutional lawyer on this who pointed out that there are strong constitutional arguments in favor of the Senate amendment, and that it was endorsed by all provincial trial lawyers associations in Canada. However, the Liberal government has not accepted that amendment. I want to be very clear on record that Conservatives are concerned with any form of clawbacks, and this Disability Benefit Act does not have anything in the legislation to give assurances to address this. We will be watching very closely over the next couple of years once the regulations are developed and this benefit is all implemented and plays out, and Conservatives will be holding the Liberal government to account on this. This is all at a time when the cost of rent has doubled, mortgages have doubled, inflation hit a 40-year high, interest rates increased 9 times in the past year. Liberal inflationary deficit spending led to high inflation, which led to high interest rates, which will lead to mortgage defaults, and this is very concerning. And those with disabilities are amongst the hardest hit. I want to comment and clarify on the parliamentary process and timelines the Liberal government went through with this legislation. The Liberals say persons with disabilities are a priority. However, it took them 6 years to take action on this disability benefit. They finally introduced Bill C-35 in 2021 in the previous Parliament, and the Liberals then called an unnecessary election in the summer of 2021, which collapsed the legislation. The Minister said they were consulting with the disability community, however, introduced the exact same legislation in 2022. It was a goal of myself and my colleagues in the Conservative official opposition to ensure that Bill C-22 progressed through the committee process diligently and through adding needed amendments, though there are others that we wished were agreed to. We managed to get the bill through the committee process quickly and passed in the House of Commons before Parliament rose at the end of 2022. On May 18th, 2023, the Senate returned the bill to the House of Commons with amendments. And on May 30th, 2023, at the Human Resources Committee, the Minister would not commit to a timeline when the government would return C-22 to the House of Commons, and we've been waiting for weeks. Myself and other Conservative colleagues were hearing from persons with disabilities that Liberal MPs were telling them that Conservatives have delayed this legislation. And I want to be very clear that those comments are a fabrication and a falsehood. And I'll just say, just look at the facts, the actions at committee, and the parliamentary process that the Liberal government has followed bringing this forward. This debate could have been held weeks earlier than today if the Liberals would have brought it forward. So as I mentioned earlier, the level of disability poverty in Canada remains a prominent issue, and we have a responsibility to do better. The Conservative members of Parliament are committed to supporting Canadians living with disability and not penalizing people and families. And therefore, I can say that we are all in agreement that the Canada Disability Benefit must be passed, and we encourage the government to immediately get to work consulting with the disability community. As the Minister has said, that the regulations will take, in fact, a year to develop, and we heard that today in questioning that I had earlier today to the Minister. And with that being said, our Conservative caucus will remain vigilant in ensuring that government fulfills its promises to the disability community. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments today. And I know it's been a very difficult time to really try to get this Liberal government to accept proposals that have been coming from the opposition parties. So I very much appreciate the work that she's been doing, and I certainly agree with her on us wanting to make sure that this is very strong legislation and that we really push the government on those clawbacks. I agree with her on that. I did want to ask, though, we know that there is going to be a time gap here between when regulations happen and when the money is going to get into folks' bank accounts. So I'm just wondering, in committee I had, and the NDP had asked for an emergency benefit in term, and I'm wondering if the member is in agreement with that now that these things have changed slightly.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. I know that we jointly had worked really hard at committee to make sure that some amendments did get through. As I mentioned earlier, there was some that I wished would have gotten through that weren't accepted, but we did work on that. With regards to that, I mean, we would have to look at that. I think part of the challenge right now too is, as I mentioned in my speech, is that inflation is so incredibly high, and the actions of this government with the last budget, this inflationary deficit spending, is going to only pour fuel on the inflationary fire. And so it's going to be even more difficult for people, and we absolutely need to make it a priority as well to bring inflation down so that interest rates can go down so that people don't lose their homes.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Alone, her concerns regarding the clawbacks were not properly or adequately addressed. And the fact that when the act to restrict the charges from disability tax promoters was passed unanimously, yet took 8 years to implement. So all those years, the promoters were collecting money. It was going towards the promoters instead of the people living with disabilities. How confident is she that this bill will come forth and be enacted, and that people won't instead be faced with medical assistance and dying to lift themselves out of poverty?
Good question. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I must say that testimony at committee that we had, and we heard it more than once, where people are considering MAID because they can't afford to live, was just absolutely heartbreaking. And it's unbelievable that people feel that way and are dealing with that in Canada. As I mentioned in my intervention, myself and us Conservative colleagues, we do have a lot of concerns around clawbacks, which is why we tried to put something in the legislation. Unfortunately, it wasn't accepted by everyone, and so we're going to keep pressing the government on that. There should have been something in the legislation. And as I mentioned, we had legal here in the House of Commons draft something that was very simple, just in order to address that, specifically, especially at the federal level, which is within our jurisdiction, and unfortunately that wasn't supported.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think clawbacks is something that I know my constituents have been talking about in Guelph as well. However, we did accept 5 of the 6 amendments from the Senate, which in our government, 2/3 of amendments coming from the Senate are generally accepted. But in the case of clawbacks, So important for us to work with provinces and territories where that's their area of jurisdiction. So in Ontario, ODSP has to coordinate with what we're proposing. So although it might look good for us to tell the provinces what to do, eventually it could end up in the Supreme Court. So could the honourable member say how important it is for us to coordinate with provinces and territories to the benefit of all Canadians?
A brief answer from the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for the question. I think part of the situation is in this legislation, there is so much that is so vague that there's really not assurances, even if all of the fine details weren't defined. There is a lot of vagueness in here, and that's part of the concern that not only we have, but I mean, frankly, we heard lots of testimony about this at committee. It's a real concern for people because of all the vagueness in this legislation, and so that's why, as I mentioned in my speech, we'll be holding the government to account to all of the commitments that they've made.
Reprise le débat.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased this evening to rise today because it is the evening. I'm pleased to be able to speak to Bill C, this bill that will be implemented, and I think that we have to commend one another for the work that has been done. Of course, we could look at the issues we've met to reach this bill. In particular, I believe that all parties in this House of Commons, with all the many groups that sought to defend people living with disabilities, people that have come a number of times to make their will manifest in defending people living with disabilities. We've always supported them. For us, these people are not so different from us, but they are unique. And the fundamental reasoning behind this bill is to make sure that allow people to put poverty behind. I would like to take the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to commend the number of organizations in my riding that are devoted to the cause that help people who are living with disabilities. Given that I have the opportunity to do so, I would like to commend the Mouvement Personnes d'Abord de Sainte-Thérèse. It's a movement that defends the rights of people living with a disability, an intellectual disability in this case. They are celebrating their 25th anniversary this year in defending the rights of these people. I would also like to note all those who appeared before the committee, notably Quebecois, witnesses, Handicap Sans Pauvreté, the Confederation of Organizations Working for Disabled People in Quebec, the Fédération des Mouvements Personnes d'Abord in Quebec, and the Quebec Society for Intellectual Deficiencies. There's one thing that we have to make sure is the case, and that was the government's intent. Of course, this will require us all to be watchdogs. This new supplement type benefit has to be an actual supplement and not a substitution to what already exists as a support to people living with disabilities in Quebec and other provinces. This will be a big challenge because we know that in Quebec and in other provinces, programs aren't necessarily uniform. I believe that the standard for which we have fought during our work is to make sure that this is complementary and not just a substitution. People living with disabilities are often also living in a state of poverty, this at a high percentage as compared to the general population. The pandemic has clearly shown us this reality. with our current economic context, we know that it is more difficult for these people to feed themselves, to house themselves and clothe themselves. These are fundamental needs. It's also very difficult to end the cycle of poverty when one doesn't have access to sufficient income. And so that's what we want. We want people people living with disabilities to participate in civil society. They already do so, but we want to make sure that they can take part fully. We want their participation to be as active as possible. That is why the benefit has to give a minimum of means and a maximum amount of income for these people, so that they can leave poverty behind thanks to these benefits, and so that they can live in a dignified and decent way. There was also a consensus from the people, so that people that represent those living with disabilities can participate in the process. So by people living with disabilities, for people living with disabilities, and that's why consultations are essential. For this bill to be effective, I hope that as rapidly as possible we will be able to carry out this continued oversight work, especially with regards to regulations. This is why Quebec developed its basic income program that has existed since the 1st of January 2023, a basic income for those that have severe issues with finding a job or holding a job. All that to say, if we want a Canada-wide benefit, a guaranteed income supplement on the matter, we have to make sure that this is supplemental to what people get rather than substitute what they receive. We hope that this bill, of course, will be adopted as rapidly as possible. We hope that this is the case because at committee, yes, there were a number of amendments to make sure that we know when this new benefit will see the light of day. Can we get a calendar so that we can predictably know that it won't take months, if not years, to be implemented? We know that there is a huge amount of work to do. Work has to be done through agreements with provinces and territories. As I said, there are different systems in different provinces. The list that covers regulation and regulations in various provinces is very long. We had certain issues, and we wanted to bring forth more amendments, especially with regards to regulation. What will be the amount, what will be the eligibility criteria, and what will be the conditions. We currently have an empty piece of paper. It will be through regulation, so parliamentarians won't have a say. Regulation can be cancelled at any time. If in this bill, whether to already be stronger regulations or stronger entrenchment in statutes, then we would have a better idea of what is coming. Unfortunately, these amendments were not taken up by the government. I think that it is normal to say that it is important to say that people should have a stable source of income, not through regulation. So we are pleased with what the government has responded to the Senate amendments. We had the same apprehensions, especially with regards to the amendment regarding clawbacks for private contracts and insurances. I even had the opportunity if there's something that they don't need, the people living with disabilities, is a discussion on jurisdiction, what is federal and what is provincial. With private contracts and insurance systems, People don't want a legal argument about if they can or if they cannot. All this will do is delay the situation. These are questions that should be studied in a judicious way. For us, we believe that the government gave an adequate response to the senators. So, Madam Speaker, I don't know how long I have left, but collectively, as parliamentarians and as people living with disabilities, our society is made up of many different sub-societies and organizations and people. For women, for Indigenous people, for racialized individuals, there may be other factors that lead to discrimination. All we can hope for is rigor from the government and an oversight from parliamentarians and by parliamentarians to make sure that this bill will adequately meet the hopes of those involved.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member from the bloc for her thoughtful intervention tonight. I was particularly interested in her comments around working together with provinces and territories to come to an agreement. Something we did with the Canada Child Benefit, Madam Speaker, was we were the government that negotiated no clawbacks with Canada Child Benefits. And then we're now putting into legislation the early learning and childcare benefit that we've also negotiated with provinces and territories. So we're developing a track record. In fact, we have one that we're expanding, and that this will become part of what we're doing together with provinces and territories. Instead of telling them what to do, we will work together. Could the honourable member talk about how important it is, in particular with us working with Quebec and the other provinces, to get this right together?
The honourable member,
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Well, it's essential, Madam Speaker, especially when we get to issues like this one. We want to put in place on the issue of childcare services. It's hard not to work with Quebec. It's the Quebec model that's been borrowed because it's a source of pride all over, and we've had it for 25 years. So this was an asymmetrical agreement, and we understand the context. But to put in place a Canada Disability Benefit that is similar to the security, each province, and in Quebec, we already have social programs. We have support for these people. So if we want to have something additional, there's no other choice but to have agreements with the jurisdictions that have responsibility for this.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I guess first and foremost, I just want to express how shameful it is that it has taken us this long to get to this point that we are today. I know so many in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith living with disabilities have been legislated into poverty, struggling to make ends meet, struggling to keep food on the table, struggling to keep a roof over their head. It's time for us to get this done. So I'm happy that we are moving in the right direction today. One thing that the NDP has been pushing for through this whole process, and of course my colleague from Port Moody Coquitlam has been fighting to ensure that people living with disabilities have enough money to be able to make ends meet. It's not good enough for us to just push this through and then people with disabilities still be struggling to make ends meet. And so my question to the member is, does she feel that this is a step that provides her with the optimism that we all need, that people with disabilities won't have to keep living in poverty and will in fact allow people with disabilities to live with the dignity and respect that they deserve?
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Well, I have some optimism. I'd like to see the glass half full rather than half empty. There is already a step forward. Unfortunately, people who have a disability have a great need for us to increase their capacity. There are programs that support them. I'm proud of what's done in Quebec, but I think we need to go much further. And this is work. Well, what we need as parliamentarians to ensure that it goes quickly and that it be realistic and that it be related to the goal, which is to have accountability and regular updates on the work that is being done. Without that, we could waste a lot of time.
Bref question.
Time for a brief question.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Colonial Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her intervention today. Just a quick question for her with regards to the timing. You know, we know that the government has been working on this for years. They tabled the first legislation back in 2021, and then because of the snap election, it stopped, and they had to start all over again. So they've been working on this for years, and we hear that once this passes, presumably. The Bill C-22, that it will still take another year in order to negotiate with the provinces and develop the regulations. So I'm wondering if the member has a concern that the government's already years into this and yet they don't have regulations developed at this point.
Brief answer and bref réponse.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Well, our concern, there are situations that could lead us to wonder whether we still believe in it. But I think we need to take into account people who are living with a disability who came to say us overwhelmingly that they want this to be done by and for them. So that needs to be done. What I hope is that we stop dragging our feet. Now that we have the tools and we have criteria, we need to act.
Excuse
me, we can't go back to the past.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we're here today debating the Canada Disability Framework Bill because of the incredible work done by the disability community. Individuals, advocates, and allies who have worked tirelessly to express to all members of this House the urgent need to improve the lives of persons with disabilities living in poverty in this country. Their work has been difficult and powerful, and it's not finished yet. As we speak, disability organizations and advocates are gathered in New York City, attending the 16th session on the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, still fighting for equality and human rights for persons with disabilities in Canada and across the globe. This is the work they should not have to do, Madam Speaker. Persons with disabilities should not have to face discrimination and should not have to navigate the many barriers that are currently in place. It is our work here in this place to remove these obstacles. And that is what the NDP will continue to do, as we have always done. My colleagues and I are disappointed that the Canada Disability Framework does not yet meet the requirement of upholding human rights and does not ensure every Canadian with a disability is protected from poverty. That is why the NDP will hold this government to account to work collaboratively with the disability community, to meet their expectations, and to create regulations in Bill C-22 that will put an end to disability poverty. C-22 initially came to this House incomplete and clumsy. New Democrats worked to improve it, proposing an assurance of an adequate income that conforms to Article 28 from the CRPD that states the rights of persons with disabilities to an adequate standard of living for themselves and their families, including adequate food, clothing, and housing. The Liberals should have accepted that. Yet in the committee, they would not even allow for the debate. And the Conservatives abstained from having a vote on that debate and for standing up for human rights based on that amendment. Abstained from even considering it. Fortunately, even when that opportunity to debate the need for adequacy, the NDP were able to include adequacy in regulation. And that adequacy has been enhanced with an amendment from the other place, which I appreciate. Making adequacy even stronger, yet not absolute in stature, is better than not having adequacy at all. It will now be left up to the Minister and Order in Council to honour the intent of adequacy and to honour the trust extended by the community and this House, and build a benefit amount with a foundation based on human rights and adequacy, and to protect from clawbacks of any kind, including public insurance companies and in the negotiations with provinces and territories. We all know that provinces already offer unequal benefits and some clawback funds from those living with a disability. In Alberta and Nova Scotia, for example, a person can only make around $10,000 annually before they experience clawbacks of their benefits. The provinces and territories do not have benefits that match the financial requirements to live in Canada. This government must work to ensure that wherever you live in Canada, your location does not indicate the quality of life you have access to. New Democrats have stated that this benefit must be an amount that will actually lift people out of poverty. We know Bill C-22 is urgently needed, and it has been delayed far too long, over and over again by this government. The community has been forced to wait and wait, and that delay by these Liberals has created a rush to the finish line. I have received hundreds of emails and phone calls asking for this government to get this bill passed, and those voices can no longer wait. The New Democrats will not ignore these Canadians. We will advance this bill while still holding this government to account, like we always do, Madam Speaker. The fight continues, and this government must do the work to ensure they meet the expectations of the disability community. New Democrats will hold this government accountable to work with the provinces and territories to ensure private insurance companies are not the beneficiaries of this funding meant to go directly to people with disabilities living in poverty. With the implementation, this benefit must do its work and not enhance the pocketbooks of corporate Canada. This Liberal government must not leave people behind again. In addition, it is time for this government to acknowledge that an immediate interim support is needed. As this bill progresses into 2024, Canadians living with a disability in poverty cannot make ends meet. The reality is that right now, poverty continues to be forced on them, and they must choose between paying their rent or buying groceries. One more year of waiting or more is not acceptable. The government must provide, in good faith, financial relief now for these Canadians who are suffering as they wait for this benefit. Financial relief is needed today. The minister has said that they do not want to work on a disability emergency response fund while working on C-22. Those living in poverty don't have the luxury of that choice. Today, the NDP asks again for the government to enact an immediate relief payment, what the community is calling DERB, as the community is asking for it. The delays in this process have shown Canadians that the Liberal government is not concerned about upholding the rights and dignity of persons living with a disability in this bill. They know about the inadequacies of provincial and territorial benefits, yet they sit by and choose not to act on it until they are forced. Unless, of course, they are acting on behalf of corporate Canada. The NDP has seen this government support legislation that put millions of dollars into greedy CEOs' pockets instantly, while they drag their feet on investing in pharmacare, accessible housing, employment insurance and reform, and protection of Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. Almost 1 million people, Madam Speaker, in Canada live with a disability because of the discriminatory practices and ableist government policies that exclude them. This is unacceptable. The lack of accessible homes, inaccessible infrastructure, and limited inclusion in the workplace creates barriers that have resulted in poverty. legislated poverty that past and present Conservative and Liberal governments have perpetuated. This bill is a welcome step forward to provide Canadians living with a disability new supports. I appreciate that. But this new benefit must be adequate and accessible in 2024. I wrap up by acknowledging the toll this process has taken on the disability community and all the hard work they have done to get us to this point. Your work has brought results, and I look forward to the co-creation to now begin. Rest tonight to the community on your win and know that the New Democrats will continue to fight alongside you again tomorrow.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Oh, questions and comments, sorry. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I must admit I'm a little bit surprised in terms of some of the words that are being put on the record. What we're talking about is a historic piece of legislation. And we can thank the community throughout the country, people with disabilities, and the advocacy that they have done and conveyed to the member from Delta, British Columbia, who, from my perspective, in my decades now of being a parliamentarian, I have never seen a member of parliament or a parliamentarian that's been as strong as an advocate for people with disabilities than the current minister, Madam Speaker. And my question to the member is, would she not recognize that this is indeed historic legislation? And maybe remind the House, can she recall any private members' bills on this? I can't myself.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think that when we're talking about Canadians that are living in poverty, we don't make comparisons, Madam Speaker. We are talking about people in Canada that are living in poverty. So although the Liberals want to take a win every time they do something they should be doing on human rights, the NDP are disappointed that the bill is not stronger, and we continue to be disappointed. And we will be disappointed until this government delivers adequate income supports for persons living with disabilities that are disproportionately discriminated against because they have a disability in this country.
Here, here.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her intervention. It's nice working with her on the HuMA Committee and studying this bill. And, you know, I have seen a lot of genuine and authentic effort from the minister responsible for this bill. I will absolutely recognize that. And I think, but just having an authentic minister who genuinely believes in this and has lived experience, quite frankly, around this, doesn't negate the bureaucracy that she has to face. And so I guess my question to the member is, how does she think, or does she have faith that the Liberal government will actually be able to deliver this in a timely manner based on what we've seen so far?
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you for the question. And I think it is fair to acknowledge that the minister has a lot of trust in this process, that the disability community has given her trust, that members of this parliament have given her trust. But we're still nervous, and I will say that I'm still nervous, because at the end of the day, this has to be a benefit that lifts people out of poverty. And as I said in my speech, I'm hoping that trust and honor is rewarded, not for us, but for the people that in Canada that need this disability to make ends meet.
That's the gentleman for Elmwood Transcona.
Much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, not just for her speech, but for all the work that I know she's put into trying to make this bill a better bill in what has been a frustrating process, working with a government that promised at many opportunities that they would bring forward this legislation expeditiously over 2 parliaments now. We're only now just getting to the end of the legislative process. But as she pointed out, the bill's not perfect. One of the issues with the bill, as I understand it, and I'd be glad to get her commentary on it, is that the program largely is set up in regulation, which means that a future government that is not on board with providing this benefit either at all or according to the terms and conditions the government will ultimately set in regulation can scrap the program with a stroke of a pen at the cabinet table. It will not come back to Parliament. if this program is to be destroyed. And I hope she'll talk a little bit about the kind of protection we could have afforded people living with disabilities if we had legislated more of the program details instead of leaving it to regulation.
Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to say thank you so much for the member from Elmwood-Transcona, because it was the member from Elmwood-Transcona that really moved this along before I was even elected, Madam Speaker. And he was also the one that talked about the fact that persons with disabilities needed that little more during COVID for the CERB, that they needed those additional funds for the CERB because it's more expensive to have a disability in this country. And so I appreciate all the work that the member did. And I will say that the NDP pushed very, very hard to have it within legislation, to have it within statute, that this benefit had to provide an adequate income. Not having that protection, not having that minimum in legislation is a risk, and I'm worried about it. I'm worried every time we talk about there being a new government where we may lose things that have not yet been voted on. I think that's why it's so important that we got this bill through and that we get the legislation going, and then we really need to hold these Liberals account for all the promises.
Comme il est 19h20.
As it is 7:20, pursuant to the order passed earlier today, the motion is deemed adopted.
Sorry, I got a point of order. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to note that it's my understanding that the member from Kitchener Centre would like to speak on this, and because of the draconian motion that the Liberals and the NDP have on this for restricting debate, he's not allowed to, and quorum isn't even allowed in this place. And I do want to note that particular member did contribute a lot at committee. He actually had brought forth several motions, and my understanding is that he would like to speak this evening on this piece of legislation.
So first of all, the honourable member mentioned quorum, and she knows that the motions that were already adopted in the House are as such, and as well as unless there would have been unanimous consent prior to, the motion that is before the House now stands. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills. Third reading of Bill C-35. The Canada Early Learning and Childcare Act.
Moves that Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate, débat. The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And it gives me such tremendous pleasure to rise on the occasion of third reading of Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada. Today is another historic step towards having federal legislation with regards to early learning and childcare. I have spoken numerous times in this House about the benefits of early learning and childcare. I've talked about the life-changing experiences that this has meant for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We are coming up on the 2-year anniversary of signing that first agreement with British Columbia, and since then, as you know, all 13 provinces and territories have signed on. That has meant 50% fee reductions as of December 2022 in every single jurisdiction, and 6 jurisdictions, Quebec, Yukon, Nunavut, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland and Labrador have already achieved $10 a day childcare in regulated spaces well ahead of schedule, and we are on track to meet that objective by 2026. Madam Speaker, we are also understanding that what is important is making sure that all Canadian families have access to affordable childcare, and so therefore we've also committed to increasing the number of spaces by 250,000, and that's same time period. 52,000 have already been created with the provinces and territories, and I have to say it is so incredible to either be at a groundbreaking or to hear from families who now have access to affordable childcare. And of course, we can't do this without the talented and qualified early learning and childcare workforce that are the backbone and the beating heart of childcare in Canada. And we recognize those tremendous workers who go to work so that the rest of us can go to work as well. And having that quality, inclusive, affordable, accessible childcare is exactly why we are here at third reading, debating C-35, moving it through the legislative process, and hopefully continuing to get the unanimous support of every single party and member in this House to move forward and do something that is truly historic, truly transformative for Canadian families. But don't just take it from me, Madam Speaker. I thought, since I've spoken a lot about the benefits of childcare, what I would like to do tonight is actually share the voices of Canadians and to share what Canadians across this country are saying about our Canada-wide early learning and childcare initiative. So Candace from Burnaby, British Columbia says, "We paid $455 for 2 kids to be in daycare for the month of December. Is this real life? 3 cheers for your hard-earned tax dollars being put to good use. I love you all." Katie from Ottawa, Ontario said, "Just paid our January daycare fees. Under $500, many exclamation marks. This is a 55% reduction from last year. This is going to make such a huge difference for so many families." Greg from Kelowna in BC said, "My daughter's daycare fees have dropped from $1,200 to $500 per month as well. It sure reduces the stress, including the strain on us grandparents." Next, Ben from Toronto said, "Our infants' daycare fees have dropped $500. $500 per month. And on the 26th, at her 18-month anniversary, it will drop an additional $200 per month. Probably one of the largest pieces of legislation to personally affect me in my lifetime." Alana from Ontario said, "This is incredible work. I am so grateful as a mother to benefit from this and see my children thrive, as an RECE to feel hopeful for the future, and as an advocate to contribute to building this system." Emil said, "We are finally seeing real reductions in our daycare costs. It's genuinely life-changing to see fees reduced by just over 50%. This is how you support families. This is how you achieve real equity in the workforce." Jocelyn from BC said, "My daughter on Vancouver Island found out yesterday that her daycare will be charging $10 a day. This is huge for families. Wow. Thank you to the federal and provincial government for collaborating on this excellent legislation. It truly puts families first." Isabel from Toronto said, "It was absolutely surreal to see my daycare fees drop from a high of $167.25. As of January, we will be paying less than 50% of that on a path to $10. 2 kids, not-for-profit centre, Toronto." Clay from Nova Scotia said, "I remember when my grandmother, who raised me on her own, received $20 a month in baby bonus and how much it meant to her. The Liberals did that and improved it every time they formed government. I can't imagine what a $10 a day childcare would be for single moms today." I had another tweet from someone from Sunni Mooks territory said, "Thank you to you and your party for every one of these steps forward and for Canadians during these very challenging times. Though I'm not a member of any political party, I admire the progress made by the Liberal Party despite the official opposition's grandstanding and obstructionism." Karen said, in the early 90s, I paid $900 a month for 1 preschooler and 2 after-schoolers. Thank goodness families today will have a better chance of getting ahead. A parent from Alberta said, I paid a lot in daycare costs and I didn't have a choice, but I am more than okay with families getting help with these costs.
It benefits all of us when parents are able to join the workforce. Another person said, my highest daycare bill for 2 kids was $2,100. That's now over for me. But for working families, they shouldn't have to pay that much. A break is much needed. The principal from Atikoteluk Elementary School in Igloolik, Nunavut said, this daycare initiative helps students prepare in a more formal setting for school, kindergarten, grade 1, and up. When you can introduce students at the young age of 3 or 4 to a routine program, I think it benefits them years down the road in their education. Megan from Winnipeg said, you know, I can't bring my baby to work with me, so $10 a day childcare has been absolutely fantastic. A parent from PEI said, this is great news. This helps families and will result in better outcomes for kids. The more support we give to early learning and childcare centers, the healthier and happy our children are. The economic return on investment is huge, and parents can choose to return to the workforce. Amy from Nunavut said, I work in the field of ELCC in Nunavut, and their multilateral and coinciding bilateral agreements with all PTs have allowed for crucial initiatives and programs that otherwise would have been impossible. Madam Speaker, let me tell you what Myra said. She said, thank you, Minister Gould. As a minority member of society, I've witnessed friends and family members who struggle to keep up with inflation and high interest rates. This will surely help families, especially children and women. Sam said, I just found out yesterday that my daughter was accepted for a full-time spot. We'll be paying just $22 a day. This is a massive help to our budget. We would have been paying $59 a day if not for this program. Quinn said, affordable childcare most importantly allows for my children to grow and develop in a safe, loving, and nourishing environment. The early years are so important, and without the affordability, so many people were missing out on the perks of a licensed childcare facility. They are shaping our little people into who they are going to be in the future. Secondly, it allows moms to work who may not have been able to before due to the high cost of childcare. For myself, I work in this field as well, and the benefits for all my families in my center are huge. This has been such a blessing all around. And finally, Natalia says, this reduction in fees has meant that I can go back to work. I'm a mother of 2 boys, a 3.5-year-old and a 16-month-old. If the fees would have continued to be so unaffordable, I would not have been able to afford childcare for my children and would have had to stop working outside of the home for a number of years to care for my little ones. This means that as a woman, I can continue to have a professional life while being a mother. It means that we can afford a better life for my family. And most importantly, it means that I feel happy and productive because I want to work and have a career. Madam Speaker, these are just a few examples of what Canadians are saying across this country about what the Canada-wide early learning and childcare agreements and what this legislation means to them. And I think that last point is really important. It's really about choice. When you can't afford to have childcare and you can't afford to work, you're not really making a choice. But what we're offering Canadian women, Canadian families, Canadian children is that real choice of saying that they can be a parent and they can be in the workforce. And the stats are backing that up, Madam Speaker. In the past year, from April 2022 to April 2023, unemployment among women over the age of 25 dropped 10% in Canada. Wow. 10%. That means that the increase in participation of prime age women in the Canadian workforce has expanded by almost 100,000 women.
Wow.
We have reached an all-time high of Canadian women in the workforce, and the Bank of Canada points to our early learning and childcare initiative as one of the key factors. You know, en Québec, il y a 25 ans qu'ils...
In Quebec, 25 years ago, they implemented their own daycare system. In Quebec, 85% of women over 25 years of age with children under 4 years of age are working. That is the highest rate in the world. Professor Fortin an economist, attributes that high rate to the daycare and early childhood learning system in Quebec. Making sure that daycare is affordable, high quality, and inclusive is an economic driver that is strong.
Engine for our country, for our society, but most importantly, for our families. Because what it means is that they now have that extra bit of disposable income to pay what they need to pay for, to make sure that they are providing the best start and best quality of life to their children. And Madam Speaker, here debating C-35 is an exciting opportunity for us to enshrine in Canada, in federal legislation, the role of the federal government to ensure that for future generations, they don't have to worry about the cost of childcare. They don't have to worry about making that impossible choice about whether they want to continue to pursue a career or whether they want to stay home and raise their children, because they will actually have the opportunity to make that choice. Look, Madam Speaker, we know there's a lot of work ahead when it comes to affordable childcare in Canada. But we wouldn't be able to do any of this work if we hadn't put those bilateral agreements in place, if we weren't bringing forward this legislation. It doesn't mean we don't see challenges. It doesn't mean that there won't be bumps along the road of implementation. That's what happens when you build a brand new social program, the biggest and most important social program that we've brought in probably 50 years in this country. But it means that we should keep pursuing that objective, keep building that new system, that transformational objective that is going to have such a positive impact on families across this country, that indeed those stories that I read into the record is already having a positive impact. So I hope that I can continue to count on the support of all members in this place to keep advancing this legislation so that we can keep working together to do what's right for Canadian families, for Canadian children, for our economy. This is smart economic, social policy that I think is going to have a truly transformational impact on our country. And, you don't have to take it from me. This is what Canadians are saying right across the country. And so, with that, Madam Speaker, let us move expeditiously through third reading. We have gone unanimously at second reading, unanimously at report stage. Let's get unanimously through third reading, send this over to the other place, and let's deliver affordable, accessible, high-quality, inclusive childcare for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Peterborough Court.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for her intervention. I guess I would love on record to hear, and I have an opportunity to speak to, so I can definitely offer as a critic the other side to a lot of those positive stories that I think is important to also have on the record. But I guess my question to her would be, in 5 years' time, I would like her prediction on the record of how successful she thinks this program is going to be, meaning particularly, how much does she think wait lists are going to go down by? In particular, I would like it read into the record today. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I think in contrast to the Conservatives, I'm an optimist, and I believe that, when you work hard, when you develop good policy, when you do things that actually help people, that it is going to make a difference. And we've actually seen already in Canada the creation of over 50,000 new spaces in our country, in provinces and territories, in communities big and small. We are committed to creating another 200,000 spaces. And Madam Speaker, those are the commitments of the federal government. There are provinces and territories who, if they want to, they can also create additional spaces. But I believe so strongly that in 5 years' time, this is going to continue to be a success, that we're going to have even more stories to read into the record about how transformational this initiative has been for Canadian families, Canadian children, and particularly for Canadian women. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister not just for her speech, but indeed the incredible amount of work that went into this. It cannot have been an easy task to go throughout to the country to every jurisdiction and to negotiate the various different deals and arrangements that she was able to accomplish in a relatively short time span given what would have been involved in it. What I note is that despite the continuous objections from Conservatives when they come into the House and downplay the legislation, at the end of the day, they end up voting in favor of it. And what I also find to be extremely remarkable is the fact that this seems to have been, at least outside of this chamber, through the engagement with the rest of the country and the provinces and jurisdictions, a nonpartisan issue. Conservative premiers embraced the concept throughout the country. I'm wondering if the Minister would like to comment on that process.
The Honourable Minister.
Certainly, thank you. So yes, it was a very interesting and at times challenging process to negotiate with the 13 different provinces and territories. But as my colleague alluded to, regardless of political stripe in the end, every single province and territory signed on to the initiative and is actually now moving forward enthusiastically. In fact, the current Premier of Alberta, Danielle Smith, campaigned on $10 a day daycare in the most recent provincial election, and Alberta was one of the last jurisdictions to sign on. But what they've come to understand and they've seen bear out is that this is not only an extraordinarily popular program with parents, it's an incredible economic driver. The return on investment to our economy is huge. You know, the prediction is anywhere between $1.80 and $2.60 is returned to the economy for every dollar that's invested. There's a prediction that there could be an increase to the GDP of 1.2% over the coming years. You know, these are huge contributions because of additional people in the workforce, and we're already seeing that with the labor stats that I cited in my speech. So, you know, Madam Speaker, this is just a tremendous policy that is having a tremendous impact on Canadians across the country.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This program is not about choice. It gives money to certain people in certain situations who are not necessarily those who need the support the most. Now, the Minister cherry-picked quotes that she'd received. I'd like to share and put on the records a quote from a childcare operator in my riding, and I'd like her response to it. This person writes and wrote to the HuMA Committee, the childcare industry in Canada is in crisis today as a result of the federal government's overreach through this program, and I fear that C-35 does not sufficiently recognize that Canada's current childcare system still depends on thousands of private operators despite the directional preference for the not-for-profit business model. The on-the-ground experience of private operators reflects that this model is currently not meeting its promised intentions for affordable, equitable, accessible, high-quality childcare for families as wait lists soar around the country, creating inaccessible and inequitable access to the promised affordable childcare, which is preventing parents from re-entering the workforce. She says later, while both levels of government made flashy announcements about how they are creating affordable childcare for families, small businesses often run by women and new Canadians are being forced into bankruptcy and staff face extreme burnout, while frustrated parents are in fact unable to access the promised affordable, equitable, and accessible childcare the governments have announced. Why didn't the Minister read that quotation as part of her motivation for this bill?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, it's kind of disappointing from the Conservatives that they focus on the negative instead of focusing on how we're actually trying to work to improve this. But I mean, at the end of the day, they did vote in favor of the bill, so I hope they will continue to do that. But I think it's also really important because the Conservatives keep saying that private operators are shut out. That's just not true. And particularly in Alberta, we've negotiated an increase in private for-profit operations, you know, with regards to 45%, or sorry, with regards to 22,500 additional spaces in the for-profit sector. So the Conservatives keep focusing on that. They keep saying it. It's just not true, Madam Speaker. And, you know, we want to see that increase in childcare spaces. We do say that, you know, we want to prioritize not-for-profit growth because these are public dollars, but private operators are absolutely not shut out. And in fact, all existing private operators across the country are grandfathered in. I didn't say there wouldn't be challenges. We're building something new. We've never had a childcare system before, but instead of saying, oh, let's do nothing, those challenges exist, rip the bill up, I'm saying no, let's actually continue to work on this and let's build a better system that works for everyone. Thank you, Madam.
What the CCD does. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. My question is, we know how important childcare is. I've spoken about it in this House many, many times about the impacts on constituents in my riding. I'm wondering if the Minister could explain to us a little bit more on the plan moving forward to ensure that we have those that are skilled and qualified in these positions. We know that this is not a workforce shortage. This is a pay shortage. This is a benefit shortage. This is a retirement income shortage. How are we making sure that we have these qualified people in these positions and that they're paid appropriately so that we can have children in Canada getting the quality care that they deserve?
Honourable Minister.
Great. Well, thank you very much to my colleague for that important question. And of course, as I mentioned during my remarks, we don't have a high quality, accessible, affordable, inclusive childcare system without the workforce to deliver it. And of course, the workforce forms the backbone and the heart of our childcare initiative. And with every agreement that we have signed on childcare, we have ensured that the provinces and territories have to do a couple of things to access those funds. First of all is creating a wage grid and making sure that they are paying an adequate wage to our ECEs. They have work to do when it comes to building a workforce recruitment and retention strategy. And we've seen provinces and territories engage in different activities across the country. For example, Manitoba has brought forward a provincial pension and benefit plans for ECEs. BC is doing really important work in terms of increasing the wages of ECEs and is working on new ways to ensure that they're bringing ECEs, qualified ECEs, into the workforce. I could go on and talk about every province and territory, but lots of work is happening in that space. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just had a conversation yesterday with an intended mother who was telling me about the difficulties when it comes to surrogacy and the lack of time that surrogates or surrogate mothers and fathers have with their children after baby's born. And so she also talked about how it is compounding because they have a shorter amount of time to access childcare because they only get the 9 months leave. I'm sure the Minister knows I do have a private member's bill, C318, which would address this for adoptive and attended parents. My question is, through you, Madam Chair, if the Minister is willing to lobby at the Cabinet table for a royal recommendation for this so intended and adoptive parents do not have to wait to have time with their children in essence, because we know that there's still wait lists when it comes to childcare. It gives them that extra time. Through you, Madam Chair, is she willing to assist with the royal recommendation for C318?
The Honourable Minister, 15 seconds.
Okay, great. Well, first of all, I congratulate my colleague for bringing forward, I think, an important private member's bill that is going to address an important need. And, I think that she's raising a really important issue that is affecting thousands of people across this country. And so I'll look forward to having more conversations with her and others on this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Earlier, the member for Kelowna Lake Country got up on a point of order in respect of the proceedings on Bill C-22. She had said she was dismayed that the Green Party was excluded from having a speaking spot. I think there had been some confusion that there is a long-standing opposition by the Conservatives to including Green Party members in UC motions to provide for extra speaking spots. If that's changed, I just ask that a Conservative rise in their place to affirm that so we can include Green Party members going forward.
I think that we are verging on the debate here, so and that has been addressed by the chair occupant, and I would give the floor to the Honourable Member for Peterborough Court.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you. It is an honor, and it has been a real privilege to speak on childcare in this country and to be the critic for families, children, and social development is obviously a great honor to rise and represent my riding of Peterborough-Kawartha. Tonight we are in what's called the third reading of Bill C-35. So for people at home, that means after this reading we will vote on it, and then we will see what happens. So there's been a lot of study, there's been a lot of debate on this bill, and there's been a lot of opportunity to meet with stakeholders, operators, listen to parents, and also colleagues across the way in committee. The reality is, Madam Speaker, this Liberal government loves to promise the moon and the stars and not deliver. And so I think it's not very surprising that this universal childcare bill is any different. It is not universal. As critic to this file, I'm here to elevate the alarm bells of parents and operators who are being silenced about the shortcomings of this bill. Madam Speaker, do you know the ratio of private versus publicly funded childcare in Newfoundland? 70%. 70% of Newfoundland relies on the private sector. So why would the Liberals purposely leave them out of Bill C-35? Now, here is the exact language of the bill. Under Guiding Principles 7A, it says, support the provision of and facilitate equitable access to high-quality early learning and childcare programs and services, in particular those that are provided by public and not-for-profit childcare providers. So we, the Conservatives, put forth an amendment in committee, and the amendment read as follows. To facilitate access to all types of early learning and childcare programs and services regardless of the provider, such as those that are provided through traditional daycare centers, centers with extended, part-time, or overnight care, nurseries, flexible and drop-in care, before and after school care, preschools and co-op childcare, faith-based care, unique programming to support children with disabilities, home-based childcare, nannies and shared nannies, au pairs, stay-at-home parents or guardians who raise their own children, or family members, friends or neighbors who provide care that meet or exceed standards set by provincial governments or Indigenous governing bodies and respond to the varying needs of children and families while respecting the jurisdiction and unique needs of the provinces and Indigenous peoples. That's a pretty well-rounded amendment, Madam Speaker, and it really speaks to what Conservatives have been saying from the beginning: choice and flexibility and including everyone. And the Liberals and NDP voted no. Why did they vote no to that amendment? And this is where the politics really comes into play, and ideology, because they have an agenda and it doesn't include everyone. They really believe in public and not-for-profit. They really believe that they can decide what is best for your children. And that is just opposite to what Conservatives believe. They think they know what is best for your children. But in reality, this bill actually excludes 50% of children. 50% of children in Canada are living in a childcare desert. You see, the Liberals are quite talented, actually, at marketing slogans. And what sounds better than a $10 a day daycare? It sounds wonderful. The out-of-control cost of living created by these Liberals with their inflationary spending has made life unbearable for most Canadians. But what they love to do is come in from the side, bring a distraction, and say, don't look at that. We're going to make life more affordable for you. Here's $10 a day childcare. They give you faulty solutions to the big problems that they've created. So I think it's really important to break it down in this $10 a day daycare plan. Let's break down the fine print and the very important details that they have conveniently forgot to mention. They will tell you we are negative. We would like to tell you that we elevate the voices of the people who speak to us, because that is what we were elected to do. This marketing campaign instantly and drastically increased demand. Of course it would. As a mom, affordable childcare is critical. But if you can't access it, it doesn't exist. But the reality is there is no systems and infrastructure in place to meet the demand. And you know who suffers? The child, the parents. The quality of childcare is being compromised because of this poorly thought out and poorly executed bill. One operator told me that Bill C-35 is like putting a Band-Aid on a sinking ship. Madam Speaker, how many people are familiar with budget airline service? This is the concept where the customer pays a lower fee but is nickel and dime for all the basics. For example, you pay $200 for a flight, but then you have to pay maybe $50 for a seat, another $50 for your luggage, more money for food, and so on and so on. You get the idea, but by the time you are said and done, there really isn't a deal because the money has to come from somewhere. That is what is happening with this childcare bill. Centres are being forced to charge parents extra fees to cover food, admin costs, and more. One operator told me they are 15 months into their provincial agreement and there is no light at the end of the tunnel, meaning they don't know how they're going to manage the extra costs. I think Erin Cullen, who's an engineer with a beautiful new daughter who lives in Newfoundland and Labrador, who cannot access childcare, really summarized it best when she compared this Liberal childcare program to the government telling Canadians they're getting free groceries. Everybody's getting free groceries. You get free groceries and you get free groceries. But the problem is when you get to the grocery store shelves, there's no food on the shelf. I think the worst part about this bill and story the Liberals want to sell is that it promotes gender equity. How is not having a choice equity? Erin is one of many examples there is no choice for her. There's no choice because she, like many healthcare workers, shift workers, and many workers can't go to work because there are no childcare spaces available. Erin has said they have to leave the province. They have to leave her home. How is that equity? Jennifer Radcliffe is a director of Pebble Lane Early Learning, and she testified at HoC committee while we studied this bill. And I want to read into the record what she said, because I think it's really important. Here's what she said. Currently, the CWELC, so for those watching, that's Canada-wide Early Learning Childcare, but we say CWELC, excludes disbursement funding that is used to hire support staff. Without this funding available, we have to turn away children who require additional support in our programs. Madam Speaker, so many children require additional support right now. They are still reeling from COVID. There are so many special needs kids out there. She went on to say this must also change so that we can meet the needs of all children. The pressure to implement this program so quickly has resulted in overpayments to providers, families double dipping, and funding methods being overlapped. Parents are stressed and providers feel like they have no help. It is clear that the provinces are scrambling as they try to prove that they can do this, but they are ultimately failing. You cannot simply throw money at a problem and expect it to change. Waitlists across the country are growing by the thousands each month, and families are left with no one to help them. Parents need to work, and if they don't have care, their only option is social assistance. This doesn't seem right. Affordable childcare is an empty promise to parents if it is not accessible. Providers are doing everything they can to accept as many families as possible, but there are simply not enough spaces. Demand is increasing at a level that we have not seen in years. New spaces must be created in order to meet demand. Private operators need to be able to expand, but are being excluded from funding for new spaces means they cannot afford to. The fee caps mean we are restricted when negotiating leases and working out operating expenses. This next woman who testified, I really want the NDP to listen to this, because this is what the NDP fight for, quite frankly, and I think it's important. Maggie Moser is the director, Board of Directors, Ontario Association of Independent Childcare Centres, and she said, the CWOC program has not delivered good value for taxpayers and does not meet Canadian standards of equity. The implementation provides undue benefits to higher income families who are sailing their yachts on the tides of the program, while those who need it most are left drowning. Lower income families were excluded from obtaining access to the CWELC childcare spots. Families who could already afford these fees of the centre were the ones who benefited from the rebates and discounts, while the rest were left behind on a long wait list. That's the reality of this bill, Madam Speaker, because if you already have a spot, you're going to take it up. And then you have people who need maybe a part-time spot, but they can't access it because people are holding it because they're so scarce. And it is the people who are lowest income, the most vulnerable, that are most negatively impacted by this. I asked Maggie about her current wait list, how many childcare centres she oversees and how many spaces there are. And Maggie said we have 147 spaces as well as 24 half-time spaces going all the way from infant up to kindergarten. Our centre is 100% full. There is not one empty space in our centre. And at the moment we have around 600 names on our wait lists. They are for spots in the next year and a half. You know, that's the sad part. By the time some of these people who are able to access the spot, their child has aged out of it. You have people who are thinking about having kids and they're putting their name on a wait list. I want to acknowledge to the minister, and I want to acknowledge to everybody that yes, for people who were lucky enough to get a spot, This is helping them. I will not dismiss that at all. But it's like winning the lottery, Madam Speaker. This plan is saving them money if they're lucky enough to win the child care lottery, because that's what this is. But the money is also being taken in other spaces: food, gas, mortgages. And I just think it's really important that we recognize where all of the gaps are. And it's all of the women who have messaged me who can't choose to go back to work. This is a problem. Catherine Babowell, who operates Les Petites Soleils, submitted a written submission to the HuMA Committee, and I want to read it into the record. From what I can see happening today as a result of the CWELC program and what will inevitably continue to happen through Bill C-35, many private childcare centres will not survive this transition, and the investments made by private tax-paying citizens will be instead replaced by not-for-profit and childcare centres that will be funded through the hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer money in subsidies and supports. There are private childcare operators ready and willing to make the investments in their communities to create childcare spaces with no cost to taxpayers, but they are unable to access a free market, and thus the families that choose these private centres are unable to receive the affordability support of the CWELC program. There are also substantial administrative costs being incurred by taxpayers to offer incentive grants to not-for-profits and to staff government positions to manage the use of funds, claims, and audits. As a Canadian, as a tax-paying citizen, and as a childcare entrepreneur who has invested thousands of dollars and hours into building the best childcare program I possibly could to support the parents and children in the community, I find this extremely disheartening. Her voice matters too, Madam Speaker. This email is pretty powerful. This is from Rebecca. My name is Rebecca, and I am a lawyer practicing in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. I have an 11-month-old, and I am currently on leave from my position. The federal government brought in a subsidy so that parents could have $10 a day daycare. Daycares collect $10 a day from parents and collect the rest from the federal government. However, the federal government only pays on a quarterly basis and is often late. And as such, daycares end up operating at a loss with the minimal cash flow, and many have had to shut down as a result. The intention of the $10 a day daycare, this is so important. The intention of the $10 a day daycare was to allow women to access affordable childcare, but it has had the very absurd result that women are being forced out of the workforce entirely with no income at all because they made the choice to have a child. Many of these people, when they phone me, say, Michelle, I'm a Liberal, I'm an NDP. When we talk about partisanship, this is the child should be at the crux of this discussion. But it's not, because it's political. Because this is part of the supply agreement that the Liberals and NDP signed together, and they check it off. And when you look at the political implications of this, where the childcare deserts are the highest, Saskatchewan with 92%, how many Liberal seats are in that province? 0. And they know that. They know that, Madam Speaker. So they've created a bill to try to divide us and unfortunately put women against each other, which I'm not buying into. I'm here to elevate the voices of parents and operators. It's urban versus rural. Right? That's what this bill has done. It's left more people out. The reality is so many people in rural ridings can't access a centre. It's not how it works. You have to rely on your friends, family, neighbors, grandma, and it's not in this bill. And if they really cared, they would have added that amendment. If they really, really cared, they would have said, you know what? Yeah, we will put that amendment in. But this is a political game. Because they're failing as a government in all areas. Housing, cost of living, and this is a distraction. We're giving you $10 a day daycare. And this place is so upsetting, you know, it's upsetting because you think people come here to make a difference, to listen, and you get sucked into these political games. And I really think everyone in here came with the intention to help people. I believe that. That's why, you know, it's the biggest question you get asked. But this is the reality of what we're dealing with. When the Conservatives asked the Liberal government how they could back up their claims that Ontario has 92% of licensed childcare providers sign on to the CWELC program, and almost all of them have had reduced fees by 50%, the response from the government, this was an order paper question, so it was written, says, the specific implementation of these early learning childcare agreements falls within the legislative authorities of the provinces and territories in accordance with their own unique ELCC, early learning childcare systems. Madam Speaker, this is the proof that I'm talking about. The Liberals are setting it up so that when this fails, it's on the province's backs. They're going to be the fall guys for all of these shortcomings that everyone is ringing alarm bells about. It's not just Conservatives. Just Google it. Just Google childcare. Every single day there's an article about this. Every day. And the minister will say, well, the Conservatives say, you know, don't do nothing. That's not what we're saying. We're asking you to include everybody. We're asking you to offer choice. How long do I have? 3 minutes. Thank you. And I think that's what we're saying here. And, you know, there's a lot I would turn and ask for this collaboration on this. Conservatives put forth concrete amendments to the bill for the National Advisory Council to track data on the implementation of the childcare program, including the availability of childcare services, the number of families on waitlists for childcare places, and any progress made in reducing the number of families on waitlists. Accountability, tracking. How do you measure success if you're not tracking it? Do you know what this amendment was? Voted down. It was voted down. How are you going to track success if you're not measuring it? I want to read this into the record because I think it's pretty powerful. This is from Christine Passmore, and she wrote, I had a family share with me that they had to send their children back to a third world country to live with their grandparents as they could not find any childcare option in Grand Prairie. Families are being discouraged from moving here on Facebook because the lack of childcare in the area, as well families are moving out of Alberta. We also had 2 YMCA after-school care locations announce that they will be closing permanently as of July 1st, 2023, as they are unable to staff them. This will be a loss of 127 out of school care spaces here. Parents are not enrolling their children into the education system for kindergarten because of the lack of childcare options. Instead, they are leaving them in daycare full time. This is the first time in 17 years I have been in childcare that I'm seeing this happen. I want to read another letter that I think is really important because we do talk about moms a lot, but you know, I had this one dad write into me, so I want to give a shout out to the dad, Kurt, and he said, I'm writing in reference to the Post. I don't usually speak up, but affordable childcare does not exist for most. I'm a father of 2 children, ages 6 and 8, and unfortunately they have been in daycare since they were babies because both my wife and I have full-time jobs. We've been very fortunate to always be able to find work, and until a few years ago have not struggled financially. Because of our jobs, we have to have them in after-school program. Now with the new rules for affordable childcare, in order to recover costs for younger children, because the real cost of care doesn't go down simple because someone wants to. The fees for school-age children is going up. To add to the frustration, the amount of tax credits for childcare for school-age children is also decreasing. It is getting to the point, like many other families, where the cost of childcare is so great, one of us is going to have to quit our jobs. There are no questions here, and I know that that is the reality and nothing that you can do. I just want to make sure you are aware of these unfortunate facts, like all the other things that the current government is doing, which seems designed to break this once great country. Thank you, Kurt. The reality is, Madam Speaker, we will honor the agreements that are signed by the provinces and territories. But I want it loud and clear and into the record where all of the gaps are. Conservatives will continue to fight for choice and freedom. We believe that parents are the best people to make the right choices for their children. And we believe that there should be access to all forms of childcare. We believe in freedom, choice, flexibility, and we will fight to remove the ideological shackles from this bill.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll thank my colleague for that speech, although there was a lot in it that she said that was simply untrue. You know, when they talk about fighting for choice, there's nothing in this legislation that prevents parental choice from what kind of childcare they choose to pursue. That is very much a conservative ideological point. And there's nothing in this bill that divides Canadians. I really don't understand where the Conservatives are coming from in saying that childcare is a divisive issue. In fact, when you talk to Canadians and hear from them, they're exuberant about this. And it's cross-generational, Madam Speaker. It's not just folks who have little kids right now. It's in fact all generations. But Madam Speaker, my question is, after such a down and negative speech, why are the Conservatives voting for C-35 if they're so against it? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Or for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I really think it's important to say this isn't down and negative, it's reality. There's a very big difference.
Very well said.
There's a very big difference between telling everybody that everything's great and reality.
Putting lipstick on a pig.
And 50% of kids are left out. So why would we vote in favor of this? Because the toothpaste is out of the tube, and we don't want to punish the families that have benefited from this. But what we want to do is, when we are in government, and we will be, we will fix this. Because right now, there is no flexibility, there is no choice, and there is ideological shackles on both the provinces and parents.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Peterborough Kawartha. Thank you. I'm trying to get that one down. I appreciate the member's work around childcare. I do think that there's a lot to be said for parents collaborating together to implement real solutions for families and children. One area that the member highlighted quite frequently throughout her speech, and similar to the question I asked the minister, was around the gaps in people who are getting paid appropriately to work in the field. This is an ongoing issue in provinces and territories across Canada, where in order to offer the spaces, we need the trained, qualified people in these positions. And if the member can share with us today her thoughts on what steps need to be taken to ensure that the people are in the positions that we need.
Honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you to the colleague for her question. It's a great question. I mean, there's no national labour strategy, right? And we've seen it. We saw it in the order paper question. Yep, this is what we're doing, but we're not going to track it. We're not going to measure it. We're not going to include the labour of minister. And I think that's the reality of what we've been pushing for. And so that's what I would say. I would say it's not being addressed. And you're not going to just pull people from the sky for these positions. In fact, they're mass exodusing from these positions. Early childhood educators are incredible humans, just as are all the people who care for our children in safe environments. But there's no national labour strategy, which we put forth as an amendment, and they voted it down. And in fact, unfortunately, to my colleague from the NDP, so did the NDP.
Wow. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Battle Forest Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We, as Conservatives, we did move an amendment at committee, and I just want to read what that said. It was to amend the function of the National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Childcare, which includes supporting the recruitment and the retention of a well-qualified workforce, conduct regular engagement, and a specific mandate to call out to maintaining and understanding the available childcare spaces, the numbers on wait lists, and the progress made to reduce wait lists for families. So I'm just wondering if my colleague here could elaborate on why the NDP and the Liberals voted against having this workforce type of strategy, also to an accountability with the government, the federal government, and the council, so that people were actually identifying the gaps, making plans to fill those gaps, so that we actually have an adequate workforce for our childcare.
Honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. She's a fierce advocate and a mom who's had, I think, 2 kids during Parliament. And she's a wealth of knowledge, and also lives in a childcare desert of Saskatchewan and knows wholeheartedly the real struggle of this. She sat on the HuMA committee with me. Listen, I'd love to tell you something great. I'd love to look into the camera and tell everybody at home that there's some great reason why they would do that. At the end of the day, it's because Conservatives put it forward. And they've created some narrative that Conservatives hate childcare. That's what they love to tell people. But the reality is most of us, women on this side, we're moms too. And we're not pitted against other women in this House. We are supporting everyone. We support women who breastfed for the first time, the minister opposite. Good for you. We support women, men of the NDP who bring their babies in here. We support everybody. And that is what we're trying to say over and over and over again. And that's why we're trying to elevate the voices of all the people who are ringing these alarm bells. So why did they vote it down? You'd have to ask them.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened intently to the Honourable Member's speech, and as a father and my wife and I have 3 daughters, and one of our daughters is in daycare. We have seen the reduction in daycare fees in the province of Ontario, and it's also great to see the provincial minister responsible for this area go out on literally a weekly basis and celebrate this childcare agreement that has been put in place in Ontario, the one that's been called for literally 3 or 4 decades, that's helping parents in every riding in every city in the province of Ontario save literally thousands and thousands of after-tax dollars. That's helping women re-enter the labor force, increasing women's participation rate. So, Madam Speaker, I was wondering, can we not acknowledge the major benefits that are happening under this child care agreement that we've signed with all provinces and territories from coast to coast to coast?
Here, here. Peterborough Comartin.
Absolutely, Madam Speaker, and to the member opposite, I was very clear of that in my speech, and I'll say it over and over again. There's lots of people who have benefited. There's tons of people, but you already have news articles coming up, should Alberta reconsider its child care funding agreement? Most of these provinces were given no other options. They were bullied into this. If you don't sign here, you're not going to get any money. So on the record, again, for the 100th time, I will say on record, wait and see, because we are the only party. Yes, there are tons of people benefiting from this, but there's just as many not. And so how is that inclusive? It's not. So until it's fixed, no, we're not going to just say it's wonderful, it's great, because it's not.
Then comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to get up twice here. I really appreciate that. I want to follow up again regarding the labor discussion that we were having. Conservatives again moved an amendment at committee regarding the reporting clause of the bill to include the Minister of Labour in the annual reporting. And the annual reporting must include a national labor strategy to recruit and retain a qualified early childhood education workforce. So this was voted down by the NDP and the Liberal and the Bloc, and I just don't understand why, especially when the NDP keep getting up and saying, we need a workforce strategy, we need a labor strategy. I'm just wondering if my colleague can maybe elaborate why they voted against having this put in the bill and an accountability measure to make sure that there is an accountability measure when it comes to the labor workforce.
Well, Parliament, the Honourable Member for Kawarta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague. Listen, accountability and the Liberals, those two words don't go in the same sentence. And the reason I say that today, in particular, it's extra deflating today. We have a Minister of Public Safety who knew for 3 months that the worst criminal in Canadian history was going to be moved from maximum to medium security. He didn't tell the victims' families. There's no accountability. And this is just a pattern of behavior. And I wish it wasn't true, but the longer I'm here, the more I see it. There's a pattern of behavior. There's no accountability because they're immune. Because their Prime Minister doesn't do anything. And so that's the reality of what you're dealing with. So why would they sign on to an amendment that puts in accountability? They don't want that, because then they'd have to do something.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What a pleasure to rise today before you on C35, especially since I prepared my speech going through the statements I'd be making with my colleague from La Prairie, who's an economist. he looks out for La Prairie, and in Quebec, he wasn't seen quite as favorably in his past life. So that's an aside. So, Madam Speaker, in my former life, I gave a class called Social Policy to social workers, where we looked at a successful social policy, Quebec's family policy, which includes a number of measures, including child care services and parental leave, which were put in place by Pauline Marois, and to explain to students how to understand the scope of social policy, like child care. I always started by talking about the difference between different ways of looking at society. And those different ways of looking at society are seen in ideological debates, and we're seeing them tonight in this House, ideological debate. So a good way to define things between people who are more social democrats and others who are classic liberals, or we could call it conservatism. So we can look at social policy and see how social policy is presented. To me, a progressive is someone who fights for individuals to be able to define themselves on their own terms. That's what a progressive tries to do. Why? Because we know there are people who are stuck in social policies ahead of time. I'll give you a simple example, Madam Speaker. Someone whose parents are on social assistance has a harder time succeeding in school because of fewer resources. That person could be stuck ahead of time in a position that wasn't sought, but which was assigned by the hazards of life, because that person was born in a poor family, in a social context that didn't foster education. Those are people who have a social position assigned ahead of time. If you're a progressive, you know that strong social capital, someone who is born in good conditions, allows someone to succeed successfully and socially. So equality of opportunities, taking that into account and putting in place mechanisms that allows us to support people who have fewer advantages, and people can succeed. And you are surely aware of that, Madam Speaker. And the member for La Prairie explained to me that that is the basis of Keynesianism.
When we look at John Maynard Keynes' liberalism, what did he say? He said that the freedom offered by the market is not enough. We need a social safety net that allows every individual to participate socially. And that safety net, you're aware of it, it's access to education, access to healthcare, which is part of our network here. It ensures greater fairness and allows people who are in less enviable social situations to succeed. To me, a progressive does that. On the other hand, we can have people who think that it's all up to the market. It's the role of the individual themselves. If they make enough effort, they'll succeed. They'll make it. That's what we call meritocracy. Basically, it's two different visions of society, and they are very different. My objective, when I was explaining this to students, wasn't to participate in ideological polarization, but I did indicate that people who are more progressive are the ones who will have a positive vision of what social policy involves. They will often have a positive view of social policy like $5 day daycare. And we're seeing it here tonight in the House. And I saw it in the speeches of my Conservative colleagues, or the speeches that we heard in Quebec 25 years ago when the system was being set up. Everybody was saying that parents are the best situated to choose for their child. No one is saying that it's not up to the parents to choose what's going to happen to their child. There were people who said that the lack of spaces in daycares was creating inequality because it wasn't fair for a mother who wanted to send her kids who didn't have spaces. And it wasn't just... And they didn't necessarily want to stay home. To me, that was a rhetoric that didn't propose any solutions. And it moves forward a specific political agenda and doesn't take into account individual situations. And history proved those types of point of view wrong 25 years later, after family policy in Quebec was updated. What did we realize? We realized that more women participated in the workforce. And this was Pauline Marois' goal initially when she adopted this policy, that there were some children who came to school with fewer learning problems. Some children come to school and they're behind on language and they have a hard time assimilating the curriculum. Their chances of succeeding and continuing are less than someone who's well supported by their parents. A child who's directed to a daycare service that offers good service will probably have those disadvantages taken care of. And 25 years later, we can see it with the benefits of Quebec's social policy. So what does that mean? It means that a social policy that succeeds is a policy that takes into account many factors. Implementing a daycare system in Quebec was not just to let mothers go to work. It was also to allow mothers to get out of poverty. It was to help children have a first contact with the education system and later on emancipate themselves and perhaps access a future that was surely better. And we saw it worked because Quebec is a progressive society. I'll give you a few examples. Family policy. I'm not being malicious. Unfortunately, you're 25 years behind. It happens. The federal government's 25 years behind. Same thing with medical assistance in dying. You have a little backlog. It happens. And when it comes to separating church and state, well, having legislation that really ensures that separation is quite progressive. Although that's a debate I don't necessarily want to get into. It's important to understand what a social policy is for and that there's an ideological struggle that happens between those policies. That's what we're seeing tonight. But the goal at the end is to aim for something good and to make sure that every child has access to quality service and be able to develop instead of being a prisoner of a bad start. Because a bad start means having fewer opportunities for education and a future that's not as bright. And so Quebec amply demonstrated the success of daycares. And you're a little bit behind, but perhaps eventually you'll get caught up. All that's great. All that will ensure that the Bloc Québécois will probably vote for the bill for C-35. However, I have to raise the shadow behind the debate. It's the illness that is rotting federal policy, and that's fiscal imbalance. We had a debate on funding healthcare, but you'll see that the logic holds. What does the federal government constantly do? I call it predatory federalism. They get involved in jurisdictions that are not their own and propose in those jurisdictions some policies and then pulls out. And in that way, they've created a certain dependency. They've created an obligation. And afterward, it doesn't have to take on the costs of those obligations. That's what we saw in the healthcare system. If you go back to the beginning of the 60s, Madam Speaker, you'll see that the legislation which created the public healthcare system meant that for $1 invested or spent however you want to frame it. 50 cents was supposed to come from the federal government and 50 cents from the provinces. That was 1960. Over time, a great deal of reforms occurred in health transfers, such that in the 60s, we went from a first change that meant we reduced substantially the federal government's proportion in healthcare costs. And in the 90s, there's neoliberalism, Canadian style, under Paul Martin, where they cut everywhere to balance Canada's budget on the backs of the provinces. 1996, 1997, and 1998, those were, if I recall correctly, $2.5 billion a year that were cut from transfer payments. It put pressure on the provinces, and Jean Chrétien, who was Prime Minister at the time, who was lucid from time to time, said during a G7 meeting, said that he could constantly balance his books without paying the political price because it was provinces that had to deal with the financial problems they had just created. There's a daycare system that's been set up now, $6 billion over 5 years, but we've got a minority government, and that's fine. The NDP is doing everything it can to support the Liberal government. They can't do everything it wants, but eventually we're going to have to deal with a specific financial situation, and that's what's making the Conservatives salivate, like kids in a candy store. We're going to go through another budgetary exercise. When the government has to propose measures to come back to balanced books, what is it going to do? Is it going to cut into its own expenditures? No. What are they going to be tempted to do? They're going to be tempted to cut into the payments that they set up initially. What's odious about this is that the government set this up and set up standards. You saw it in healthcare. They want to set standards. If I send you money for investing in healthcare, you're going to invest it without taking into consideration the specific characteristics of every province. You'll have to invest it into long-term care. You have to invest it into mental health care, and so on. The federal government doesn't have the expertise, but tells the provinces what to do. It does this in healthcare. Nothing guarantees that we're not going to see the same thing in daycare. And so now, today, the announcement made in 2021, the Prime Minister with Premier Legault on the $6 billion, it was fantastic, but nothing says that when the government goes back to its old habits, which is its desire to balance the books, it's not going to cut in those transfer payments. And it's going to force the provinces to bear the burden and tell people who see cuts to services, access to service become more difficult, they're going to say that it's up to the provinces to deal with that. So let's not be blind about daycare services and C-35. We can't be completely in tune with what the government's proposing because we know full well, Madam Speaker, that in the future, this arrival of the federal government in our jurisdictions can eventually become a cost to pay for politicians in Quebec, for provincial politicians that will have to deal with predatory federalism, where they get involved in areas of provincial jurisdiction, and when they don't want to pay the political price for cutting it down, they force the provinces to take on that burden. Generally, that's what happens. In my opinion, that's where my Liberal colleagues are similar to my Conservative colleagues, because on an ideological level, they're ready to offer certain services to the public. But when it's time to pay, they get a little cheaper. And they have a reflex of guaranteeing something without thinking about the future of politicians in the provinces or thinking about the needs of the broader public. As I was saying in my introduction, I consider that Quebec is a progressive society We saw it with daycare services, a 25-year head start on the federal government. Well, that head start manifests in the sense that the federal government is still not ready to respect its obligations, at least when we talk about healthcare. The Bloc Québécois will support Bill C-35, but with all of the reservations I have, I invite my Conservative colleagues to end the use of this sterile rhetoric saying, I defend everyone's freedom, their free choice, if they want to go to a publicly funded daycare system, or if they prefer to keep their kids at home. It is not constructive, and it does not fight a problem that is essential for all Western societies, which is poverty. When you look at poverty indicators, who's at the top of the list? It's single mothers. It's the case in Quebec and every other jurisdiction, every other province. The best way to support those people to make sure that they can get out of disadvantageous conditions, it's to have a daycare service worthy of the name. If the past is predictor of the future, I'm sure that in 5, 6, or 7 years, we'll see a government that's liberal or conservative ready to cut the financial support that it was offering to the provinces. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Peace River West.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and to the Honourable Member who just gave his speech there. It was interesting that he set up this binary situation where either children are taken care of at home or they're in a publicly funded daycare. The reality is, Madam Chair, is that folks do a whole gamut of whether it's family members that take care of their children while they work, whether it's a neighbor, whether it's a church community, who knows how it all is. And this system puts in place funds just one of those possible options to the exclusion of the others. And that is what we're talking about as Conservatives when we say this does not allow for the choice that happens, whether it's a grandmother that comes in to take care of the children, whether it's the kids go to the grandmother's house. Those kinds of situations are not recognized by this program. That is what we're dealing with, and does the member not recognize that? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Le député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière.
Madame la Présidente, si je vous disais aujourd'hui...
Madam Speaker, if I told you today, why is there just one healthcare system that is state-run? Why, when we get care, do we go to the hospital? Why don't we go see a granny? Why don't we go see a friend? We know full well that that doesn't work. It would be inconsistent to tell someone who has cancer, go see your neighbor. They'll give you a hand. That's not how it works. All social policies that are structural require resources, and those resources, the state has them. We can't create a national policy by saying that the neighbor does this, the church does that, and part of it will go to the schools. That's not how it works. That's the conservative vision of society, and in the facts, it hides their desire to keep women at home and raising kids. They want to maintain the idea of a traditional family where a woman works in the home and the man works outside of the home. And they're just trying, I get the impression that they're trying to hide this idea behind their speech.
The Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci à mon collègue pour la...
Thank you to my Bloc Québécois colleague.
The Leader of the Opposition has stated previously, quote, the Liberals think it's up to the federal government to decide how children should live and how their care should be delivered. The Bloc members think the government of Quebec should have this responsibility. However, the Conservatives realize that the issue of childcare is neither a federal nor provincial jurisdiction. It's a family matter. So I'd like to ask my colleague from the Bloc, does he agree with the Leader of the Opposition? He doesn't seem to, but I just want to check. When he claimed that the government of Quebec has no business being involved in the administration and delivery of childcare in Quebec.
Le député de Jonquière.
Vous savez, je disais tout à l'heure...
I was saying earlier that 25 years ago, the same critiques were from certain politicians in Quebec. I can guarantee that there's no politician left in Quebec that would be ready to come back to say that they want to end the daycare service we know. As for what the leader of the opposition said, it's not the first ridiculous thing I've heard. He critiqued the medical assistance in dying, saying that it was people who didn't have enough to eat who wanted it. The Conservatives seem to be having a bit of issue with judgment in these issues. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie mon collègue pour...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, although at the end I was upset that he didn't consider the possibility of an NDP government in 6 or 7 years. But, you know, I'll just take that little jab. Quebec has had public accessible daycare that has changed the lives of tens of thousands of families in Quebec. And it's great for the rest of Canada to follow up with it today. At the NDP, we wanted to have public and accessible daycare either through the state or nonprofit organizations. But my question has to do with the issue of choice, which the Conservatives are talking about a lot. It's more expensive to go to work because private daycare costs up to 80% of their wages a day, and it forces people to stay home. That's a lack of choice. And that's what the Conservatives want, is that lack of choice, where in fact someone has to stay home because private daycare costs too much. That's where they want to go. The Honourable Member for Jonquière.
C'est rare que ça arrive.
It's rare that it happens. But I do agree with my colleague for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. The proof is the indicators we have 25 years later. One of the Western societies with the most women participating in the labor market, or with a constantly reducing rate of poverty among single-parent families, is Quebec. So obviously something in there is working. When it comes to my colleague's other question, if I didn't raise the possibility of an NDP government, I apologize. However, I did raise the possibility that in 25 years, this House will understand that secularism is also progressive.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Peterborough Court.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. I enjoyed working with the Bloc in committee on this. I just want to say, for the record, I am a Conservative woman and I'm not at home raising my kids, but it'd be fun if I could be at home with them at the same time. But he did make reference that Conservatives only want women to stay at home, so I just want to have that on the record. That's not the truth. But I was curious about his term, predatory federalism. I thought that was kind of an interesting term when we look at overstepping jurisdiction and wading into waters that are not the federal government's. And I'm just curious on his thoughts. I know they're supporting it, and I know Quebec has been champions in childcare, and they are progressive in many regards. But does he think that the Liberals have overstepped with this bill, I guess would be my question.
Honorable Député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière.
Si je parlais de fédéralisme de prédateur.
If I talked about predatory federalism, it was just to talk about a dynamic that we've seen since the healthcare system was created. The federal government does not respect the spirit of the constitutional division of powers, where everything that's social should be left to the provinces. Doesn't respect that. Creates dependencies among the provinces with a bigger fiscal power to spend, and it's a very cynical way of doing things. We've already heard from a former prime minister, a former Liberal prime minister, Jean Chrétien, already admitted openly that that was the trick he would use to try and get balanced budgets without ever paying a political price. It's not. And so, in my opinion, that's predatory federalism.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My children are grown up, or almost. They're teenagers. The oldest is 20. And they were in the childcare system at about the time that the system was put in place. So it was all subsidized. So that's how my kids grew up. I'd like my colleague to speak a bit about the options that are available in terms of work schedules and so on in Quebec, whether it's a pilot project or a permanent thing. The Honourable Member for Jonquière.
Well, I know that in the early days of the implementation of Quebec's family policy under Premier Marois, there was a shortage of spaces, so there were some problems. But today, a woman who works the night shift, she has access to childcare. Often it's in the workplace, at universities. I know there are childcare facilities on campuses and so on. So the deployment of childcare services across Quebec has taken various forms. Not only that, Madam Speaker, there's also a program, a college program to train the teachers working in early childhood centers. And it's important that they get that training. So we have a policy that's been implemented that meets a whole range of needs of the public. We have a very well-developed training program. And that is what explains the success of our family policy over the past 25 years. And we all should thank Premier Marois because she had the brilliance to come up with this idea at a time when the federal government was making the worst cuts to health care funding in Quebec.
Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to share my time.
I have received notice from all recognized parties that they are in agreement with this request. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk-Aski. Today, I am speaking in favor proudly of Bill C-35. And this is something that New Democrats are proudly in support of. This is a bill that establishes a national early learning and childcare system. And why this bill is so important is because it is transformative. It's another example of New Democrats never giving up. We fought hard for years and years alongside many, many advocates who said that we need affordable childcare. That affordable childcare really is a transformational thing in someone's life. And if you think about the reality for families right now, to look at what people are going through with the cost of living so high, mortgages so high, cost of groceries so high, for a lot of families that want to have children, they look at the cost and say, there's no way we can do that, especially if we can't both continue to work. That's a reality for many families. Many women who often fall into the role of having to be the primary child care provider or provider of care for their children, want to be able to get back into their careers, want to be able to continue to work. And they look at the cost of childcare, the cost of daycare, and they say it is simply impossible. To ensure that across this country people can have affordable childcare, affordable daycare, is literally a transformational thing in the lives of so many families. We believe this is so important. What Bill C-35 represents is a long-standing commitment of New Democrats for national childcare, and that's why we included this as a requirement in our agreement. This is a specific element that we forced the Liberals to include in our confidence and supply agreement so that we could legislate and make this permanent. So we don't just rest on the whim of one-time negotiations, but we forever in this country have childcare that's available and that's affordable for families. That's exactly what New Democrats do. We commit to fighting for people, and we fight for people, we never back down, and we continue to fight until we win. And we deliver. We deliver for Canadians, and this is an example of New Democrats delivering. We promised to deliver permanent childcare. We delivered using our power in this minority government, forcing the Liberals to include this in our confidence agreement. I want to also acknowledge my colleague, the member for Winnipeg Centre, for all of the hard work that she did on this file. This is took a lot of work. She's been a strong advocate for childcare generally and played a crucial role in the shaping of this bill. And one of the things that we really emphasize in this bill is we have an opportunity now. We're investing federal dollars into childcare. We've got an opportunity to build the type of childcare that we want for the future. And the choice is, like many choices when it comes to providing services for people, do we allow a for-profit system to continue, to grow and expand, or do we make it clear through legislation that New Democrats believe this is our opportunity to build up the public and the not-for-profit sector? And that's exactly what this legislation does. It prioritizes public and not-for-profit childcare, which builds a childcare that is of the highest quality, where every dollar goes towards care for our children, and it's not an opportunity for rich corporations to make more money. Madame le Président,
Madam Speaker, the NDP has fought hard for access to not-for-profit, publicly provided childcare. We know this approach means high-quality, affordable childcare for families who need it. The private sector puts the accent on profits at the expense of families and children. So public childcare means better wages for the workers who play an essential role in our children's development.
Here. While we used our power to force this government to legislate childcare to ensure that it's there moving forward, we see the Conservatives that have opposed this bill every step of the way and want to scrap it. As the member from the Bloc mentioned, in Quebec, there was a time when there were people like the Conservatives in Quebec who said, oh, we need to get rid of childcare. But it is so clearly beneficial to families that no one would dare in Quebec oppose it. And what's going to happen is, when the millions of families benefit from childcare, I dare the Conservatives, once families are benefiting from this, once people in their constituencies are benefiting from this, I dare them to try to remove this bill, to try to fight against childcare.
My apologies. The honourable member for Peterborough Court on a point of order.
I'm not sure why the member is telling the House that Conservatives aren't supporting this bill. That's not true.
That is not a point of order, and the honourable member is free to say. The honourable member may ask on comments and questions and refer to it. The honourable member.
The leader of the Conservatives has made it very clear that he would scrap this bill, that he's opposed to it. New Democrats are very clear on our position. We are here for people. We're not here to protect the profits of billionaires. We want to ensure that families are able to get access to affordable childcare, and that's what we're delivering here. Les néo-démocrates ont travaillé.
The NDP has worked with experts on strengthening this bill. We made proposals that were constructive to improve the clauses of the bill and to improve the accountability provisions. We will continue to fight to improve working conditions for staff in early childhood education centers who deserve to be treated well. I'm proud to say that our amendments were accepted, and they will considerably strengthen this bill.
One of the things that New Democrats always bring to the table is a focus on the workers. We know that to ensure that the highest quality of care is delivered for children, we need to make sure that the workers are respected. Workers have good salaries, have good work conditions, and that's something we're really proud that we're able to deliver in this bill. Every parent in our country deserves access to high quality, affordable, accessible childcare. And that's what we're focused on. That's what we're committed to delivering. This bill enshrines that vision in law, and it commits that the federal government will continue to deliver long-term funding to provinces and Indigenous people. It is a victory for parents, it's a victory for workers, for all the advocates who have fought for years to see national childcare established. It is a step towards gender equality and a solid economic recovery plan which ensures that more people can participate in the labor force. We've come a long way, and we're proud of that. There's still a lot more work to do, but we will continue to fight for better wages, better benefits, and a workforce strategy for childcare. We'll continue to fight to make sure these investments go towards building up a public and not-for-profit sector, and we can build a childcare across this country that will be something that Canadians will be proud of and something that we can be a testament to the commitment we have to take care of one another. That's the vision New Democrats have. We are stronger. We are better off when we look out for one another, and that's the vision of this childcare legislation. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Leader of the New Democrats for that speech, and I'd like to thank the entire NDP caucus for their collaboration and support of Bill C-35. I think this is something that all parliamentarians can be extraordinarily proud of. It is historic and it will transform this country. Madam Speaker, my question for the Leader of the New Democrats is that we've heard the Leader of the official opposition of the Conservatives call childcare, the support that the federal government is providing to families through childcare, a slush fund. We heard tonight that the Conservatives said this is just slogans, it's meaningless, and it's a false promise. Although, as I mentioned, thousands of Canadian families are directly benefiting from this already. I'm wondering, A, what the Leader of the NDP thinks about those comments, and B, how he thinks Canadian families take those comments when they are seeing thousands of dollars returned into their pockets every year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good question.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
We're already seeing some of the benefits. I've already spoken to families who are seeing that their childcare that was once $30 plus a day will be $12 a day come January. We're already seeing that families are looking forward to the benefit of this. It's going to lower their costs. Some families said we could never have afforded childcare before, and that meant that for one of the partners in the marriage, for some close friends of mine, they said, well, we're never going to go back to work until our kids are old enough because we just can't afford childcare. It is literally something that's going to transform so many lives. We've already heard from people. And the fact that the Conservatives are attacking this shows that they're not committed to ensuring that people are able to get back to work. They're not committed to families being able to have access to affordable childcare. And it shows really their values. And their values are not in line with Canadian values. Their values are not in line with the thousands of families that need access to childcare. And it shows how out of touch they really are.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough Court.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it really interesting because, as I said in my speech, the NDP often advocate for those most vulnerable, which that's wonderful. But we have on record Miss Maggie Moser, who has said in committee that the implementation provides undue benefits to higher income families who are sailing their yachts on the tides of the program, while those who need it most are left drowning. Lower income families were excluded from obtaining access to the Seawell childcare spots. Families who could already afford the fees of their centre were the ones who benefited from the rebates and discounts, while the rest were left behind on a long wait list. How does he reconcile that?
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Well, I actually appreciate the question. I think it's a fair thing to point out that the program needs to ensure that we are responding to the needs of those that are most vulnerable, and that's something that we need to work on. If there are problems with the implementation, those are things we can work on. But the commitment to ensuring that families have access to real affordable childcare, that we have a relationship where we're working with provinces to make investments to lower the cost of childcare, and to ensure that when we make those investments, they go towards public and not-for-profit childcare spaces. That is the type of work that is needed to ensure that lower-income families are able to access this program.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the NDP leader for his speech, which was inspiring. It's true that in Quebec there's a lot of experience with child care, public and accessible early child care, which has been around for over 20 years. Because of the inequities in terms of the division of labor in families, it's women who most often end up with child care responsibilities. But in Quebec, so many women have been able to go back to work because of universal, public, accessible childcare. What effect does the NDP leader think this will have in the rest of Canada? The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Well, it'll make it possible for the rest of Canada to enjoy what Quebec already has. It's fantastic. It's something that should be shared. It's an example of how Quebec was avant-garde and how we can learn lessons from how Quebec started a program that had a huge impact in people's lives. And I'm glad that my colleague talked about the fact that this should help fathers too, but historically it'll help mothers disproportionately. And that's a positive thing. We need this. It'll help more families, and many fathers included. And I think I'm proud that this bill has been tabled and it will be passed. Resuming debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm honored to speak in this House in support of a historic piece of legislation, Bill C-35. I want to begin by acknowledging that the hard work of my colleague, the member for Winnipeg Centre, who has worked tirelessly on this bill, who has worked alongside our team to push the Liberals to create a stronger version of this bill on behalf of children, families, Canadian women, and all of us. For me, childcare hits close to home. As many of you know, and certainly as my constituents know, I'm the proud mother of 5-year-old twins. And I, like many mothers in Canada, faced real challenges when it came to accessing childcare after I had my kids. I was on a waiting list for childcare in Ottawa for over 2 years. And then, of course, as soon as COVID hit and knowing that our childcare needs had shifted entirely to here in my constituency in Manitoba, I was again on a waiting list. And of course, like all families, faced the insecurities and, of course, disruptions because of the pandemic. Many that may have tuned in to our online sittings throughout that time would have seen one of even both of my children popping up on Zoom during working hours, because that's what it was like to work from home with kids at home without access to childcare. And while I treasure the time with my kids, as many mothers know, juggling all of that without access to childcare when we want it and when we need it can be a real nightmare. The reality is that the lack of access to childcare in Canada has absolutely held women back, families back. And this legislation is an important step in standing up for women in our country, for families, and for a better future for all of our children. As I begin talking about the speech, I want to say in this speech, I want to say that this victory would not have happened without the decades of activism, of work that has been done by women across our country. I want to acknowledge the groundbreaking work of the National Action Committee on the Status of Women, leaders like Judy Rebick, and the many activists involved in the National Action Committee throughout the country, including people like my mother, who has certainly shaped who I am, Hari Dimitrakopoulou Ashton, who is part of an organization that was very clear that equality for women, justice for women, means childcare. I also want to acknowledge the many women in the labor movement who have fought for decades, tirelessly fought for decades, for access to universal, affordable, not-for-profit childcare. Leaders like Barb Byers, women like Vicky Smallman, the current CLC, President Bea Brusk and her team. And I want to acknowledge women across the country who've made it their aim to speak and fight for childcare. In BC, people like Sharon Gregson, many women here in Manitoba have been part of this fight, recognizing others like Martha Friendly and many more have fought for childcare for decades. And it is them and many others that are the reason we are standing here today. I also want to acknowledge a former colleague who's in the news a fair bit right now, and I think many of us hope soon to be the mayor of Toronto, a New Democrat MP, Olivia Chow, who when she was in Parliament fought tirelessly for childcare, and she was the first to propose an early learning and childcare program for Canadians. Her leadership created the framework for a universal, high-quality, affordable, and non-for-profit national child care program. New Democrats have long called for universal early learning and childcare in this country. And it's been a long road to get the other parties on board. I'm thinking of long negotiations, even to include this in the supply and confidence agreement with the Liberals. Our demands that this be implemented by the end of the year are the reason we are here. And I am proud that due to NDP pressures, that we will see this bill adopted before the end of 2023. Let's look at the figures. Roughly half of Canadian children under 6 years old don't have access to either licensed or even unlicensed childcare. This impacts primarily women, delaying their capacity to return to work at a time of their choosing. For families that don't have access to childcare, 42% end up postponing their return to work. This is unacceptable. Our current piecemeal system leaves far too many women without the choice to decide for themselves, ourselves, when we can go back to work. Those lost years means less income for women, means fewer opportunities for promotions and furthering careers, and means being punished for starting families. Every day we don't have an early learning and childcare program in Canada is a day where Canada shows the extent to which it devalues women, how little it wants us to succeed. And let's be clear, the provinces know this. Everyone in the House knows this. We've had commission after commission, report after report. Over half a century ago, the Royal Commission on the Status of Women identified publicly funded universal childcare as one of 167 recommendations. For over 30 years, we've heard Liberal promises around childcare. It was just around the corner, red book after red book during an election, often heard, only to complain how hard it was to enact when they got in government. Far too many women are waiting for far too many men and some women to figure out how to treat us with basic dignity and respect. Whether it's our earning power resembling that of our male counterparts, our capacity to live safely and without fear of violence, equitable abortion access in communities in rural and northern parts of our country, or access to childcare, women in Canada are tired of having to prove their basic humanity. This bill is important, and no one should diminish that. Every parent across Canada deserves access to affordable, accessible, high-quality childcare. This bill enshrines this vision in law and commits the federal government to long-term funding for provinces and Indigenous communities. This bill sets out the vision for a national early learning and childcare system and the principles guiding federal investment in that system. And speaking of funding, we need to be clear. There needs to be long-term, sustainable core funding directed at not-for-profit, accessible, and universal childcare programs. We need to make sure that ECE workers, who are incredible individuals, amongst the most patient people I know, make a living wage and beyond that for the work that they do. We need to make sure that there's investment in infrastructure, and I'm thinking of Indigenous communities here in our region with some of the youngest populations in our country that don't have access to adequate daycare spaces. We need to make sure that the federal government works with First Nations, with Inuit communities, with Indigenous communities across the country to make sure that childcare centers, adequate childcare centers are being built. It's important to acknowledge that this bill establishes a National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Childcare and sets out reporting requirements on the progress being made regarding national childcare and the federal investments being made in the system. Finally, it is meant to contribute towards the realization of the right to childcare services, which is recognized in the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and the implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This bill acknowledges Canada's international obligations under the UN Conventions on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, as well as how a national childcare system must respect the rights of Indigenous peoples as affirmed by the Constitution Act of 1982. Today's work in Parliament and the passing of Bill C-35 is nothing short of historic. But we need to make sure that subsequent governments live up to their obligations in this bill and ensure that there is adequate funding to invest in our most prized resource, our children and our future. I end off by thanking those that have come before us, the feminists, the women, the many people who fought for this day to be a reality and who will continue to fight to make sure that children, women, all of us get the chance and the support that we all deserve. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And we had our babies around the same time, so I experienced a lot of the same challenges that she did, although I just had one, whereas she had two at the same time, so I commend her for that. I really want to thank her for her support of this bill. And I really want to thank her for talking about all the advocates who have come before us, because really we stand on their shoulders, and this moment is a result of their hard work, and I couldn't be more appreciative of those advocates who have fought literally for decades to get us to where we are today. I also want to thank her for speaking accurately about the bill. Unfortunately, when the Conservatives were speaking, they said that there was no reporting requirement. However, as my colleague just mentioned, the bill actually already outlines reporting requirements by the government annually to Parliament, and I'm grateful for that. I'm just wondering if she could elaborate on how this is impacting families in her community already, and what difference this is going to make for families in Manitoba, but also across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Churchill, Kawatinuk-Aski.
Well, first, I want to acknowledge the minister's work on this critical piece of legislation. And I know it's been very important for us to work with the minister and make sure that the government lives up to the vision that, as the minister pointed out, so many advocates have fought for years. We are absolutely already seeing positive impacts when it comes to investment in childcare. In fact, just a couple of months ago, my neighbor across the street, also the mother of twins, ran over to tell me that that she was one of the families that was going to be able to get reduced childcare fees as a result of our actions in Parliament. And I was so proud that this was already making a difference here in Manitoba, here in the north, where our childcare needs are significant. Right, we're known as being in a childcare desert here, given the demands of our communities. But I also want to acknowledge much work needs to be done when it comes to making sure there's adequate childcare in Indigenous communities, some of the youngest communities in the country with a real lack of infrastructure. So looking forward to this important work being done.
I have to give the opportunity to another member to ask a question. Honourable Member for Peterborough Court.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. I did not know that she had twins, so that's a great fact. Sometimes when you're sitting around the house here late at night, you get to learn great facts about your colleagues, and twins are definitely a blessing. My question to her would be about what we did in committee when we were studying this bill, and we put this forth, and I actually brought this forth to her leader, and he agreed with me, but we actually put forth an amendment. Conservatives brought forth an amendment to ensure that lower income families were prioritized and not Bay Street lawyers basically were getting priority. And it was voted down. So I'm just curious on her thoughts on that.
Honourable Member for Churchill, Kawatinuk-Aski.
Well, I would say if the leader was there, or the member was there in the first 2 years of my twins' life, she would have seen them in the house as well. So not prior to Zoom, but. Well, for us in the NDP, what's really important is universal access. That we make sure that all families are having access to affordable childcare, no matter where they live. But we obviously need to have special recognition of the barriers facing low-income families and women that are particularly facing economic hardship. And I think today's legislation is an important step in that direction. But we need to make sure that there's adequate funding that also involves making sure that ECE workers, many of them mothers as well who need childcare, have a living wage, and make sure that we're making the investments necessary in the programming.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her comments. And just to touch on exactly the issue around fair wage and working conditions as being essential. As we know, part of the challenge that we face with childcare is the inability to attract and retain childcare workers. Early childhood education workers in the sector. So I wonder if the member can speak to what do we need to do as the government, to support early childhood development workers into the sector and to retain them.
The honourable member for Churchill, Kawachinuk-Aski, 20 seconds.
Well, very clearly, we need to work very closely with early childhood education workers and the sector to make sure that fair wages are prioritized, that there's funding for that, dedicated funding, that we are ensuring that there is oversight of this very important fact, and that we're also investing in ECE education and making sure that that exactly we are attracting and retaining the best and who are already doing this work. Making sure that we're continuing to invest in them.
And we have to resume debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What a pleasure it is to be able to rise and talk about substantive legislation that is going to have a profound impact, not only for today, but future generations, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I think you'd have to go quite a ways back to find a government that has been so progressive in providing advancement in a wide spectrum of areas to support Canadians. You know, I often hear, whether it's coming from the Prime Minister or many of my colleagues, the issue for us is that we want to see an economy that actually works for all Canadians, Madam Speaker. We often talk about, Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, and how it is that we can develop policies and initiatives and take budgetary measures in order to advance that, Madam Speaker. That's what Canadians expect. You know, through the last number of years, we hear from the Conservatives they're more focused on other things outside of what's important to Canadians. And today is a good example where you see a government that is listening to what Canadians are saying and delivering in a very tangible way. You know, an hour or so ago, for example, we were talking about C-22, historic legislation. For the very first time, where we're saying Canadians with disabilities need to have support. Support that's going to ensure that there's going to be fewer people with disabilities living in poverty as a direct result of C-22. A wonderful progressive piece of legislation, Madam Speaker. And now we're talking about Bill C-35. C-35 in many ways is going to have such a positive impact no matter where or what region one looks at in Canada, Madam Speaker. Getting these agreements is not necessarily an easy task. We've had the minister, the current minister, reach out and contact with provincial and territorial stakeholders. Not to mention, and she made reference in a question, numerous advocates. And in a very humble but accurate way, acknowledging the input of those advocates that have been working on trying to get what Bill C-35 is doing in place for many, many years, Madam Speaker. And there has been some of those years where we've experienced a great deal of frustration. I've talked about the Conservative hidden agenda. Let me tell you why there's a Conservative hidden agenda and why C-35 is so critically important. Members across the way might recall the Stephen Harper days. No, I wouldn't say hear to that. Madam Speaker, I can tell you, when it comes to childcare, the first actions that Prime Minister Harper had taken was to get rid of childcare agreements decades plus ago, Madam Speaker, or 15 years or so ago. And I want you to imagine, if you will, what would have happened had Stephen Harper and the Conservative government back then recognized the real value of what it is that Paul Martin and Ken Dryden and the Liberal government had put into place. It was a substantial program, a program that was extensive, that I know Ken Dryden in particular put so much effort in terms of working with some of the advocates that the current minister, no doubt, has had to deal with, Madam Speaker. And that plan was put into place, approved, signed off, provinces were on side, and then the Conservative government, Stephen Harper, cancelled it outright. Day one. What was the cost of that policy decision? So fast forward it. You know, a couple of years ago, after we've made many other, I would suggest to you, other initiatives that have been really important to Canadians, we had taken the bold step that we need to bring this thing back in a very real and tangible way. So once again, we have a national minister recognizing that there is a role for the federal government to ensure that we have childcare from coast to coast to coast. Madam Speaker, all one really needs to do is to take a look at what's happening in the province of Quebec. Quebec has had it for many years. And the benefits to Quebec's society as a direct result, in terms of things that have been achieved, whether it's women engaged in the workforce, far greater than any other jurisdiction, from what I understand, in North America, to providing an improved quality standard of childcare, to ensure that there was more equal opportunities, not to mention, Madam Speaker, how the economy benefited by it. We understood it. We understood it many years ago. And now we are afforded, because of the goodwill and support from Canadians from coast to coast to coast, we were able to work it out with the many different stakeholders, in particular the provinces and the territories. And as a result, I believe it was the province of Ontario was the last one to sign on board back in March 2022, Madam Speaker. By that Doug Ford signature, we once again had a true national coast-to-coast child care program. And that's something in which we should all be very proud of. You know, as a Liberal caucus and as a team, we understood the benefits, and it's an issue in which we promoted. In fact, as my colleagues will recall, one only needs to take a look at the last federal election, where we had 338 candidates going door to door talking about the importance of childcare, and if we were re-elected into government, that we would materialize on a childcare program. The Conservatives, on the other hand, said that they would tear it up, that they didn't believe in what it is that we were actually doing, Madam Speaker. So when Conservative member stands up and says, well, we're voting for the legislation, I would encourage members to read some of the speeches that were given by Conservatives. Look in terms of what they did on the first run around, Madam Speaker. That's why we need the legislation. We don't want a potential Conservative cabinet 15 years from now, Madam Speaker, making the decision to get rid of the program. We want this program to be there for future generations. Because by making that sort of a commitment, we know that society here in Canada will benefit greatly, Madam Speaker. And you can't trust the Conservative Party, quite frankly. They have demonstrated that time and time again when you talk about progressive policies for the betterment of Canadians. And I don't say that lightly. I actually sat in the chamber and listened to many of the Conservative MPs speak on this legislation. You couldn't tell how they were going to vote, Madam Speaker. And I think what it is someone put their fingers in the air and felt the political winds and thought, well, geez, it might be tough for us to vote against this, so let's support it. And Madam Speaker, some might say use the word delusional. I'll suggest to you that it's after 30 years of being in Parliament and watching the Conservatives at play, it's more of a reality issue. And I would suggest to the members that they actually recognize the true value of this program. And to be bold and go against their own leadership if need be, and make some of the statements that are really important in recognizing the value of this program. Because they'll say, yeah, we want to give more child care dollars to a certain degree, Madam Speaker, but they're not talking about the same sort of child care program that we're talking about. What does this program do? Madam Speaker, $10 a day daycare is life-changing. It is going to enable so many people the opportunity for the first time to really afford child care services and the educational program that goes along with it, Madam Speaker, for the first time. You know, I was really encouraged. I think it was back in September when the Prime Minister actually came out to Winnipeg North, and we went to Stanley Knowles School and visited a child care facility there. And you can see in the faces of the individuals that were recipients of what it is that we're talking about today. The idea of relief or joy or just appreciation that we finally have a government that's trying to do the things that are important to our citizens. And I know Winnipeg North is not the only riding that the Prime Minister has visited. As he has gone through the country, whether it's town halls or into other constituencies or ridings, Madam Speaker, and has spoken to parents. Been there with the children. I always enjoy the playful attitude the Prime Minister has towards the children of Canada, because it's so genuine, Madam Speaker, that we have a Prime Minister that is committed not only to providing $10 a day daycare, but understands the needs of our young people. And he's there to talk, answer questions, and listen. And as a result, whether it's him, the Minister of Families, or I would suggest to you, my caucus colleagues, who take a look in terms of the issues that come up in our constituencies and understand that we're supposed to bring those issues to Ottawa so that we can develop the budgets and the legislation that is necessary and is going to make a difference in the lives of Canadians. What are the issues today that we often hear about? Inflation has got to be one of them, Madam Speaker. You know, if you think about inflation, you know, I feel a great deal of empathy and sympathy in many ways for what it is that Canadians have to overcome as a direct result of inflation. Even though when you look at Canada's inflation rate compared to US and many of the European countries or allied countries and so many others, Madam Speaker, we're actually doing quite well on inflation, not to mention other economic indicators, Madam Speaker. But it doesn't take away from the fact that as a government we still need to do what we can to help Canadians at a time of need. This legislation, this program, Madam Speaker, we're talking about hundreds, if not thousands of dollars every year as a direct result is going to be left in the pockets and the purses of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. That is an action. That is something in which is going to make a difference in a very real and tangible way, Madam Speaker. Other actions to support our children, Madam Speaker. Remember the dental program. Now, this particular program, the Conservatives have actually voted against. And as we implemented the dental program, Madam Speaker, the first thing on the agenda was the children under the age of 12. Recognizing, as we often say, you don't want to be able to tell a child smile by not being able to get the dental work that is required. Far too often, children are going into hospitals in order to get dental work because mom, dad, or guardian, whoever it might be, Madam Speaker, didn't have the financial resources for one reason or another and wasn't able to bring that child to a dentist. Again, through this particular program, we are seeing literally dollars going into families' pockets to assist children in being able to get the type of dental services that are necessary. I started off by talking about national programs. I talked about the historic program of disabilities. Then I talked about children. Now I'm making reference to dental work, Madam Speaker. I would suggest to you, as a government, and I would challenge any member of this House to demonstrate any government before this government that has developed and put into place programs to support Canadians, Madam Speaker. It has been a wide spectrum of programs, and I want to spend just a bit of time to emphasize that, which clearly shows why Bill C-35 is a part of a larger plan, Madam Speaker. A plan that's very, very comprehensive and shows Canadians that whether it's a legislative measure or a budgetary measure, this is a government that has the back of Canadians in a very real and tangible way. We have a government that has now negotiated, for example, an incredible $200 billion plan to ensure that future generations of Canadians are going to have a healthcare system that's based on Canada's the Canada Health Act, Madam Speaker. We have a government that, since being within the first couple of years, that understood the importance of retirement and worked with all the provinces, as they've done in the three I just mentioned, Madam Speaker, and came and got the CPP addressed, something in which Stephen Harper completely ignored and said that he would not do. And before he was the leader of the Conservative Party, advocated getting rid of the CPP. We as a government worked with the different provinces and stakeholders, including small business and labor groups, and were able to get the agreement on CPP. I say this because, like Bill C-35, Madam Speaker, these are initiatives that really make a difference in the lives of Canadians. And that is why I'm encouraging members opposite to change their attitudes towards the way in which government spends its money. And let me give you a specific example by using Bill C-35. You see, the Conservatives have this mindset. If you spend a dollar, it's a bad thing if it's government dollars. It's cut. One day, I even had one of the members suggest that, well, we could always cut money from defense, from military defense. It's cut. Well, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that when the government invests in programs, that more than often than not, you actually get a pretty decent return. So, for example, yes, the child care program is going to cost a lot of money. There is no doubt about it. It's going to cost a lot of money. But if you recognize the value of that investment and you start acknowledging some of the benefits, you quickly find out that it's not costing as much as you might think. So, for example, specifically, as a direct result of Bill C-35 and the budgetary measures by this government, there is no doubt you are going to see an increase in the workforce. You're going to see more, in particular, women participating in the economy, Madam Speaker. And as a direct result of that, when more women are participating in the economy, more taxes are generated. So when you say that there's a cost to for childcare, there is a cost benefit that also needs to be factored in, Madam Speaker. Not to mention the other benefits that I've already cited, Madam Speaker, to the community, to the family unit, to the child, receiving that quality child care, Madam Speaker. So in conclusion, I would encourage members to realize the benefits of not only saying you're voting for this particular legislation, but I'm going to be looking to see the Facebooks and the social media commentaries coming from the Conservative Party saying how wonderful this program is. And be sure.
Honourable member's time is up, and he'll be able to finish up with questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Battleford Lloyd-Minster.
That's me. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So, at committee, we had heard, and even in this House, we've heard the Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary bragging about the pillars of this legislation. Quality, affordability, availability, accessibility, and inclusiveness, which I think we would all agree in this House that those are very important measures that should be taken into consideration, especially when this is supposed to be a piece of legislation that is supposed to include all children in this country. What was very interesting is at committee, the Parliamentary Secretary intended to remove two of those pillars from one of the clauses in the bill, which was affordability and accessibility. Madam Speaker, through you, would the member not agree that it would be absurd to remove accessibility and affordability when we have a lack of spaces and majority of children in this country are on wait lists?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, what I know is the legislation that we have before us this evening. And this is legislation that does put in some fundamental pillars that is going to make a difference in the lives of Canadians. Even for Canadians that don't have children, there is going to have an impact on society as a whole. And that includes the issue of affordability, accessibility, and so on, Madam Speaker. We know that. We recognize that. That's why we've brought forward the legislation. And we look forward to being able to see the reality as we witnessed in the province of Quebec, which clearly demonstrated the benefits of a $10 a day daycare, Madam Speaker.
Remind the member that she had an opportunity to ask a question. I'm not sure if she was thinking out loud or if she was heckling the member, but I would just say that, to ensure that if she's thinking out loud, she might want to jot things down for maybe the next question and comment. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan-Mellahett-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Winnipeg North for his speech, and it's nice that he mentioned a variety of programs, including dental care. Madam Speaker, did you know that in 2 days it's going to be the 2-year anniversary of when the Liberal Party voted against Jack Harris's Motion 62, which was first seeking to bring in dental care? So I'm glad that as New Democrats we have forced Liberals to see the value in such programs, and similarly I'm glad that through our confidence and supply agreement, a bill like C-35 is a part of that agreement. And I would agree with him. We are delivering programs that are going to be hugely important for Canadians. Through you, Madam Speaker, what I'd like to know from the honourable member is, when it comes to a bill like C-35, can he talk about why it's so important to put in a legislative commitment so that we don't suffer from any possible future policy lurch? This is really guaranteeing that this funding is going to be there for future families and their needs.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to provide quick comment in regards to the dental issue, I know and I appreciate all the type of support and encouragement, whether it's received from New Democrats or many of my colleagues. I know I, for one, have been a very strong advocate, for example, for the pharmacare program. There's still work for us to focus attention on. So dental, pharmacare, let's not just sit back because, we've already accomplished a great deal. We have many more things that we'd like to explore and to work on and see if we can improve in some ways as much as possible. So whether it's coming from New Democrats or Liberals, in many ways, I had a friend that says, a New Democrat is a Liberal in a hurry. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you that it's good if we could work together for the betterment of Canadians. I'm game to do that, and I'll try to answer his question in the next question.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cambridge. I can't remember. I know it's a Parliamentary Secretary. I just can't remember which one.
I'm not in my seat, Madam Speaker, so it's okay. I wanted to thank the member for his great speech. And at the beginning, he took us back in time when he talked a little bit about Ken Dryden and the work that he did to create universal childcare back then. And when he was doing that, I worked for a little organization called the YMCA, and we had a huge, thank you. We had a huge child care program under our watch. And I'm wondering, I was very excited about the potential and really disappointed to see it collapse under the Conservatives. And I'm wondering if the Honourable Member can maybe contemplate what it would have been like today if we had been able to get that universal child care in place.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, let me attempt to answer both questions now with the same answer here. At the end of the day, Ken Dryden, the member's right. Ken Dryden, wonderful program, universal. All the provinces, territories on sign, and that's why I say please don't trust the Tories on this or the Conservatives on this, because the first thing Stephen Harper did is he got rid of the program. Now, it's unfortunate we were a minority government at that time, but I won't comment in terms of what happened with the NDP or the Bloc or so forth. But I can tell you, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day with this legislation, what it does is it prevents without any real thorough debate or the potential Conservative government 15 years from now from being able to just in cabinet decide to get rid of what is a fantastic program. And had it been in place back when Ken Dryden put it today, we'd be so much further ahead. One only needs to take a look at the province of Quebec and the impact it's had on their workforce, in particular having seen more and more women engaged as a percentage in the workforce.
Comments, the Honourable Member Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And just to touch on, because YMCA was brought up, we have a letter here from Christine Passmore, who's a daycare provider, who's talking about two YMCA after-school care locations that they will be closing because of this bill. So just thought I'd tie that in. But I think the question when the Honourable Member brings up trust, tonight we have breaking news coming out that the PMO's office also knew about Paul Bernardo's transfer 3 months ago. 3 months ago, and didn't tell families. We have housing prices have doubled, the cost of living crisis, public safety eroding rapidly. Brutal. So how could we trust them with our children and childcare?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Because, Madam Speaker, when it comes to childcare, there is only one party that's been in government that has demonstrated a genuine interest and has taken the initiative and actually put into place a child care. There is only one political party in this chamber that actually tore apart a national child care program. So when it talks about trust, I would suggest to you, you cannot trust the Conservative Party. If anything, Stephen Harper is more of a centrist compared to the current leader of the Conservative Party, because the current leader of the Conservative Party is so far right-wing. I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that everything could potentially be on the table, and no doubt it's got to be one of the genesis as to why it is this legislation is so important, and why I'm hoping that we'll see members of the Conservative Party talk about it glowingly in Facebook. After all, they say they're going to be voting in favor of it.
That's the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm very strongly in favor of C-35, but I think we better not ignore the concerns that we are not done yet. That's the title of the report from the Canadian Centre on Policy Alternatives, co-authored by economist Dave MacDonald and Canada's leading champion for early childhood education, Martha Friendly. We have childcare deserts in this country. We have areas where children not yet in kindergarten, basically parents have no hope of getting that child into a childcare space because there's only like 20% coverage for the children in those communities. The worst in Canada's Saskatoon, then Kitchener, then Regina, then Vancouver. 24% space availability for the 100% of children who need a place. So my question is this: is the government open to reading this report, accepting its recommendations, and working hard to provide the incentives and the decent wages for early childhood educators and creating the spaces for the children whose parents are going to benefit from $10 a day child care?
The Parliamentary Secretary has 55 seconds to respond.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the Green Party is supporting the legislation, which is a good thing. But one of the things that the leader of the Green Party needs to recognize is that there's jurisdictional responsibility. So we have a national government that says, hey, look, we want to be able to ensure that there's a child care program that's affordable and accessible across Canada from coast to coast to coast. But we need to work with the provinces. The provinces, in many ways, is the one that has to play the lead at that level that the member is referencing. And we can all individually encourage our respective provincial governments to even go further, Madam Speaker, in supporting the children of our country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to note off the top that I will be splitting my time this evening with the member for Elgin, Middlesex, London. So we know, and there's no doubt, that childcare is an important conversation to be had. And it's a conversation that we know that parents are also having on a regular basis across this country. And childcare needs look different, not only from one region to one region, but also from family to family. Public policy and the development of a national program should respect and take into consideration those differences. And it has been very disappointing, Madam Speaker, that throughout the deliberations of this bill, whether that is in this chamber here or in committee, the approach of the NDP Liberal Coalition has been narrow and exclusionary. The Liberal government has sought to divide and disparage childcare solutions outside of their own prescribed form. And this is even more disappointing given that many, and in fact reports would suggest, in some regions, like in Saskatchewan, most families do not have access to childcare. The demand for childcare remains far greater than the available spaces, and childcare providers in all streams right across this country have long wait lists. Access remains a main concern when it comes to childcare, but it is not solved by the existing agreements, nor is it resolved in C-35. Madam Speaker, we have heard accusations from members opposite that Conservatives have tried to obstruct this legislation. In reality, Conservatives have been working to elevate the voices of parents who are raising serious concerns with this government's childcare program. And we have articulated those concerns from childcare providers, and it is completely disingenuous to suggest that this in any way is hindering the delivery of their program. The facts, Madam Speaker, are that the childcare agreements are already signed with the provinces, and the National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Childcare is already formed. If anything, Madam Speaker, this should be an opportune time to examine the delivery of the program so that we can understand its shortcomings. take stock of its limitations and its potential reach. But that was never the goal for this Liberal government. They put forward this legislation to pat themselves on the back. However, this bill, like much of the policies put forward by this Liberal NDP government, creates winners and it creates losers. And their self-praise, Madam Speaker, is an insult. It's an insult to the moms and the dads who are left out in the cold and find themselves on the outside looking in with no spaces for their children in child care facilities. But, Madam Speaker, let me highlight some of the testimony and the voices that this government seems very eager to ignore. Voices like that of child care providers who find themselves excluded from the program and this Liberal government's vision for child care in Canada. Amélie Lainay, representing Indigenous Friendship Centres in Quebec, she told the HuMA committee that currently funding is only administered through Indigenous political institutions. It does not give service organizations like the Indigenous Friendship Centres in Canada access to funds to develop early childhood and family services. Crystal Churcher from the Association of Alberta Child Care Entrepreneurs told the committee that Bill C-35 does not sufficiently recognize that Canada's current child care system still very much depends upon thousands of private operators despite directional preference for the non-profit business model. With wait lists surging across the country, it is only logical that we would use every tool at our disposal to meet the needs that is across this country from coast to coast to coast. That we would not purposefully shut out child care providers that are providing quality care currently. In fact, in the study of this bill, the HuMA committee heard about how the exclusionary structure of the program could actually be the detriment of quality of care. We heard about a parent who felt that she now had to choose between the quality of care for her daughter or more affordable costs. A decision that she was faced with because her preferred care provider falls outside of the current agreements and won't be captured by the vision laid out in this bill. The rollout of this program has not actually even provided much of a choice for many families, and more often, even less of a choice for lower income families. We heard in committee that it was more often lower income families who could not afford child care costs that are waitlisted because, well, they don't have children enrolled and they're still on the wait list. Excluding child care providers is the exact opposite spirit of achieving accessible, affordable, inclusive, and high-quality child care for all children. To really tackle child care in Canada, our approach should be comprehensive. Madam Speaker, the passage of my private member's bill, C-318, would support that goal. Allowing adoptive and intended parents equal access to EI leave to care for their new child would give those parents more time to bond with their child and more time to find a child care solution. And it could help to alleviate some pressure on the child care system. I would hope that if not the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion, but that the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development would herself see the merits of her government keeping their promise to these parents and offer the royal recommendation that is needed for Bill C-318. It is also clear that any hopes of making real progress towards accessible, affordable, inclusive, and high-quality child care for all will require a labor force strategy. There's a clear crisis in the childhood educator workforce. There needs to be a plan to recruit and retain labor. The success of a national childcare program will depend on this. Madam Speaker, you cannot flick a switch to create more spaces if there is not the workforce to handle it. That is why, Madam Speaker, it's particularly frustrating that the NDP Liberal coalition rejected amendments put forward by Conservatives in committee to address these particular shortcomings. They rejected an amendment that would have explicitly directed the National Advisory Council to support the recruitment, but also the retention of a well-qualified workforce. It would have given the council the mandate to track availability, waitlists, and also the progress made in improving access, which is one of the pillars of this bill. Madam Speaker, it's not clear why the NDP Liberal coalition would oppose this being a core function of the council. And similarly, the NDP Liberal coalition also rejected an amendment that would have explicitly required the minister to report annually on a national labour strategy. Their rejection of these amendments tells parents and those in the childcare sector that they aren't taking this workforce crisis seriously. And it certainly does not give them confidence that the recruitment, education, and retention of early childhood educators is a priority for them. Just as their recommitment to their exclusionary vision for childcare does not give parents on wait lists hope that universal access is within reach. The rejection of these amendments to include all types of childcare providers in the program and to have a more fulsome representation at the table ensures that there will continue to be winners and losers. The reality is parents who will receive no support, and there will be qualified and quality childcare providers that will continue to be vilified because of their business model by this NDP Liberal government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I'm sorry.
I did not recognize anybody else except for the Parliamentary Secretary.
There you go.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, if you were to come into this House and sit in the gallery and just listen to the speeches on this debate, you would leave with no conclusion other than the fact that Conservatives are against this bill. Yet when it comes time to vote for it, they vote in favour of it, all of them. And I personally think that has to do with because they've done the political calculation on it, and they know there's absolutely no way that they can afford to vote against it, because it'll be so detrimental to them politically. So can the member explain to the House why it is that Conservative after Conservative gets up and speaks, including in her last speech, to talk negatively about the bill, but then she'll ultimately vote in favour of it?
First, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to thank my colleagues for respecting me on this side. This whole process has been very frustrating for me. As a mother of 4 children, I have a 10-year-old, a 7-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 1-year-old. I've had 2 of those children while I've been elected to office. I know the real struggles of trying to find childcare. My husband and I have really had a balance, and we know that it takes a village. It literally takes a village. And it's so frustrating to me that when we have parents and childcare providers coming to committee, explaining, pouring their heart out of the real struggles that these parents are dealing with, partisan games, honestly. Just listen to the parents. Listen to the parents that, you know what, this model doesn't work for. It doesn't work for them. And it's unfortunate that they just want to play partisan games instead of actually making it inclusive for everyone.
Yeah, and I don't know if the Parliamentary Secretary was thinking out loud, but he had the opportunity to ask a question. I don't think that he was wanting to heckle, but if he was, he knows he shouldn't be doing that. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I respect everyone's views in this place. We all bring stories. You know, I'm the father of 3 daughters. My eldest twins were born in 2012 before I got elected. So my wife and I are also familiar with the struggles of raising children and the struggles of trying to find care. But, you know, the situation she describes is the situation that existed for many of my constituents before we had child care agreements, before C-35 even came into being. I don't see how those particular issues, like how can they not be helped by C-35? What this bill is trying to do is to enshrine a payment system, a funding system, which is trying to address the very issues she raises concerns in her speech and which are affecting constituents right across this country.
For Battleford's Lloydminster.
Madam Speaker, and through you, I thank my colleague for that question. C-35, I will add the agreements, there's a 5-year limit for the agreements, so that's, I mean, this isn't forever. That's one thing to make note of. But this C-35 does not create new spaces. It doesn't. So sure, parents that are already in childcare, they have their kids in a center or whatever model is accepted by their province and works for them. If they're not already in there, too bad, so sad. You're still on a wait list. Us Conservatives, we tried to move a motion at committee to recognize labor, that we need a labor strategy. The NDP voted against it, so I would ask that member why his party voted against the labor force strategy for child care educators.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Prince George. Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and really admire my colleague who sits beside me from Lloydminster, but I'm a father of 4. We brought in the universal child care benefit back in the Harper days, and it was after listening across the way to the disinformation saying that we don't care about child care on this side. We absolutely do. We ran on it. I would just ask the member, it's obvious in her speech that Conservatives do care about child care, but I think for the audience that's watching out there, you explain, my colleague from Saskatchewan, that Conservatives do care about child care.
Answer from the honourable member.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and through you to my colleague, thank you for that question. It's funny that he asked me that question. I got involved in politics because the current Prime Minister's 2015 platform negatively harmed my family and how we wanted to raise our children. Right. So I got involved. Absolutely, Conservatives care about families, we care about children, and we care about parental choice. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London. Yes, I was trying to see where she was going to stand there.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the member for Barrie Innisfil, who is giving all of the colour commentary. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be able to have the opportunity to once again speak on this bill. And I think I could sum it up with a question that I was asked following last time that we spoke on this bill during the report stage. And it was a question that came from a Liberal member. And his only question was very simple. He came up to me and he said, my name? Why do Conservatives hate childcare so much? And I was dumbfounded because I really thought perhaps he missed my speech, although he was sitting in the chamber for the speech. I thought, oh my gosh, somehow there was an entire void here. And I just want to continue with all of the great work that my colleague from Battleford to Lloydminster talked about, because she is on the front lines of this, not only being a member of the HoC committee, but also being a mother, just like so many other individuals here who have young children that are needing care for their children. Yesterday, I actually was at Oxfam. I was at their report. And in this report, it was coming and looking at care in Canada. I wanted to look at both unpaid care and paid care. And one of the biggest things they talked about was, yes, we have this new child care program, all of those benefits. But the problem is at the end of the day, we are losing people in that sector. And exactly what our member from Peterborough-Kawartha has talked about was the fact that we cannot retain people who are in this sector for a length of time. I was talking about $22 an hour in Langley, BC, just 5 years ago. And that is not keeping people in the sector because, let's be honest, the cost of living is just not making it so that people who have chosen to do these jobs that at one time may have seemed lower income, well, they're not being respected for the great work, and now they can't just afford to do something that they're passionate and love to do. What I want to do today, though, is read into the record because the member from Peterborough-Kawartha Lakes had talked about that every single day There's a brand new article that we're seeing from the media. And so exactly what I did, I was thinking, I need to do this speech. You pop in childcare in Canada, and it just populates all of these stories, and it doesn't matter what part of the country you're from, whether you're in Nunavut, as I will have a media mention from there, or other parts of the country. They're all talking about the same things, and it's spots, and it's labor. And sometimes the labor issues create the spot issues and vice versa. And that is something that when this government came forward with this bill that they automatically had said, we want to enshrine this, I recall the minister, we want to enshrine this in legislation because of the Conservatives. So we know it was all political intentions. It really wasn't to do with children, but it's those political intentions. So they want to enshrine this in law. But they didn't take the time to do the work. And that's a lot of times when we're playing political games. We don't look at the consequences of our mistakes. So when we come and try to do an amendments in committee, we're too busy trying to play partisan games that simple things like a labor force strategy is going to be denied because of the individual who has put that forward. Something that's really common in this House, that if you don't like the individual who sponsors something, you're just not going to support it. So that's just what we see in the House of Commons. So as I indicated, I have a number of articles, and I would like to read these because this is exactly what we talked about. And these articles were not written by Conservatives. They were written by journalists, people that are going around and reporting on what's happening in Canada. Not Conservative journalists. Looking at some of these, where they're coming from, not Conservative journalists. People are actually looking on the ground and addressing these issues. So the first thing I want to bring forward is something that was published on May 8th, written by Natasha O'Neill, who is a writer with CTV. And it indicates, and I'm going to read this into the record, so please stay with me. A new report details a lack of childcare spaces is at a crisis level in Canada. And why has it worsened? The report published in April of 2023 by the not-for-profit Childcare Resources and Research Unit shows just one spot in a childcare setting was available for 29% of children who need it. Holy shnikes, that is just horrific. One spot, like 29, just one spot for 29% of children? Yeah, okay, it's called Tommy Boy's Eyes. Okay, guys, you'd better like Chris Farley. We all have to like Chris Farley, but holy shnikes on this. I think one of the things that's driving the shortage of licensed spaces that childcare has been in the news a lot. So Moira Ballantyne, who is an advocate, and anyone who's been working in this will talk to her, and she's talked about the fact that, yeah, there is a huge demand for this. But what we see is the demand is not keeping up with what the government has put in place. And that is why, when we're talking about this bill, why are the Conservatives supporting it? Because, as we said, we are supporting this about childcare. But we have seen this being used as a political wedge each and every time. As the member, and that's why all I've ever heard is Conservatives voting against this. I'm not voting against children. I'm voting for families. I'm voting for women so that they can go to work. Members of the families can go to work. Men can go to work. Everybody in that family unit can ensure that their child has a place. And although I many times speak as a women's advocate, and I think it's because, you know, at that 8:59 when you're trying to get off the road to go into work and your child's sick and you need to find that last-minute childcare because you're trying to balance getting to work and having that job and keeping your children safe and cared for and sick, who are you going to call? Well, thanks, Mom, by the way, for all of those times you're always available at those 8:59 phone call moments. But as I indicated, Ballantyne had said that the crisis is not new. Particularly getting access to licensed childcare is a problem. She said, governments for decades now have essentially relied on individual organizations, whether for-profit or not-for-profit, to set up childcare centers. And that is the reality of it. And I think we have to say, why do they do that? And that's because we're in Canada. That is because we cannot look at this incredible nation that we have from coast to coast and not look at the diversity of communities, population, the fact that, you know, I spoke to my friend from Saskatoon. To get from one edge of his riding to the other, it's 20 minutes. Well, I can tell you that for some people that are in Toronto, that might be 5 minutes, maybe walking, definitely not by car, that's 20. But in some of our ridings, it's 8 hours from door to door to get from one end to the other end. And so then put into that perspective what that looks like when it comes to populations in childcare and how you can find something that's going to be successful. That is why families have come up with, that is why families and businesses and many women have come up with business plans and business models so that they can support their community. It doesn't have to look like this or that, but they're filling in that gap. And that is why we are cautiously supporting this, because it is filling, we know that there are still gaps, and these gaps have to be filled in by other things. So I want to turn over to another piece, because this one I found was really interesting. And this is written by CBC, and it's Mike Crawley, and this was written on March 14th of 2023. And it was the headline here. Average ECE leaves sector after 3 years, indicates the regulator. So in this article, becoming a registered ECE, so which is early childhood educator, requires at least 2 years of post-secondary education with training in childhood development. However, compensation has lagged behind that with other sectors that also require a post-secondary diploma because the work of childcare is not valued, according to advocates. We are not babysitters, said Maxine Trorodowitz, and I'm so sorry, Maxine, I wish I read that properly, a registered ECE and supervisor of childcare at the West End of Toronto. And I think this goes back to the fact that at one time we saw that people who were ECEs, and I had worked on a childcare board back in the 90s and early 2000s, those rates of $15 and $16, although low, could still pay the bills. But now when we're talking about the cost of mortgages and interest rates and everything else and the cost of living, carbon tax, you add all of these things together, that $16 an hour that at one time may have been okay is so far from it. That $22 an hour in Langley, BC doesn't cut it anymore. And it's because under this government, after the 8 years of this government, life has got so unfriendly to Canadian families because the cost of living just continues to explode. It doesn't matter if you are buying something at the grocery store or anything that you touch. It has been a huge increase in cost due to this Liberal government and their horrific policies that are continue to affect Canadians. Madam Speaker, how many more minutes? 39 seconds. Well, basically, at the end of this, I want to start off with one last thing, and this was something that I found also in the newspaper. And it's the quote, it's the headline that says, Ontario will be short 8,500 ECEs by 2026. So we have a problem here. If we do not have a labor strategy, if we're not going to figure out how we're going to do this together, we are not going to impact the children's lives that this government is trying to impact. We're not going to make it easier for families. So I want to say, we can do better. Let's start listening and let's start working together. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague across the way. She and I always have very meaningful conversations when it comes to women's issues, families and children, and I always value what she has to add to the discussion, including tonight. But, Madam Speaker, let's be realistic. The demand for childcare spaces existed far before. The demand was already there. And frankly, tax credits don't build spaces and they don't build a workforce. And previously, Conservative governments, they ripped up agreements into previously under the Stephen Harper government from Minister Dryden when he did them. And we have to build the system. This legislation is about enshrining those values to make sure there are federal dollars and a federal commitment to continue to build that system. Doesn't she value that?
Yeah, a member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, first of all, I would like to say that happy 20th birthday to my son, Christian Vecchio. He's out there today, so happy birthday, Christian. And the reason I say this is because his older brother is probably still on that waiting list that I put him on in 1994. And that's the concern that we have here is, yes, this government, this previous government under Chrétien, under Martin, all of these different things continue to promise time and time and time again. Dakota never got into that childcare, and now he's 29 years old. It just continued to exist. This government has been here for multiple years, 8 years, and it is getting worse. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Elgin, Middlesex, London for her remarks. I can't wait for the interpretation to email her and ask the spelling of Schneike. I appreciated that she talked about the conditions of work for early childhood educators. My mom was an early childhood educator. My sister-in-law is an early childhood educator. And we don't pay early childhood educators nearly enough. It's not only that the cost of living has gone up, it's the fact that 10 years ago we didn't pay early childhood educators enough, and we still don't. There's language in the bill, thanks to an NDP amendment, that references the conditions of work as being essential to ensuring the success of this program. I wonder if she could help me understand if there are other ways that this bill could be improved to ensure that early childhood educators are properly compensated for the important role that they play.
For Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, and I do really appreciate that because I recall back in the 90s looking at agreements, and at that time the city of St. Thomas was being compared to the city of Woodstock, where we're trying to say what should these rates be, looking at the cost of living. But when we want to talk about a labor strategy, and with all due respect, I know that there was an amendment put in there. I've heard from my colleagues. We've talked about a labor strategy amendment that was denied by this government. Thank you very much. Government, NDP, and everybody else. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech tonight. But she did touch on something. We were both elected in 2015, and the partisan games that are played around this place when good ideas are presented, and it shouldn't matter whether it comes from the Liberals, the NDP, the Conservatives, or the Greens, if those ideas benefit Canadian families. And some of the amendments that we proposed in committee that were rejected by the NDP Liberal coalition, should it matter if it does benefit Canadian families? Who proposes these amendments to make legislation better?
Good question. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London has just a little over a minute to respond.
Well, thank you very much, and to my colleague, it's been wonderful working here with him for almost 8 years, and all of the things that we have seen. But when we talk about partisan games, this is exactly what we see. When we see good things being brought in by other parties, specifically the party that I am a member of, proud to be a member of this Conservative Party, because we are Conservatives, it's bottom line. I get people come up, you must be a Liberal. No one owns being one party or another. The Conservative women have great ideas, and we know that we can work collaboratively with everybody so that we can get this going and so that we can work for Canadians. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague and friend from York Centre. It's always a pleasure and privilege to rise in this House and speak on behalf of my constituents for the wonderful riding of Brampton East. I want to thank the honourable members who have spoken before me on this very important bill, Bill C-35, the Canada Early Learning and Childcare Act, because their messages and stories and questions have proven that Bill C-35 will have lasting beneficial impacts across our country. This is a bill that will improve the lives of Canadians, their children, and future generations to come. I'd like to stop and thank my wife, my mother-in-law, my mom for helping to take care of my 2 daughters so I can be here today. I'm lucky to have that family support, but there are many in my riding that don't have that family support and are utilizing our $10 a day childcare strategy to save money and enroll their children into childcare. When I've spoken to constituents in my riding, I hear about stories firsthand. But I also hear about the added stress they have to endure just to find affordable, accessible, and quality childcare. I can hear the frustrations in their voices. I can also hear that each of them share a common goal, which is being able to provide for their children and give their children the best start in life. This is a straightforward and simple goal that every parent has, but when your entire paycheck is going towards childcare fees, that goal to provide can start to become out of reach. Our government has a plan in place to help parents give their children a better start in life, one that will nurture their minds and help elevate them to their fullest potential. Let me tell you about constituents Matthew and Jennifer, both whom are full-time nurses. They welcomed their first child, Sebastian, into the world in 2021. When the time came to consider childcare options for Sebastian, they quickly learned their options, like many parents, were very limited or reached beyond their means. Paying for childcare meant that Matthew and Jennifer's goal of homeownership would have to be put on hold. Not anymore with our $10 a day childcare strategy. Families in Brampton East who used to pay upwards of $1,300 a month per child are now paying roughly $700 a month. Being able to save families like this one over $5,000 a year is very important because it helps with the cost of living, helps them to buy groceries or put towards housing. Another constituent I spoke with remembers as a child seeing one parent in the morning and one at night every day because they worked opposite shifts to be able to save money versus spending it on childcare. When she was older, she mentioned that sometimes this would come up in conversations, and her parents even said they wouldn't see each other until weekends, and that was very tough on her upbringing. This constituent told me about the leaps and hurdles her parents had to navigate through back in the early 2000s just so she was cared for. The only opportunity she had to participate in organized early learning were through free programs that were offered by the local high school, who facilitated ECEs as for co-op students. This is another reason why having access to affordable, high quality, and inclusive childcare is vital. One of the guiding principles of Bill C-35 is that it enables families to have access to childcare. Parents don't have to work opposite shifts to make sure one of them is home, and they don't have to initiate the difficult conversation of considering putting one of their careers on hold because the cost of childcare is too high or inaccessible. As I mentioned before, and within its guiding principles, Bill C-35 encapsulates that all Canadians have access to quality, affordable, and inclusive childcare. This is a lasting commitment built on a collaborative framework approach with provinces and territories across Canada. Within this commitment, the Government of Canada recognizes that First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children and families are best supported by programs that are culturally appropriate and led by local communities. This recognition extends to our neighbours in Quebec who have successfully led the way for over 2 decades with the development and implementation of their provincial childcare plan. Our government will continue to learn from Quebec's system to improve our Quebec-wide childcare system. Our government is grateful to be able to reference Quebec's leading example of how to lead a government-funded childcare program successfully. Madam Speaker, I also want to highlight some of the impacts that Bill C-35 will have on the Canadian economy. While many, including myself, consider Bill C-35 a smart social policy, it is also a policy that makes good economic sense. When we invest $1 into early learning and childcare, the broader economy will see roughly $2 in return. This could help raise our real GDP by over 1% in the coming years. Some of my honourable colleagues may have already mentioned these numbers, but I think it's worth repeating. The $27 billion investment made through Bill C-35 over a period of 5 years will help boost our economy, provide real and beneficial growth, and help parents, especially women, enter or re-enter the labour force, a sector that we all know is experiencing shortages throughout various occupations and fields within Canada. Empowering women who want to enter the workforce and stay is good social and economic policy that helps eliminate gender inequality. Women who statistically are more likely to take on duties as the primary caregivers will no longer have to choose or bear the burden of choosing between a career and caring for their children. Bill C-35 is empowering women to have the benefit of choice without being forced into making one. As the Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development so powerfully put, Canada has the potential to gain an additional 200,000 workers entering into the workforce should this trend have the same trajectory of involvement that Quebec experienced when they implemented their childcare program roughly 25 years ago. Our government is adding additional options and opportunities for parents to make smart financial decisions and not limit their aspirations of career advancement. When I speak with constituents at the doors, childcare has always been a reoccurring topic that has come up from time to time. Even before parents have welcomed their new baby into the world, they're already researching various childcare options to see if the centre has space available or how long the wait list is to get in, and calculating the cost to figure out if they can afford it. Honourable members in this House have attested to their own experiences when trying to find childcare for the little ones and how stressful this process can be. Constituents in Brampton East get excited and are excited to hear about our government's agreements in place with our provincial and territorial partners to increase the number of childcare spaces by over 250,000 in the next 5 years. Constituents are relieved to hear that active steps have been taken towards meeting this target, roughly over 50,000 spaces already committed to being built. Significant progress is being made, and the passing of Bill C-35 would mean that none of this progress will be lost or reversed. This legislation is meant to be multi-generational and will continue to operate and improve via the oversight mechanisms put in place to ensure accountability, transparency, and sustainability. Reporting on our government's progress has always been a key factor with Bill C-35 because transparency and accountability are critical components when analyzing the need for improvement and sustainability. The National Advisory Council on Early Learning and Childcare is comprised of 16 individual experts who offer their invaluable knowledge and expertise within their respective fields. The importance of having members who reflect the diversity of Canada is a key consideration because this legislation will help all Canadians, no matter their backgrounds or beliefs. Having this third-party expert advice creates a forum to help address the challenges that are currently being faced within the early learning and childcare sector. We are also held accountable by our partners and Canadians as a whole to get this right. The annual reports to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development will help our government enhance its efforts. Bill C-35 is multi-generational. It is a long-term commitment to Canadians, and it gives families the assurances they need, knowing that their children and grandchildren and future generations will be able to enjoy the same benefits as children today. This is another reason why having the proper oversight and mechanisms in place that provide transparency and accountability is so crucial to Canadians. When this bill passes, and I have every hope that it will, I can provide constituents and their families the comfort of knowing that this legislation cannot simply be cancelled or taken away. In those same conversations, I can reassure parents that more spaces are being added to help shorten wait lists. I can also tell them that Bill C-35 will bring a sense of financial security through savings of thousands of dollars a year for their families to help with affordability. Parents are already seeing the results of a Canada-wide system with significantly reduced fees across provinces and territories. These reductions are in line with our goal of achieving an average $10 a day licensed childcare by March 2026. Madam Speaker, as I conclude today, this legislation respects the notion that childcare is not a luxury, it is a necessity that respects provincial and territorial jurisdiction due to its collaborative approach with a shared commitment to strengthening and protecting this Canada-wide system for future generations. And I trust that the honourable members of this House will do the same to continue to support women, children, and families through this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to pick up on the point about certainty for the long term. So this government has run up more debt in its period of office than the country has in its entire history up to that point, and is continuing to fund these and other promised expansions of social spending through deficit spending. The context, the fiscal context, I think actually leaves a lot of Canadians uncertain that any of these kinds of programs will be there in the future, not because of political debates or the positions of any particular individuals, but because of the fact that this government is making promises on the basis of deficit spending, promises that will in fact continue to cost more. This is in a context, by the way, where many Canadians still don't have childcare. So I wonder how the member can justify his claim that this is providing multi-generational certainty when in a substantive sense these programs aren't funded.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, through you, I'd like to thank the member opposite for that important question. Madam Speaker, this bill is about certainty. I would ask the member opposite what they would place in this bill to ensure that there is certainty in this bill. We know just roughly 2 years ago that same party was stepping up in their campaign pledges to cancel this very program. They stepped up to say we don't need to be there for families. In previous governments, I remember when our member Ken Dryden had brought up a plan, they were the ones that stepped up and canceled it. So we need to ensure that families are given that certainty, and it's not fair to future generations should they decide to cut this in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Rosemont, la petite patrie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech.
Obviously, at the NDP, we support C35. It's a good idea. We've been saying that daycare services have been necessary for some time. However, as long as the Liberal Party has been saying so, the first time it was in its electoral platform was 1993, and I was a student at the University of Montreal. It took 30 years, but better late than never. But I want to insist on one point. The Conservatives are saying that it's an extraordinary expense for families that are going to benefit from $10 a day daycare on average. That's incredible savings. When you pay $50, $60 a day, there's no tax credit that can do as much for a family income as access to $10 a day daycare. I'd like to hear my colleague on the fact that it's a program that puts money back into the pockets of families.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm still working on my French and hopefully one day I'm able to answer in French. But when we're talking about the savings for families, we know things are tough right now. And families need more support. And through our CCB programs, through this child care program, we're saving families. I'll give you one example. Jeet, who was paying $1,300 a month, is now paying $700 a month. He's able to take that additional savings and put it towards his mortgage or his grocery costs. And so I think it's very important that we're still there, and we're always going to be there for families that need help with affordability right now.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I enjoyed the speech given by my colleague. Works very hard and obviously has command of the issues, including this one. I wonder if you could elaborate on the points raised relating to the economy. Not only is this good social policy, he said, but it makes very good economic sense. I wonder.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank the honourable member for this very important question. Of course, his hard work in this House. When we talk about the economic value this can add to Canada, the program will give back to Canadians in many ways. Women will be able to re-enter the workforce. Our economy will benefit from the added value. Our GDP will go up. And you'll see that this program pays for itself in terms of the economic return to Canada. And so I'm in full support of this program. I know a lot of Canadians in my riding are in full support of this program.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretaries for Families to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's really an honor to rise here. The hour is getting later, but nevertheless, we are in the third reading of what is really historic legislation, Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada. Madam Speaker, there are childcare advocates, families, women who have been waiting for this for over 50 years. And we need to take pause and really reflect on that, because for over 50 years, families and women and childcare providers in this country have known what we needed to do to give our children the best start in life, to ensure that there was gender equality progressing in this country, where women could enter the workforce when they wanted to, how they wanted to, in the careers that they wanted to achieve. And I think of Anna Kari, who's the director of Bladen Daycare in my riding of York Centre. When I went to visit her, how she shared with me, she showed me a picture of her demonstrating at Queen's Park in the 70s, holding up a sign asking for this, demanding for this to happen. And here we are today in the third reading of Bill C-35, where we know that for Anna and for families across this country, this will remain the future for families and children in this country, for women to continue to support themselves and their families, to set an economy that will just grow and flourish, from our youngest generation to the women who are holding the steering wheel on this today alongside our partners in this chamber. And it couldn't have happened without the collaborative nature of this work between the federal government and the provinces. Every province and territory in this country signed on to this agreement, because we know that the $30 billion investment that we as a federal government made in partnership with provinces and territories and Indigenous peoples is making a difference. We know this because we're seeing the fee reductions that are putting money in the pockets of families from coast to coast to coast. And, you know, the Minister of Family, Children and Social Development shared so many of those amazing stories earlier in the evening. And we know what that means. It's tangible. It's impactful on an individual level to each and every family that participates in this program to buy groceries, to purchase school supplies, and so many of the essentials that when life is really, affordability is an issue right now, we know that we're making a difference. So many of my colleagues tonight have talked about the good value of this investment, that for every dollar we invest in our children and in our families, it's $1.50 to $2.80 back into the economy. That is good money well spent, Madam Speaker. We know this. We know it by the expansion of the women's workforce. The data shows it from January of this year. We know we are on the right path for building out a Canada-wide system that really takes the planning and the care and the thoughtfulness that these agreements have had, and now enshrining these principles and values so that when the next round of agreements have to come forward, Madam Speaker, when we go to evolve to the next stage of this amazing Canada-wide system, we know, and Canadian families know, and our Canadian children will benefit from knowing that no one will be left behind. Provinces and territories are already showing that collaborative work, and they've announced more than 50,000 new spaces since the first Canada-wide agreement was signed in British Columbia. Madam Speaker, the work continues. We have a goal, and it's 250,000 new regulated early learning and childcare spaces supported by our federal investments by March 2026. And you know, the Conservatives said, well, why are we doing this? You could cut checks. You could do tax credits. Tax credits don't build spaces. Tax credits don't create workforce. Federal investments, investing in our workforce, investing in our children, investing in our families, that's what makes the difference. And the principles that are in C35 are creating the progress of that ultimate goal, a system that provides children in this country with access to affordable, inclusive, accessible, and high-quality early learning and childcare, no matter where they are, where they live, for today, but also in the future generations, Madam Speaker, because this is a generational nation-building project of which every family in this country is impacted by. We're providing our children today and in the future in this country with the best possible start in life. And this is not just about the big numbers. We're talking about $30 billion. We're talking about 250,000 spaces. But it's how we are supporting Canadians on an individual level, family by family, community, urban and rural, Madam Speaker, across this country, the direct benefit that they are seeing. And we've heard many of those stories tonight. But some of the examples of the real-world differences that we're making with the system is impacting the lives of Canadians, particularly when it comes to rural communities and space creation. For example, Madam Speaker, in Nova Scotia, they announced 101,500 spaces since signing their Canada-wide agreement. And more than half of them, Madam Speaker, are in communities outside of Halifax. In the town of Bridgewater on the South Shore, there are 8 new infant spaces that will be made available this summer. Infant spaces, the hardest spaces to come by this summer. In Hubbards, 60 new toddler and preschoolers are being welcomed through the Years Daycare Centre near the intersection of Lighthouse and Route and Highway 6 for those who are from our Nova Scotia community. In Lunenburg County, 16 new family homes with the Family Matters Home Childcare Agency and 8 new licensed center spaces for infants in the Lunenburg Daycare Center will be available later this summer. Step by step, community by community, communities are stepping up, provinces are stepping up, and Madam Speaker, the federal government has stood up for our children. These new licensed spaces are making life easier for hard-working families across this country, particularly in our rural communities. And you don't have to take my word for it. You can ask Yvonne Smith, the CEO of the YMCA Southwest Nova Scotia, who has said this expansion will, quote, make a real difference for families in this community. There's a significant need for infant care in rural communities across Nova Scotia, including the South Shore. Madam Speaker, these spaces are already making a difference. And with more to come by 2026, more Nova Scotian families will soon see those benefits as well. And as we cross the country and hear more of these stories, I can, share thoughts from Manitoba. Manitoba's seen more than 2,800 new spaces since they announced their signing of their agreements. Similar to Nova Scotia, Manitoba is focused on its efforts to support families where the need is the greatest. And that's the whole point. And we've heard a lot of Ottawa First talk here in the chamber of how the federal government is directing this. And no, Madam Speaker, the provinces are working collaboratively with us. They are identifying need in their communities. Each province is unique. And they are facing these challenges head on and working with us in partnership to make sure that we meet the needs of families and our children. More than 1,600 new spaces, half of the Manitoba's total thus far, have been announced under the province's innovative Ready to Move childcare project. I was there for the announcement of that, Madam Speaker. 1,700 spaces in rural communities where there were multi-levels of government in partnership to provide land, to do the build-out, to provide services, including the Indigenous First Nation community of Peguis, Madam Speaker. This is the point. This is a collaborative effort of all levels of government, of communities, to make sure that these spaces are created over time. They're identifying them with us, and we're working together to build them. Because new spaces don't get built overnight. They don't get built by tax credits. They don't get built by cutting checks to millionaires. They get built by the will, by the work, by the planning of these systems of building out an infrastructure province by province. Families in First Nations and rural communities have the greatest need, we know that, and they will be the first to benefit, just like the Peguis community. With these spaces, they're all expected to be operational in Manitoba by the end of this year. The end of this year, Madam Speaker, decades without work being done to create spaces, and by the end of this year, 1,700 new spaces will be created in Manitoba. Armand Poirier, the mayor of the rural municipality of Taché, puts it like this. He said, the new childcare spaces in our rural municipality open up opportunities for our community members, enabling them to put their children in daycare close to home and fully participate in the workforce. We're building rural communities, Madam Speaker. People can work close to home, grow these rural communities to the places they want to stay in and thrive in. There is added value in every level for families, children, and the communities themselves, because these investments are supporting and strengthening our rural communities in Manitoba. And if we look at BC, Madam Speaker, the first province to sign, the BC's child care strategy is really the one to watch. Just last month, ground was broken on a new project in Invermere, the hub of the Columbia Valley, one that will see a brand new child care facility built that will include 148 new licensed child care spaces in Invermere, including 100 preschool spaces. Investments like these, Madam Speaker, are where we are going with this legislation, from Taché to Lunenburg. Madam Speaker, every member of this House should be joining us in building out that vision. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Speaker, I'm so glad that the member started with British Columbia, because in the Central Okanagan, guess what? Last fall, the provincial government said, hey, we're going to open 237 new spots in the Central Okanagan, specifically in Kelowna. But guess what, Madam Speaker? Over 200 spots have been said to have been closed because private daycare was not facilitated. In fact, private daycare operators said because of the confusion and regulatory environment, they decided not to continue their operations. So will this member understand that when she says it's all roses and sunshine for daycare, can she see how pushing only certain types of daycare are actually taking away important spots to families in the Central Okanagan, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his question. I'm quite familiar of his riding in the area in the Okanagan Valley, but Madam Speaker, it's simply not how the agreements were designed. Private child care providers were grandfathered into these agreements. BC made the decision to incorporate them in to keep those spaces and to work with them and make the investments to ensure. But taxpayer dollars, good stewardship of federal dollars, is to public spaces that ensure for high quality, licensed childcare to ensure that our children get the best start in life.
Here, here. Good job.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Obviously, we're delighted with the bill, even though it took the Liberals 30 years to come up with it. This was part of our deal with the minority government, and we pushed hard for it. We wanted to make sure that it was a priority, that public and accessible childcare, or not-for-profit, became a reality, and we also wanted to make sure there were good working conditions and good wages for the workers. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about the importance of having skilled, qualified, trained workers to deal with our kids.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the member, I thank him for the question. Madam Speaker, we've been very clear. We know how valuable our early childcare workforce is to making sure that our children get the best start in life. That's why every agreement has very specific wage grids, retention plans, and recruitment plans to ensure that we are growing a workforce over time, to make sure that we have the best people in place to raise our children, to give them the social skills and developmental skills that they need. It takes time. We know there's more work to do, but we are fully committed to it, and that's why good work across the benches is what's most important for Canadians, and I'm glad that we value it together.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan.
Colleague, she mentioned in her speech earlier about the previous government giving out credits and that this government is giving out checks. Can she elaborate on that and stipulate the advantages and disadvantages? Thank you.
Great question.
Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. So just to be clear, Madam Speaker, what we're doing through building out a Canada-wide early childhood, high-quality, affordable system is that we're not simply doing what the Conservatives did of cutting checks to every family across the country. We canceled that, that's right, because we know we need to invest in families over time, and investing in that means investing in their children in a system that is evidence-based, high quality, and that works for every family. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For a brief question, the Honourable Member Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just in reference to the childcare workforce, the member said we have to have the best people in place to raise our children. I wonder if she wants to elaborate on what she meant by that.
A brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. She has 50 seconds.
Science shows us time and again, the evidence is there that placing children in publicly funded, high-quality, licensed childcare gives them the best start in life for good social skills, good developmental skills, to raise the kind of children that we want in Canada who are open to a country that is diverse and open and inclusive for everyone.
That's right. That's right.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to just say in the beginning that I will be sharing my time with the member from Calgary, Manipur. It is a pleasure to rise in this House to speak on behalf of my constituents of King Vaughan. Madam Speaker, it allows me the opportunity to raise this evening to speak about Bill C-35, labeled as an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada. The Minister of Families, Child and Social Development said this bill, quote, would create more spaces, unquote. Conservatives support affordable, quality daycare. It is crucial. However, if you can't access it, it doesn't exist. Bill C-35 does nothing to address accessibility. Bill C-35 is good for families that already have a child care space, but it does nothing to address the thousands of families on child care wait lists or operators who do not have the staff or infrastructure to offer more spaces. James and Leah in my riding are a young married couple who just had their first child. As new parents, they were both excited and anxious about welcoming their new arrival. They tried to do their due diligence to ensure everything was in place and ready to go back to work once they could locate a child care spot. Their friends and family advised them, start looking, because you know what? There's not a lot of spaces available. So when Leah was just a few months pregnant, they began the search. They quickly realized there was, on average, a 2-year wait list. Think about that. A 2-year wait list. Maternity leave is not that long. They continue to look and hope something will become available for them before Leah's maternity leave is over, and she needs to get back to work. The bill does nothing to address labor shortages. The bill increases demand, but does nothing to solve the problem of frontline burnout or staff shortages. There aren't enough spaces in the system to help run the facilities. They're at full capacity, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. The government itself projects that by 2026, there could be a shortage. I'm glad you're sitting down, Madam Speaker. 8,500 early childhood workers. The minister states that she plans to build 250 new spaces. Accordingly, 40,000 new child care workers would be required in order to accommodate. Over the next 10 years, it is reported that more than 60% of the workforce already employed will need to be replaced. Get this number, Madam Speaker, meaning around 181,000 will need to be replaced. Once you add those two figures, we'll need over 200,000 workers. Currently, 27% of child care centers in British Columbia are forced to turn away children due to the lack of staff. A new article quoted a child care provider who stated that, in quote, "In the past 2 years, we've had to close programs temporarily, whether it was for a day or two or shorten hours for a week in order to meet the license regulations," unquote. Madam Speaker, Conservative parties, we support affordable child care and recognize quality care in many forms, unlike this bill. Who better to nurture your child than your grandparents? I can't believe of a better way to find a solution to kill two birds with one stone. Seniors are struggling to make ends meet due to the high rise in inflation that this government has created over the last 8 years. What a wonderful opportunity to be able to provide an income to struggling seniors while reducing the wait list and nurturing our children in a healthy environment. I was one of the luckiest children in the world. I had the benefit of a loving and caring environment provided to me by my grandparents. Not only was I taught the facts of life and the value of hard work, but also that it doesn't matter where you come from, Canada is the land of opportunity for everyone.
Hear, 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 hear.
I remember the days, and I'm sure my colleagues will agree with me, I consider myself to be a really good cook. And my grandmother not only taught me the facts of life, not only taught me about math, not only taught me about history, but she taught me how to live from the land. I would come home from school and she would turn her garden into a playground for us and explain the benefits of how to grow fresh vegetables and how to nurture your children with your own hands. She also taught me the importance of volunteering. If we had neighbors in our area that were ill and needed our assistance, my grandmother would take our hand, walk us down to the neighbor's home, and guess what? We were there to help each other. That's what community building is like. That's what children need to learn. They need to learn that at a young age so that when they develop into grown-ups and adults, they can teach their children, hey, listen, I was taught to help. I'm going to do the same because my grandparents instilled that in me and ensured that I could grow up to be a responsible adult. You're not going to get that from anyone else, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. They taught me all the things I needed to do and all the things I needed to be, and that's the woman I am today. As a young widow of 2 small children, I found it very challenging for daycare, given my work schedule. I was fortunate that I had a job that could support my children. However, when my husband passed away and your income is reduced to 1, you have no choice but to find affordable childcare. I didn't have a 9-to-5 job. I didn't have that luxury that I could have daycare and make sure that I got there on time to pick up my children. So I guess my question to this Liberal NDP government, why can't we implement the beauty of allowing the flexibility for parents to choose their childcare so that their children can have the same opportunities that I did? We can have our parents nurture our children, reduce the wait times, because, Madam Chair, right now, there isn't any wait times because there isn't any places to put them. So I guess what I'm saying is, let's look at some of the amendments that our party put forward and let's try and implement them and amend this Bill C-35 so it can accommodate more children. Marty Flaherty of the Canadian Child Care Federation testified at committee, quote, "We would like to see strong language in the bill that promotes sustained investments in a national strategy for the recruitment, education, and retention of early childhood educators." This led my colleagues to put forward such an amendment. However, it was voted down by the Liberal NDP coalition. Madam Speaker, I said in my opening remarks, Conservatives recognize affordability. Quality childcare is crucial. But if it isn't available, it doesn't exist. This bill will do nothing to help James and Leah find affordable, accessible daycare. When the time comes for Leah to return to work, there is not a child care strategy. It's a headline marketing plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And comments. The Honourable Minister for the Honourable Minister for Children, Families, Children and Social Development. It's getting late.
Thank you, Madam. It's a mouthful. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. You know, I'm glad that when she was growing up, she had the opportunity to be cared for by her grandparents, but we know that for many people in Canada, that's just not an option. They don't necessarily have family nearby or family that is able to do that. And so having access to affordable childcare is really a lifeline for most parents in Canada. And when the member opposite talks about this bill not creating spaces, well, she's just absolutely wrong in that. I mean, what we are doing is creating 250,000 additional spaces. 56,000 spaces have been created, over 30,000 in Ontario already, and that number is set to grow in Ontario to 86,000. Madam Speaker, when she talks about the fact that there needs to be consistent, sustainable funding in this legislation, well, this legislation says that there will be consistent, sustainable funding from the federal government to provinces and territories. Madam Speaker, I hope that she will support this legislation because it is helping thousands of parents and families in her community, and I hope that she recognizes that at third reading there are no more amendments and that we can count on her support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. So I spoke today to a constituent in my riding, and maybe she could help me understand how I could explain to this particular single mom who's been on the wait list now for a year. She has to get back to work. If she doesn't get back to work, she loses her job. If she loses her job, she's got to go on unemployment. So how can I understand better? Now, she's saying that there's more spots created in Ontario. I live in a very populated community, and yet she can't find childcare.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Notwithstanding some provincial efforts at subsidy, of course, I think Quebec stands out as a particular exception. We've largely had a market-driven childcare system in Canada for as long as anyone can remember. And we've had nonprofit operators operate in that space. We've had for-profit operators operate in that space. And yet, despite consistent demand over decades, the market has not provided the amount of spaces that we need in order for families that want childcare for their children to be able to get it. So we've had largely a market approach to childcare for a long time, and we've seen an incredible and persistent market failure. How does the member make sense of that market failure, and what does she think are the causes of that market failure?
The honourable member King Vaughan, I'd recommend she wait till her light goes on so we can all hear what she's got to say.
I'm so excited when I see you smiling. Thank you to the honourable member for that question. And I guess what I would say to him, this $10 daycare center, yeah, everybody jumped on the bandwagon, but here's the problem. Everybody jumped on it. There's no spaces. So people are waiting and waiting and waiting. So why not make it flexible and allow parents to choose who will raise their children? It'll avoid a lot of those spaces. I have seniors in my community that are still healthy enough, but unfortunately, due to age discrimination, can't go back to work. Why not allow them to work for their children and nurture their grandchildren, and it'll reduce the wait time for everyone else. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, thanks to the member from Vaughan for that question. And what she brings up is exactly why we brought in the universal child care benefit. It was to respect the parents. Some are professionals, but some chose to have the husband or the wife stay at home and take care of the kids. It was a career decision. But nevertheless, we supported both. We supported everybody in their decisions. Maybe can the members speak to what amendments were offered that we tried to come to that where we offered child care benefits to both types of families?
Member for King Vaughan, 30 seconds to respond.
Oh, and I'd like to thank my honourable member for that question. We proposed amendments to ensure that the child care opportunities were available for everyone. The Liberal NDP coalition turned it down. I'm going to go back to one, and I know I don't have a lot of time, but I'm going to go back to one thing. I don't normally talk about this, but I was a foster child, and I will tell you, I babysat to get money so that I could go and save my money to go back to school. And you know what? I wasn't registered, but I was a damn good child carer.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
This House and to speak, and especially on a bill as critical as C-35, which really plays a big role, I think, in determining the future of our nation. And before I go on, I just want to take a moment to recognize the member for Peterborough-Kawartha, who I think has done an incredible job of giving voice, thank you, to so many, not only mothers, but fathers, parents, and entrepreneurs, many of them women, and many of them new Canadians, who needed their voices to be heard here in the House of Commons. So congratulations to her and to her team who are ensuring that we can get the best bill possible, not only for women, not only for families, but for all Canadians, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to go through three things within my speech here. I'm going to provide an overview of some of the points which many of my colleagues have laid out. After that, I'm going to give some testimony from many Canadians we have heard from across this country. And then I'm going to conclude with, I think, is probably the most perhaps challenging, disappointing aspect of this bill, at least for me, as a woman and as a parliamentarian, Madam Speaker. So to just review some of the points which my team has outlined, affordable quality childcare is critical, but if you can't access it, it doesn't exist. And we've said this time and time again, that frankly, the number of spaces that currently exist or that are forecasted to exist just don't meet the demand. So even though there are many Canadians, many families who want this service, this solution as provided currently by the government does not address it. Bill C-35 is not a child care strategy. It is a headline marketing plan. Again, we see the Liberals promising what they can't deliver. $10 a day daycare does not address the labor shortage and the lack of spaces. And I alluded to that in my last comment, Madam Speaker, but we have seen with this government time and time again, they promise the sun, the moon, and the stars, and they consistently fall short. And unfortunately, we're very concerned that this is happening with daycare spaces under C-35 and that this will continue to happen. Conservatives recognize that Canadian families should have access to affordable and quality childcare and should be able to choose childcare providers that best suit their families' needs. And we've heard from many Canadians that this one-size-fits-all does not necessarily suit many Canadians and the needs of many Canadian families. And I just want to reiterate that once again. Bill C-35 is good for families who already have a childcare space, but it doesn't help the thousands of families on childcare waitlists or the operators who do not have the staff or infrastructure to offer more spaces. I certainly recall, as a mother, I was very grateful when my husband had the foresight even to put our name on a list. I think it was probably 2 years ahead of our son requiring that space. So I think that this is a very tangible problem, and we will see it exacerbated as we see this program implemented throughout time. Bill C-35 increases demand for childcare but does not solve the problem of frontline burnout, staff shortage, or access to more spaces. And I think that this is a very critical consideration given the labor shortage that we have seen since the pandemic, and that we truly need to consider this as we implement Bill C-35, in the consideration of implementing Bill C-35. There aren't enough qualified staff to keep all existing childcare centers running at full capacity, let alone new spaces. And Bill C-35 discriminates against women. The majority of childcare operators are women. The language and intent of the bill prevents any growth and opportunities for private-run female operators. How does the Liberal government expect more women to be able to go to work when there are no childcare spots available? Waitlists, as I mentioned, are years long. Ontario's Financial Accountability Office projects that by 2026, there will be 602,000 children under 6 whose families will want $10 a day daycare, and the provinces will only be able to accommodate 375,000 of them, leaving 227,000 or 38% without access, Madam Speaker. Government estimates also suggest that by 2026, there could be a shortage of 8,500 early childcare workers. That's an astounding number, Madam Speaker. In British Columbia, 27% of childcare centers turn away children due to lack of staff. I know my colleagues from BC have certainly been very adamant in expressing this shortage. One child care director who oversees 13 child care programs with 350 spaces says that in the past 2 years, we've had to close programs temporarily, whether it's for a day or two or shorten hours for the week, in order to meet the licensing regulations, Madam Speaker. We also talk about the child care deserts that exist, Madam Speaker, across this country, and that is very much a problem. So I have here, Madam Speaker, as I said I would, some commentary from Canadians who have written in expressing some of these problems, which I've outlined. Katie writes in, finding people who start at 6 a.m. or end at 11 p.m. is impossible. More flexible hours for people who work shift work. Adequate childcare is a huge barrier within healthcare. Cheryl writes in, something that many of my coworkers and I have talked about many times is how beneficial a daycare that had extended hours or near the hospital would be. So many healthcare workers struggle to find childcare that is available for the shifts we work. I've been raising my granddaughter for 14 months now, and have spent so much time and energy finding childcare that will work for us. It has been incredibly stressful, and I'm so grateful for the care provider we have now who has worked in healthcare field and takes Ava at 6:30 a.m. until 7:30 p.m. for me. So both of these individuals writing in, Madam Speaker, to us indicating that this one-size-fits-all doesn't work for them, and that daycare solutions and solutions for families don't come in a box. They have to be flexible. So in bringing forward amendments for this bill, we are trying to improve the bill. Let's see who else. Shannon writes in, I'm going back to work full-time in July. I put my daughter on 6 daycare lists and have heard it takes years to get into a licensed daycare, Madam Speaker. I think start times are an issue as well. Most daycares, the earliest start time is 7:30 to 8 a.m. I remember this challenge, Madam Speaker, as a mother. And I start work at 6:30, so I need something earlier than that. Again, this government looking at a one-size-fits-all approach. Laura writes in, before, after school care, the reduced fees have been welcome for my 20-month-old, but the costs for my 6-year-olds before and after health care are now more expensive than full daycare, and this comes with a reduction of the CCB. So my family is now spending more on my care as my children get older and my children attend school. So there we see, Madam Speaker, some Canadians who have written in saying that this one-size-fits-all daycare does not work for them. So as you can see, I've outlined many challenges with this legislation. And with just under 2 minutes left, though, Madam Speaker, I'll get into what I think is actually the most problematic thing about this bill, which I don't even think is necessarily directly addressed through the policy within this House, and that is that I believe that this bill has been another tool that has been used as a divider, Madam Speaker. I believe that this bill has been used to divide rural versus urban. I believe that this bill has been used to divide those mothers who want to stay at home versus those mothers who want to go to work. I've seen on social media, very unfortunately, women judging other women. Why would you put forward a piece of legislation where women are put in a place to judge other women? But that is where Canada is at today, Madam Speaker. It's broken. Household debt is at a record level. Inflation is at a record level. Interest rates are at a record level. This country is in crisis, and this government really thought they had us with this bill in dividing us further. But the good news is, Madam Speaker, when the leader of the official opposition becomes the Prime Minister of Canada, this hateful division will end and Canadians will once again be united. And it starts with us supporting this bill and improving this bill, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will thank my colleague for her speech, because in it she points out all the reasons why C35 is important. As you know, my colleague from the NDP had said in his last question, when we had a market-driven system, these issues existed before, and they are only going to be fixed with intention and with purpose. And so I'm glad to know that the Conservatives are supporting C35. And it's funny to me that she's calling this a divisive bill when this has passed every stage so far unanimously. So there's actually seems to be much more agreement than my honourable colleague is letting on. There is, in fact, nothing in this bill that is looking to divide Canadians or divide women, for that matter. In fact, there's nothing that would limit choice in this legislation. So I'm glad to hear that she's supporting this bill. I'm glad to hear that Conservatives support childcare, and I hope that we can count on her support at third reading as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil. Oh, excuse. Sorry. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Sure. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Like this government, this is all they have left now is to divide, whether it's by putting region against region, whether it's pitting sector against sector, maybe it's gender, maybe it's religion. This is, if one need only look at the social media on this bill, Madam Speaker, and you will see that it has stoked division, unfortunately, and Conservatives are here to unify, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, as a representative, a proud representative of a rural riding, I beg to differ. When I first ran in the 2015 election, childcare was a huge topic in that election. I can remember knocking on doors throughout communities in my riding of Cowichan Malahat-Langford, and I've heard Conservatives talk about choice. There was no choice. I frequently met parents who were desperately wishing that they could afford to get a second job, but all of the money from that income would have just gone to the extremely high childcare space costs. So, I just like to ask my honourable colleague to reflect upon that. There was no choice in the beginning. This is an attempt to resolve that, to enshrine these funding agreements in place, and I'm just not sure where she's getting the division from. I see this bill as a positive step to addressing a problem that has been long-standing and which has been called for by childcare advocates for more than 50 years now.
The honourable member for Calgary-Minderpore.
Well, I actually think that the member and I agree in that we are looking to make this program here on this side of the House as inclusive as possible so that this program can fit families of all shapes and of all sizes, and that all providers will have the opportunity to participate in this program, Madam Speaker. And right now, that's not the case. We have said we will honor the provincial agreements, but we just want to improve upon them. We just want to allow as many families as possible to participate in this program, and as many female entrepreneurs as possible to participate in this program, Madam Speaker.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Spadina-Fort York.
The Association of Daycare Operators in Ontario has spoken about how female entrepreneurs are cut out of this program, and I'm curious for my colleagues' analysis on why that might be the case, and perhaps how changing that could actually make this program more accessible and readily available.
A brief, well, she's got 1 minute to respond. The honourable member for Calgary-Minderpore.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague across the way, and I'm very happy to serve on the executive of the IMF World Bank Parliamentary Network with him, so thank you very much for that. So, as you can imagine, the economy, not only, through you, Madam Chair, the economy both locally, domestically, and globally is always on our minds. So I'm glad he's thinking like that, and I think that the government and this minister should think like that as well, that we should be thinking about everyone prospering within Canada, not just a subset that works for the government in this program, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to just right off the top say that I will be splitting my time with the member from Lethbridge. I note that this has been a long debate and that we are here late at night, and so I do want to note that as well. Madam Chair, I think this is again one of these bills where the perhaps the issues that we're discussing here today are being framed in perhaps the wrong way. This is being framed as the government is proposing, and the government, this is the prerogative of the government, but this is often the challenge that we find ourselves in as opposition, is that the government frames the issue, and we as the opposition must then respond to that, but we end up in the situation where the issue is already framed, and we end up debating it inside of that issue. Now, the government is identifying a problem, and I would just generally say that the problem, they are narrow casting the issue. The issue is that Canadian families are struggling, and they are struggling in a whole host of ways, but that also then is borne out in the fact that they can't afford childcare. Now, that is a narrow cast. One of the Band-Aid solutions that the government comes up with then is to just say, well, we will go and pay for the child care situation just directly. We will just hand out money to child care operators, and that will then reduce the cost of the child care. Now, that is a solution, but it doesn't bear on the broader issues that we are seeing in Canadian society. And we're seeing that everything in Canada feels broken, and Canadians can't afford to live their lives right here in Canada. That is one of the things. Now, the other thing is, Madam Chair, is just around the whole idea of family policy. And in doing some research on this, I run across an organization called CARDIS and a gentleman named Peter John Mitchell, who's written a bunch about this thing. And I'd like to just quote extensively from an article that he wrote, Canada Needs a Family Formation Policy Framework. And he had some very interesting things to say about this. He says, the promotion of a $10 a day childcare as an economic policy illustrates the problem with Canadian family policy, which we don't have one. Yes, we have substantial direct cash benefits to parents and general parental leave that's funded basic services, yet we lack a coherent strategy for encouraging strong, stable family life. And as the Windsor, and he notes, the University of Windsor's political scientist Lydia Myjan writes, generally speaking, family policy in Canada may be characterized as an uncoordinated hodgepodge of policies based on the assumptions that are not always clearly recognized or even consistently and delivered by an assortment of institutions, including to, but not only to, the agencies of all three levels of government, but also privately run organizations like the Child Aid Societies, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, family planning clinics, and so on. A new CARDIS report envisioning a federal family framework policy for Canada argues that a clear-eyed vision for Canada family policy. Canadians value family life, but for complex reasons are partnering and marrying later in life and having fewer children than they say they would like to have. And while stages of family life are important, Canada needs to pay particular attention to the transition to partnership and marriage and to having children. These are Peter's words, not mine. The federal government is only one actor among state civil society institutions that can help families, even if it is one of the most distant actors from the daily family life. By reforming current programs and pursuing innovative policy options, the federal government can increase the opportunity for family formation by removing barriers. The hodgepodge collection of policies affecting families is often directed towards the individual family members rather than respecting that families make decisions as a unit. For example, the expressed intent behind a national child care is to increase the number of mothers in the workforce. And while paternity leave is intended to nudge fathers towards greater share of caregiving. These may be laudable policy objectives, but families make these decisions in a unit, not as individuals. Families are social institutions that form their members. They act in the collective interest of these members. Individuals negotiate their interests within families, but do so with consideration of the family as a unit. The tension around the role of the state in intra-family decisions making is most notable in how the state directs public policy towards children. Political scientist Jane Jensen and her co-author Carolyn Bruvis describe the two paradigms for Canada's public policy. The family responsibility paradigm, which identifies families as the primary authority in determining the well-being of children. Public policy approaches under this paradigm maximize flexibility for family decision-making. Direct government involvement is reserved for situations where the child's well-being is in danger. The second model is the investing in children paradigm, focusing on early intervention through services that come around the children and their families. Parents are important, but the paradigm emphasizes the expertise of the state and civil society actors. The preference approach for most conservatives is to empower families as the primary caregiver community around children, with the authority and obligation to ensure the well-being of children. Institutions can best help children by working in partnership with children's caregivers. In most cases, public policy should maximize the flexibility that allows families to make decisions best suited for the family. Madam Chair, that's an extensive quote from this article by Peter John Mitchell, and I think it lays out probably the major discussion points or the differences that we see between what the Conservatives and everybody else in this place really feels, is that the family model is really where we need to note. Now, I also wanted to just note an article that even the CBC is noticing that this is an issue across the country, and that CBC headline coming out of British Columbia posted in March of last year was just saying that young BC families are having fewer children and opting out of parenthood as cost of living skyrockets. So once again, this is the bill that we're just debating today is only tackling one of the many issues that Canadian families are having, and this is also having an effect on family formation. And so this is, again, what Peter was calling for, Peter John Mitchell was calling for in his article was a strategic and thoughtful family policy rather than a social policy or an economic policy. It was very interesting to me when the member from Winnipeg North was up on his feet talking about this or debating about this bill, is that he noted that this was also happened to be good tax policy, and the fact that if we had more people participating in the workforce, there would be more taxes for the government. Madam Speaker, this is what we've seen from the Liberal government over and over again, is that they come forward with a policy proposal that they say is one thing and in reality is the other thing. And in this part, I think the member from Winnipeg North actually said the quiet part out loud. And when he said that this is actually tax policy, is that we want Canadians to be able to pay more taxes. Precisely the opposite of what conservatives are about. Conservatives are about making sure that Canadians pay the least amount of taxes possible. Conservatives, particularly on tax policy, conservatives say, we have a country to run. What are the things we need to pay for in order to run this country? When we have a list of the things we need to pay for, we say, okay, how are we going to pay for these? How are we going to collect the taxes? Once we've established what we need to pay for. The Liberals have a completely opposite theory about or policy around taxation. Their policy is how much tax money can we wring out of Canadians, and then where can we spend all this cool tax money that we've collected? That's a fundamental difference between Conservatives and Liberals. And I think the member for Winnipeg North kind of said the quiet part out loud is when he said that this policy will increase the tax revenue to the federal government. If that seems to me, Madam Chair, that seems to me to be the focus of everything that this Liberal government does, is to increase the tax revenue to the federal government. They also have a carbon tax, which does that same thing as well. It doesn't affect the environment at all, but it creates tax revenue for the federal government. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to thank folks for listening tonight and look forward to the questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Just on the tax revenue part, I think that's actually secondary. He skipped a step because in order to get that increased tax revenue, you actually have to have an increase in income. And that's why we have seen groups like the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, its provincial affiliates, and chambers of commerce all throughout Canada strongly support this kind of a policy, as well as Labour. I don't think there are many policies out there where you see both business and Labour on side, because they recognize, Madam Speaker, that a policy like this allows more women, allows more parents to enter the workforce, to increase their family's income, and to actually provide a better life for their families. So this is about giving choice, about giving freedom of choice for those parents to make more income if they wish. I'd like to hear his comments on that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member of Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess that was the fundamental point of the whole first part of my speech, was around the thing that Canadian families are struggling. And because they are struggling, they're actually choosing to have fewer children than they wish that they could have. They're getting married later. They're having fewer children than they thought they would when they were younger. This has been well documented, and even the CBC is recognizing this in the article that I referenced. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague for his speech this evening. And I want to acknowledge that he has the most adorable children, one of which is here with us tonight in the House. He's adorable, and it's nice to see all the children that are often brought here to Parliament as we include our kids in it. I guess my question to the member is, and I think he's talked about this, but I think it's nice to have it on record because I think it's what we've been sort of advocating for. How do you close that gap, that need? Because ultimately the demand went through the roof when this was announced, but there's not the infrastructure and systems in place. How do you close the gap without including private childcare operators as well.
Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, for and to the honourable member for the question. That is precisely the question that we have been asking about this bill the whole way through. And in fact, I would also note that this bill doesn't actually do a whole lot. This bill sets, the most substantial thing about this bill is it sets in place a board or a council in place that I think we'll just have another group of people to advise the government on this. Not opposed to that per se, but it doesn't. That is beyond about the extent of what the bill tangibly does. All of the other things that are mentioned in the bill are already in place. The government has already signed deals with the provinces. The government has already set in place frameworks across the country, and now they're asking for an endorsement of that in this bill. So it's more of a motion rather than a bill. However, what we have been calling for is that a child care system must respect the different choices that families make. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you I want to thank the member for his remarks. Madam Speaker, what the Conservatives are actually calling for is a cancellation of childcare. We saw in their last platform, they stood up and they said, you know, families don't need this childcare, they need tax credits to help them with the cost of childcare. But we know that doesn't create spaces. We know that doesn't help families. And I'd like to know if the member is going to support this legislation today, and does he support our federal childcare program?
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I think I've been fairly clear that we have opposition to the whole way that the Liberals have outlined or have outlined their childcare system. We want one that's flexible for all Canadians, no matter the choices that they make. What I would also note is that this bill, the only tangible thing that this bill does is it creates a committee or a council, and so we will be voting for this bill to recognize the creation of this council, and we will see how the rollout of this system goes and the impacts and the unintended consequences that this bill will have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, as always, it is a tremendous honor and a privilege to stand in this place and to have the opportunity to speak on behalf of the constituents of Lethbridge, those that I represent. Tonight, I have the opportunity to speak to the Bill C-35, which has to do with universal childcare. Now, I think what we'll discover in this conversation tonight is actually that it is not universal, even though we like to use that term, and I'll get to that in just a moment. But I'd like to point out that as a member of His Majesty's Royal Opposition, it is in fact my job in this place to talk about the legislation that is before the House in such a way that I highlight, yes, some of the good, but more importantly, the opportunities to make it even better. And so I'll be doing that tonight. Some in my riding have expressed support for this legislation. Others have had complete unsupport for it. They've been very opposed. And then others fall somewhere in the middle. They like parts of it, but they see flaws in other components. Now, let's be clear. In many ways, Bill C-35 is not actually a child care strategy as the Liberal government would like it to be or come off as, but rather it's more of a marketing plan. It's something that these Liberals use over and over and over again in their talking points, but when we actually ask them for substantiated evidence of a program that's been rolled out with great productivity and provision for Canadians, they're not able to actually show us that, which is problematic. It's problematic because it's over-promising and under-delivering, and ultimately at the end of the day, it's Canadians who suffer. Now, I'd like you to imagine with me for just a moment. Imagine you're taken on an all-expense-paid shopping trip. This is, I believe, most women's dream. And they're told that they can look through all of the shop windows and have anything that they wish. And so they arrive on Fifth Avenue in New York City and they get to work. And so they look around and a shop window attracts the attention of this individual. And so she walks over to the store and she tries the door only to find out that the shop is closed. So she takes another look around and finds another shop, a window, and it has another outfit that she thinks is quite nice, and so goes over to the shop door and goes to open it, and it's closed. And this poor woman repeats this over and over and over again, only to find out that the stores are all closed. The promise was great. The promise was great. The promise was exciting, but it didn't deliver. And that's exactly what the Liberals have presented us with, a promise without a premise. And a promise without a premise is absolutely worthless. And that is what so many Canadians are facing with this bill. The reality is this: affordable, quality childcare is critical, if you can find it. It is something that is needed for many families in this country. There's no doubt about that. Many need to have two individuals working, or many individuals are a single parent needing to work, in which case then you would need childcare of some sort. Now, the problem with this bill is that it actually dictates where that childcare needs to be found. It can't be a family member. It can't be a neighbor. It can't be a friend. It has to be a state-run or not-profit daycare. Well, that's a problem because it... Madam Speaker.
Order. I think somebody forgot to shut their mic off a while ago. And so, yeah, it's taken care of now. The honourable member for Lethbridge. Yeah.
Thank you. And so the point is this. The point is that ultimately, at the end of the day, Canadians do desire choice. And unfortunately, this bill just does not make that provision. Now, I'll point out another flaw that needs to be pointed out in this bill, and that is just overall access. We know that already there are many individuals who, when they know that they're expecting, or oftentimes even before they know that they're expecting, but perhaps anticipating, they will put their family on a wait list in hopes of being able to have a spot. But what we know with this legislation is that it actually favors those who already have a child in care. So rather than being able to provide for those who would be entering into the need for care, or those who would be most vulnerable or most in need, instead this legislation favors those who already hold a spot. And who are those that are most likely to already hold a spot? It is often those who already have a bit of money or wealth behind their name because they've already secured one or maybe even two spots for their kiddos ahead of time, and now they have a spot for the next child as well. That's a problem. That's a problem because it's actually those new parents or the most vulnerable who need to be able to access those spaces. And that's what has been promised by this legislation. But again, it's structured in such a way that that's not actually what ends up being delivered at the end of the day. I think it needs to be said that certainly making sure that a child is looked after in a caring and loving and kind way is top of mind for parents. And it is probably one of the things that stresses, in particular, moms out to the greatest extent. It matters. It matters. But again, in order to be able to provide parents with that peace of mind and that security, one has to not only provide the accessibility, but also there has to be a provision of choice. A parent needs to be able to make that decision on their own, knowing that they're entrusting their child to the person or the entity of their choice. And again, this is where this legislation simply falls short because it doesn't provide for that. So, lack of accessibility and lack of choice. Right there, you have two fundamental problems or massive flaws with this legislation. One mom shared this. She said, "I would love to see initiatives that support kids being raised in their own homes with their parents past maternity leave. It doesn't feel like much of a choice right now. The government is only focusing on one type of parenting model. Not all parents want to place our kids in childcare or schools so young, but with the lack of support, we can feel we have no other choice." In other words, sometimes they do want to pick an elder or a grandparent, a friend or a neighbor. But under this legislation, what this woman is expressing is that she doesn't feel she has that option. The question also needs to be asked, what about those who work shift work? Who maybe they go to work super early in the day, or maybe they work super late into the evening. Then what are their options? Again, this legislation fails to address that. And further to that, those who are Indigenous in my riding, many of them have come and talked to me and said, well, they would actually like their children to be cared for by an entity that actually takes their culture into account. Again, this legislation doesn't actually provide for that. Or what about those who come from a religious background or a faith background that want their children cared for according to their values or according to their way of life? Again, this legislation falls short. Instead, it's a one-size-fits-all approach, and Madam Chair, it just simply doesn't work. I could talk a little bit more as well about the fact that there's this tremendous amount of burnout that takes place in this sector. I could talk about the fact that there's a massive labor shortage in this area as well. And I could talk about the fact that my colleagues at committee actually brought these concerns forward and asked for them to be addressed, and this government faux-pased them. So again, it's legislation with a whole lot of promise, but no premise. It's an overpromise and an underdelivery. It's altogether disappointing. Now, the fact of the matter is that we've seen this in many ways from this government. In 8 years, we've seen them blunder one budget after another and to drive our economy into the ground. We've seen what they've done with healthcare. We've seen what they've done with folks who are dying from the opioid crisis. We see that consistent mismanagement across our country, across different sectors. So, of course, why would childcare be any different? An abundant amount of promises and an undelivery of actual services. Canadians are left in the cold. But the fact of the matter is, I should also highlight, is that it didn't need to be this way, because my colleagues actually offered several helpful amendments around protecting choice and around making it accessible. My colleagues stood up for parents and for their needs. And unfortunately, the NDP and the Liberal actually voted against my colleagues, which is sad, and it's to their shame. So when we're asked, well, Conservatives don't really, they don't really support childcare. Well, that's not actually true. We support the principle. We just believe that it should be rolled out a whole lot better. And so when we form government, we look forward to doing this much more efficiently, much more effectively, much more in a parent-centric way than what it currently is.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. I do have a question, though. I know that when we look at the country overall, the poorest population is senior women. And I find it interesting how many doors I've knocked on in my riding, how many people have come into my constituency office, and they've talked to me about them being women and the fact that by the time they pay for their childcare, they hardly make anything. And so it seems to me that we have this cycle. So does she not agree that by creating affordable childcare, that not only will it support families, not only will it support women having the ability to make choices about their futures in terms of employment, but it will also address an issue of poverty as women age?
A member for Lethbridge.
Sure. Madam Speaker, I don't know that I fully understood the question because it seemed to have a lot to do with aging, and I didn't hear a lot to do with childcare. Nevertheless, I would highlight this. When this bill was brought forward to committee and it was studied there, we received actually extensive testimony to the fact that this bill in its current form actually hurts those with lower incomes and actually benefits those who are wealthier.
That's right.
And so amendments were brought forward by my Conservative colleagues at that committee in order to make sure that the most vulnerable were given priority. And unfortunately, the member who just spoke, who is an NDP member, her colleagues and my Liberal colleagues voted against that very common sense amendment that would have stood for the most vulnerable. So shame on them.
That's right.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to my colleague's thoughtful and common sense speech. I know she comes from a riding, and I'm sure she has stories, and I know she started off at the beginning of her speech with a little bit alluding to them, but I was wondering if there was anything she wanted to share in the House about constituents in her riding and how this bill affects them.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Sure, I appreciate the question. I come from a riding of incredibly hardworking, common-sense individuals, people who value family, they value freedom, they value their faith in many regards. And these individuals just simply want two things. Two things. They're actually quite simple. One, they want those in leadership to function with integrity. If you make a promise, deliver on the promise. And number two, they want choice. They want to make decisions for their family according to what their needs are as individuals, rather than having something put down their throats by this government according to its agenda.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And on that last part, choice, I mean, I couldn't agree with my colleague more. Of course, families want choice. But I have to go back to an earlier point. Like, when I first ran in 2015, parents were complaining to me about the lack of choice in the private system. They didn't have choice because the costs were too high, and it was uneconomical for them to go out and get a second job and further the economic interests of their family. By lowering fees, creating a legislative framework to ensure that funding, we are actually giving families choice where it didn't exist before. I can speak from personal first-hand accounts from my riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. That choice did not exist before. This is going to create choice for families, and I am proud to be supporting this initiative.
The honourable member for Lethbridge has about 1 minute to respond.
Well, thank you. Well, if you want to know about choice, you should always ask a socialist. It's a good place to start. I think we'll leave it at that.
I have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And that was great response by the honourable member. I would note that at least in capitalism, the bread lines up for you. That's one of my favorite lines about the debate between socialism and capitalism. But, I just wanted to recognize the honourable member and her work in this place. We were elected at the same time, and I've call her a friend. I want to thank her for her speech on this as well.
Can the honourable member just ask the question because we're running out of time?
And with that, we'll just call that a comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So generally when there is a short question, you know, it's limited time, I would just ask members. No, it's short. The resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you so much, Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak again to Bill C-35. As I said in my previous speech on this bill, no parent is perfect. I can attest to that firsthand. I make lots and lots of parenting mistakes. But parents are the best proxy decision makers for their children because parents have a deep and natural love for their children. And this love that parents have for their kids generally ensures a rectitude of intention. Rectitude of intention means that parents always want what's best for their children. If they make mistakes, they at least do so from a place of love, wanting to give their children the very best that they can. I trust parents to make decisions for and about their children. There are, of course, extreme cases in which external authorities have to take over parental decision-making, but the possibility of these extreme and rare exceptional cases should not be used to justify a general policy of having the state interpose itself between children and their parents. Because while the state can aspire to a kind of general goodwill for all people, this general goodwill is nothing compared to the fierce and natural love that leads parents to always want the best for their children. And before I come to the particulars of the child care issue, I want to say that we are seeing broader challenges in many areas to the idea that parents should be trusted to shape the direction of their own families. We see movements to have teachers, school counselors, and therapists facilitate dramatic and potentially irreversible changes in the lives of young people without the inclusion of parents. In fact, with the explicit exclusion of parents. Why does anyone want to exclude parents from important conversations about the lives of their children? Parents love their children and want the best for their children. Of course, parents make mistakes, but someone motivated by deep love is less likely to make mistakes and certainly quicker to correct their mistakes than an official institutional bureaucracy driven by politics and constrained by inertia. That is why everything that happens in a school, in a child care center, or in any out-of-home program should happen in the context of an openness to conversation with parents. I remember my parents telling me as a child, if anyone tells you not to tell mommy or daddy something, make sure you tell us right away. That is still very good advice. This country has a history of parental alienation, of a state bureaucracy taking children away from their parents in an explicit effort to disconnect them from the culture and values of their families. This was wrong. And today I'm hearing from families, most recently especially from Muslim families, who are concerned about parents not being included in conversations about how the state and state institutions are relating to their children. This is something that we have to be vigilant about. And going forward, Conservatives will always stand on the side of parental choice and on the side of not excluding parents from important conversations that impact the lives of their children. Because the role of the family is at the heart of a conservative belief in the importance of subsidiarity. The federal government should not stick their nose into the business of the province, and neither the federal government nor the provincial government should stick their nose into what is properly the business of the family. In our federation, this constant sticking of noses into other people's business has led to redundant and inefficient expenditures in many areas and has obscured what should be clear lines of accountability. On the point of parents and parental involvement in the lives of children, I noted one line in particular from the minister's speech about this child care program. It was a quotation from someone else that she read, but a quotation that I think she read approvingly. She said of these programs, they are shaping our little people into what they are going to be in the future. Again, they are shaping our little people into what they are going to be in the future. And I think that is undoubtedly true. Part of the reason why parents want to choose so judiciously what child care options they select is because child care providers do play a role in shaping critical aspects of how a child sees the world. All education is informed in some way by underlying worldview. There is no such thing as value-neutral education. So parents will generally want to pursue an alignment between the values they are teaching at home and the values that are being promoted in programs outside the home. So when the range of options is narrowed, it becomes harder and harder for parents to find that alignment. Choice and flexibility in childcare makes it easier for parents to find programs that facilitate a good alignment between childcare provider and family. Parents should have an opportunity to seek to pass their core beliefs on to their children. Of course, children grow up, and there is a natural process of children being exposed as they grow more and more, exposed to more of the world, and in due course coming to their own distinct conclusions on things. That was certainly my experience growing up. But parents can and should provide and be able to provide an intellectual foundation which allows a child to know where they come from and to receive the wisdom of those who love them most and best. In my last speech, I focused on the practical and economic arguments for choice in childcare. But there is more to it than just that. I believe that parents should be able to make decisions about the kinds of childcare arrangements that's best aligned with the economic and practical needs of their family. But even more importantly, I believe in choice in childcare because I believe in respecting the role of parents, making choices about how they will seek to train children in virtues, traditions, and practices that are particular to their family. A child should begin life knowing and growing upon the firm ground of their family, and this requires that parents are able to shape the environments that their children are in. Now, having said that, I'd like to shift to another point, that of workforce participation. This has come up a few times in different ways in different speeches that have been given tonight. Liberals champion as a feature of this plan that it will increase workforce participation. By increasing the cost that taxpayers pay and channeling those dollars into a particular model of out-of-home childcare, this puts more financial pressure on families who do not use the state system, and therefore likely forces some of them to opt to enter the workforce. By taxing all and subsidizing some, this approach tips the scales in a certain direction. And I think the argument goes, this tipping of the scale leads to higher levels of workforce participation, which is identified as one of the goals. Now, our preferred policy is one that supports families without tipping the scale. That is, it finds ways of supporting families that does not involve the arbitrary redistribution of resources among families based on their different childcare choices. Now, on the issue of workforce participation, I want to clarify an important distinction. So, workforce participation measures the proportion of people who want to work, while the employment rate measures the proportion of those people who are actually working. So, a person who chooses not to work is not considered unemployed. They are considered not in the labor force. A person is considered unemployed if they are in the labor force, that is, if they wish to work, but they are not able to find a job. Again, a person is not in the workforce if they are choosing not to be in the workforce, and a person is unemployed if they are choosing to be in the workforce, wanting to work, but not able to find a job. Clearly, we should seek to minimize the unemployment rate. That is, we should seek to have as low as possible the number of people who want to work and are not working. We want as high unemployment rate as possible. But it is not obvious to me that we should always aim for the highest possible workforce participation rate. There are many good and legitimate reasons why a person might choose not to be in the workforce. Because they are studying, because they are retired, because they are of sufficient means and would rather spend their time volunteering, or because they are attending to the needs of their family. All of these are, of course, forms of work, but they do not formally count as being in the workforce. That is, they are not forms of work that are commodified. There is nothing wrong with people making these kinds of choices to opt out of the workforce. We should not be so narrowly mercantile as to suppose that the only way for a person to live a good and productive life is by generating income and paying taxes. Rather, we should focus on the advancement of overall happiness and well-being, on the discovery of the true, the good, and the beautiful, on facilitating this by trying to build a society in which people have the prosperity and the freedom to make their own happiness and well-being maximizing choices. I do not see any reason why we should set as a goal of public policy achieving the greatest possible participation in the formal workforce. If someone has well-considered reasons for not working inside the formal commodified marketplace, such as the ones described earlier, I do not see a problem. Why should the state seek to push or incentivize someone to move in a different direction than they wish to go when it comes to workforce participation? Ideally, I would like to see people be able to study if and when they want, to take time off work if and when they want, to retire if and when they want, and to stay home with their children if and when they want. For plenty of practical reasons, this is not always the case, and personal preference is not the only factor that shapes our lives. But why should the state aim for the highest possible labor participation rate by increasing taxes and subsidizing those choices that involve higher workforce participation? Why tip the scale in this direction? I think the state should aim to allow people to make their own choices, presumably choices which they believe will maximize the happiness of themselves and their families. If a woman or a man, having the means to do so and with a view to their own assessment of what is best for their family, decides that they want to work part-time or not work at all for a period of time for the sake of being with their children or for some other purpose, I do not understand why we in the House of Commons should presume to tell them that there is something wrong with that choice. Nor should we in the House of Commons presume to tell a dual-income family that there is anything wrong with their choice. But the government's policy is to use higher taxes to subsidize certain kinds of families, making certain kinds of childcare choices over others. Increasing taxes to subsidize certain kinds of choices over others does not advance freedom or choice. The conservative policy of offering direct support to families allowed parents to have the means to freely make their own choices, motivated by love for their children and unfettered by economic coercion. Support for all families without tipping the scale. But regardless of the particulars of the childcare policy, nobody has made the argument, as far as I have heard in this place, that higher workforce participation is a good in and of itself. Presumably, existing retirement and post-secondary support programs are an acknowledgement that higher workforce participation is not always desirable. If the government canceled existing retirement supports, then I suspect workforce participation would go up. But this would still be a bad policy, because it would limit the ability of the retirees to choose to leave the commodified workforce during their golden years. Now, of course, there's a gender dimension to this workforce participation discussion. Statistics suggest that women are more likely to opt out of the workforce for some portion of their child-raising years. I suspect we would find that women are also more likely to opt out of the workforce for post-secondary education, since right now women are attending university at much higher rates than men. And certainly we should seek to ensure that all people are able to make their choices freely without any kind of coercion, regardless of the reasons why or the circumstances in which they're wanting to opt out of the workforce. We should seek to maximize choice and flexibility for everyone. But it seems to me to be grossly paternalistic for the state to presume some kind of false consciousness operating in the choices that many women make in this respect. The state should seek to promote prosperity and freedom. How people then choose to use that prosperity and freedom, inside or outside the workforce, should not be the business of the state. Now, Madam Speaker, I think I have about 4 minutes till the House adjourns for the evening, and I'll look forward to resuming the last few minutes of my remarks when this debate is picked up. But I want at this point to just highlight some of the key points I've made previously in this debate. Number one, that this bill substantively does nothing other than establish an advisory council. All of the agreements are already in place. And this bill is merely a sort of an act of self-congratulations by the government. But they have put in place a system that is not effectively achieving its own stated goals. In fact, what we see with the current system is that by subsidizing childcare, but not in fact sufficiently to align with the promises that they have made, and at the same time by regulating prices, they have put a great deal of strain on childcare providers. And the people you would expect to be most enthusiastic about this program, childcare providers, have actually been in many cases the most vocal in expressing concerns about it. Because what they're saying is the combination of the subsidies at the level they are with the price regulation, it makes it very difficult for childcare operators to invest in and grow their business and offer those additional spaces over time. So I think what we are seeing is a kind of ticking time bomb created in the system. That is, the government is overpromising while they are imposing enormous strains on those who are actually providing childcare services. So I would say to parents, even parents who may feel that they're benefiting in the short term, because there are some families that have seen reductions in their cost, while many families are still on waiting lists. Many families are paying higher taxes because of this government. But even those who are experiencing short-term reductions in cost, I would warn them that the structural damage the government is doing to the childcare system by putting strains on childcare providers is not going to allow childcare to deliver in the long term. One of the speakers on the government side said this is about establishing a generational long-term promise. Not at all. What the government is doing is using deficit spending to underfund while overpromising childcare operators who now face enormous strain, who can't bring in new staff, who can't expand, and they are creating a system that is simply not going to work over the long term. It's not going to be fulfilling the promises that they've made, and we've seen this in many aspects of this government's record, is the overpromising and the under-delivering. And I would encourage those who are thinking about and following this debate to listen to childcare providers, to hear from those who are working in the system. Now, when we've raised these concerns with the minister, she said, "Oh, why are you so negative? These conservatives, they're always criticizing. They're so negative about the things we're trying to do." And I think our job in this place, Madam Speaker, is to tell the truth. And if telling the truth about the trajectory of government policy involves pointing out that there are flaws, there are risks, and we hear this accusation a lot from the government, by the way. A couple of years ago when our leader was talking about how overspending was going to lead to inflation, they said, "Oh, you're being so negative," but it was true. It was true. And And we will continue to speak truth to power and highlight the problems of the child care approach. Thank you.
Unfortunately, the honourable member's time is up for now. The honourable member will have 3 minutes the next time that this matter is before the House. Alors, à ce moment-ci, conformément.
Now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight about a grave problem involving our immigration system and injustice done to a number of well-meaning students who came to this country with the best of intentions, who were victims of fraud and are now being re-victimized by this government. I want to start tonight just by recognizing the leadership of the Ontario Gurdwaras Committee and my friends at the Malton Gurdwara in particular, who brought this issue to my attention and helped facilitate interactions for me with a number of the students that were affected by this. And I know many people in the Sikh community and other communities have been speaking out about this, but I did want to provide that particular recognition because it was through their leadership that I became aware of this issue, met some of the students affected, and was able to support this advocacy in this House as well. So what happened in these cases we're talking about is that students were given fake acceptance letters to real colleges here in Canada by an unscrupulous consultant in India. Those students thought they had received real acceptance letters. They provided those fake acceptance letters to Canadian immigration. And for whatever reason, Canadian immigration failed at detecting this fraud. They didn't verify with the colleges, I suspect. They issued real visas based on fake acceptance letters. And then these students came to Canada. And when they got to Canada, these students were told, oh, there's a mix-up, the school's full, but the students knew that as a condition of their visa, they had to go to school right away. So these consultants then offered them another opportunity with a smaller, less well-known college. They said, well, you can study over here instead. So these students came to Canada. They were duped through no fault of their own. They put a lot of money into being able to come into Canada. And in many cases, these were poor families who would have sacrificed enormously to allow a member of their family to be able to come to Canada and have this opportunity. These students came here. They studied. In many cases, they got work permits. And then just as they were applying for permanent residency, the government somehow found what had in fact been the government's own error. The government was able to look back and say, oh, actually, we screwed up. We gave you real visas on the basis of fake acceptance letters. And so these students have been threatened with deportation. And very clearly, if you look at the timelines, it has only been following the public advocacy of the opposition that the government has, that we have seen a number of instances of stays in deportation. So great promises have been made by the minister and others saying, oh, we'll treat these folks fairly, don't worry, we're going to do it on a case-by-case basis and so forth. But the reality is those commitments were only made in response to heightening pressure from the community engaging with the Conservative opposition. In fact, we put forward motions to study this at the committee, and these motions were repeatedly voted down by the Liberals and the NDP, although from what I understand now the committee is finally able to move forward on this. So there's a question of the fairness to these students, but there's also a fundamental question of the integrity of our immigration system. How did this screw up happen? Let's make sure these students are taken care of, but let's also address how such a massive screw up took place. That somebody simply photoshopping an acceptance letter, a fake acceptance letter, which should be a pretty easy thing to do, was able to fool immigration potentially hundreds of times. And I'd like an answer to that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Parliamentary Secretary has to put her mic on. No, it's not plugged in. Can try unplugging and plugging it in, please.
How about now, Madame Speaker?
Oui, ça fonctionne maintenant.
It's working now.
Bonjour. Vous m'entendez?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oui, on vous entend.
Yes, we can hear you. Excuse me, Madam Speaker.
The member for his questions, because actually it allows me that to share some news actually and to validate some of the concerns that he expressed with today's announcement of the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship that address these concerns around the report of international students and graduates facing that removal from Canada. And as he said, after letters of acceptance submitted as part of their study permits, applications were determined to be fraudulent. So the minister today announced that he has created a task force that will actually see officials at IRCC working closely with the Canadian Border Services agencies to identify victims of frauds. He has directed officials to approach every incident on a case-by-case basis and to do so with expediency, flexibility, and compassion. The Immigration Refugee Protection Act provides the minister with discretionary authority, which he has indicated he should and will exercise in the present context. Therefore, if the fact of an individual case are clear that an international student came to Canada with a genuine intent to study and without knowledge of the use of the fraudulent documentation or participation in criminal activity, instruction has been given for immigration officers to issue a temporary residence permit to that individuals. This will ensure that these well-intentioned students and graduates remain in Canada. We will also ensure that they are not subject to the 5-year ban from re-entering Canada that normally follows in case of misrepresentation. While this process runs its course, preliminary temporary residence permit will be issued as required in order to prevent an imminent deportation. While we are focused, of course, we want to support those who have done nothing wrong. It should also be kept in mind that there are also other foreign nationals who had no intent of pursuing higher education, including some involved in organized crime, who may have used fraudulent acceptance letters to take advantage of our immigration system. Officials are currently, Madam Speaker, investigating to identify the innocents and those who are aware of the fraud. IRCC has always taken fraud seriously, and it is working with its local and international partners to detect and deter frauds, including working even more closely with post-secondary institutions, provinces and territories, and organizations representing our colleges and universities. The Minister of RCC is taking every opportunity to improve our detection of frauds and crack down on dishonest consultants. IRCC is also continuously improving the system to detect the evidence of fraud, and when fraud tips are reported, IRCC will continue to look into each of one of them. To upload our system, Madam Speaker, a full review of the International Students Program is actually underway. The review aimed to strengthen programs' integrity and enhance protection to address the students' vulnerability, unethical recruitment, and unscrupulous actors. As I am sure the member is also aware, the government has cracked down on dishonest consultants by relating professions and requiring that they be licensed under the College of Immigration Consultants. And our government has invested to improve oversight, strengthen enforcement, and increase accountability. For students specifically in India, IRCC is also and has run media campaign to deter fraud. As recently as March of this year, IRCC ran a campaign in India targeting potential visitors, students, and workers to decrease the misuse of permits.
Members' time is up. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just put 2 follow-up points to the Parliamentary Secretary. The first is, it took far too long for the government to respond at all. Those who were involved and victims of this had been meeting and trying to engage with local Liberal MPs in the Greater Toronto area for a long time to get a resolution. And it shouldn't have taken questions and question period to get the government to change course on this. So I'm I'm glad the official opposition was able to lead on this, but it should not have taken so long for the government to act. But I also would like to hear an answer on how this happened in the first place. I think we need to know not just the issue of justice for the students, although that's critically important, but also how was there such a significant hole in our immigration system's integrity? Is the Parliamentary Secretary trying to get to the bottom of how this happened?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So, Madam Speaker, I want to say again, thanks to the member, but let me clarify a few points. First of all, I think collectively, all members of this House are generally concerned about the situation that have arisen over the last few months. And I can assure my member, the member opposite, that actually all parliamentarians, and I would say several members on this side of the government, have been strong advocate on this. When he refers to one instinct where, motions were tried by his colleagues in committee, let's remind everyone who's watching this evening that actually legislation has precedence in committee, and we're actually in a clause by clause at the time that the filibustering was happening by actually his own member of his own party. So definitely, we're here today to announce that we will continue to advocate for those that are victims of frauds, and our government is taking every action.
The honourable member for Spadina-Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We hear so often from the government's talking points about how seriously they allegedly take the issue of foreign interference. And I implore them to please stop with the talk and actually show Canadians some action. Because I honestly, I shudder to think what the Chinese Communist Party must think of the Liberal government's handling to date of foreign interference. Because they must be wondering just how pathetic this government can get with its flimsiest of efforts to crack down on foreign operatives roaming around our country. It seems of little consequence, Madam Speaker, that Chinese operatives are free to interfere in our electoral systems, free to intimidate our citizens, and free to open any number of police stations across the country, all at will, and even with some financial abetting from our government. The recent bungling must have sent Beijing in convolutions of laughter when our government gave up to $200,000 in funding to a Quebec charity that the RCMP themselves have said might be hosting a secret police station. Seriously. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary if their talking points have now settled on the number of Chinese police stations in operation in Canada? Or does that number conveniently fall under the rubric of national security? Because, Madam Speaker, I want to get this straight. Canadian citizens can be followed, confronted, threatened, intimidated, and live in fear on our own soil. And their government is unable to stand up and defend them. What kind of government is that? When will Canadian citizens of Chinese ancestry or not finally get some answers, Madam Speaker? How long does an RCMP investigation into Chinese police stations operating in Canada take? Has anything been done? Has anyone been arrested or declared persona non grata and sent packing? The most important question that remains, Madam Speaker, is this. Why has there been such a reluctance by the Canadian government to take definitive, concrete action against foreign interference in Canada? Does Beijing have something on the Prime Minister or the Cabinet? Is there some vested financial trade deal at play? Is our government still haunted by the Huawei heiress and the Prime Minister doesn't want to receive another dressing down publicly by President Xi? Madam Speaker, Canada expels a Chinese diplomat who targeted an MP's family, and the government seems almost more apologetic than angry. Is our government even capable of informing China in no uncertain terms that we, as a country, are not their personal plaything and that our country is not a doormat? Just like China, Canada has a right to stand up for our national security and sovereignty. And just as China does on the slightest perceived indignity, real or imaginary, it is clear, Madam Speaker, that the matter of illegal foreign police stations, like the overarching issue of foreign interference in Canada, either of Chinese or Iranian persuasion, can only be fully addressed by the convening of a full and independent public inquiry. Will the government call a full and independent public inquiry in our lifetime?
Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to address the ongoing concerns of foreign interference in Canada. Canada is a country with open political systems, democratic processes, social cohesion, academic freedoms, and prosperity. Although there are many reasons why people choose to come to Canada, our open society makes us an attractive target for foreign interference. Foreign interference, including acts targeting our democratic institution and electoral processes, is not a partisan issue, regardless of actually our political affiliations and stripes. As parliamentarians and leaders, it is our responsibility to protect Canada and Canadians from these threats. We recognize that individuals in Canada subjected to intimidation, harassment, or manipulation by foreign states or their proxies suffer the effect of foreign interference directly. These activities are a threat to Canada's sovereignty and to the safety of our communities and individuals in Canada. The Government of Canada takes these threats very seriously. Our government has taken steps, including, among others, disrupting foreign interference through available legal mechanisms, including publicly denouncing threats, leveraging existing legislation, or through other efforts. Also investing suspected illegal activities and seeks to address them through criminal prosecution where applicable, providing mechanism for public reporting through the CSIS and our CMP websites and national security threat phone lines, engaging with communities at risk in Canada to help them better protect themselves against foreign threats, and consulting and speaking with the public and key stakeholders on the design and implementation of a foreign influence transparency registry. While those actions aren't exhaustive, they highlight the real work that actually our government is doing to safeguard our democracy and citizens. Our government is well aware of the serious allegation that Canada is being targeted for foreign interference, in particular, the allegation of overseas police stations reportedly affiliated with the People's Republic of China. I can assure members of this House that the Government of Canada is taking swift action to deal with these concerns and has a strong, robust strategy for combating foreign interference. To summarize the latest action, on March 6, 2023, the Prime Minister announced further actions to combat foreign interference, and these initiatives included the establishment of a new national counter-foreign interference coordinator at Public Safety Canada, requested reviews of NCCOP and NCA on the states of foreign interference in Canada, federal electoral process, and how national security agencies have responded to develop of a plan to address the outstanding recommendation from the NCCOP, Rosenberg reports, and other review on these matters, which were delivered on April 6th, and an investment of $5.5 million to strengthen the capacity of civil society partners to counter the disinformation. The Department, Public Safety Canada, also launched, Madam Speaker, public and stakeholder consultation on March 10th of this year to guide, as mentioned, the creation of a foreign influence strategy registry. On that note, our efforts are backed with budgets involvement. Budget 2023 is there in support with significant amount of dollars to help. But let me be clear, this government is keeping Canadians safe. While we cannot broadcast every effort, Canadians need to know they are safe and secure.
The Honourable Member for Spadina-Fort York.
Madam Speaker, more very strong words, but what's the action, and more importantly, what are the results? Because with all due respect to the Parliamentary Secretary, she can list all of the government's talking points and all the things that they've allegedly done, but what matters are the results. And the results clearly demonstrate that what they're doing is not working. At least 3 MPs have been targeted, and the Chinese Communist Party are setting up illegal police stations, and this government is even sending them money. Is that considered success? Diaspora groups are still sounding the alarm. Does this government interpret that as mission accomplished? So I ask again, why has there been such a reluctance by the Canadian government to take definitive, concrete action against foreign interference? Does Beijing have something on the Prime Minister? What will it take for the government to finally wake up to the need for an independent and public inquiry? Does someone have to really get hurt?
or worse? Does someone have to die before they act?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While my colleague is making speculation and somewhat allegation, I'll say what the government is actually doing. We are very committed in combating foreign interference by protecting the Canadian and the communities targeted by foreign state actors, safeguarding our democratic institutions, and promoting economic security. This will not change. We are aware, as I mentioned, that certain foreign governments, including the People's Republic of China, have attempted to threaten and intimidate individuals in Canada or their relatives abroad. Canada's Security and Intelligence Agency used the full extent of their mandates to respond to these threats. The RCMP is currently investigating reports of illegal activities in relation to the allegation of overseas police station. However, as they are ongoing investigation, new information cannot be revealed at this time, but be assured that there is evidence of stake-back harassment or intimidation. CSIS and RCMP applied the full measure of their mandate to investigate these threats. We are working diligently.
I'm sorry, the honourable member's time is up. La motion portant que
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until later today at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Good evening, everyone.